We're about to enter the Lagos Hope. I'm going to be reliving my childhood memories. I did this when I was, I think, 7-8 years, which was a long time ago. So when I heard I was in Ghana, like, nah, I have to visit this place. So I'm currently here. You can see a lot of kids around, and it's a very long queue. I came here around 10:30 and it's like 12 now, and we are about to enter. So yeah, I came here with Lori Lawson. You all know Lori Lawson. I'm sure you're all tired of seeing her on my channel. So we're everywhere together. Yeah, so we paid 8 cedis each for the. I thought it was 12 cedis. It's 8 cedis for one. Yeah, so we are about to enter. Yeah, below 12. Yeah, come on, kids. About to enter. The ship is really huge. It's not big, it's really huge, and this is reliving my childhood memories.
A very short information about our book fair. So we are here in the lifeboat, the safest and biggest lifeboat in the world. So from here we move to the book fair. Now, at the center of the book fair, we have information desk. If you want any information, or if you're looking for a specific book and you're not getting the book, you go there and you ask. They will assist you. From here, we come to the cash desk. Over here, any item that you picked from the book fair, you go there and then you pay your money. From here, we come to the discount items. Over there, we have Lagos Hope bags like this. You buy one for 45 cedis, and then you take 2 books for free. From here we come to the journey of life. Here we have 9 stories there. You have the power, or you have the opportunity to watch and listen to the stories that we have there. From here we come to the International Cafe. You can buy some popcorn, ice cream.
Which I have, and I'm going to be shopping for books for my little nieces and nephew, and for myself. So remember, I also mentioned in my vlogs that this year I'm going to invest in reading books. This is just the beginning. So yeah, let's go. You're coming along. Come closer.
Wait, don't worry, wait. Let me go. So I just want to speak.
This, and I'm really interested just because it shows all the country and it has stickers. So once I'm able to visit a country, I will stick this on my maybe my vision board or something. So yeah, I'm getting this because of that. So one of the things I've noticed is most of the books here are either novels or Christian books. So yeah, I'm getting this Jesus, the story of Jesus, for my children too. So yeah, so far so good. I haven't been to the adult side yet, but so far I like what I'm seeing. So these are the cooking book section. We have here how to make cupcakes, delicious Italian meals, and then this is for baking. So this is the food section. This is all the food section. So well, my friends know I've always been telling them how much I wish to have boys. So I'm buying this book for myself because yeah, this is how it looks like, and it talks about bringing up boys and raising children. And so yeah, this is what I'm getting for myself. This is what caught my attention. Yeah, I'm getting this. So this is how it works here. If you see a book that has 100 units, it means 100 units, it's 14 cedis. So each unit and its price. The highest you can get is 140 cedis, which are the very, very big books. They have the Holy Bible. This is also the bigger one. Holy Bible. Have you found the book yet?
Me, I'm just enjoying the books here.
But we are looking for travel related.
Yeah, that's
books.
what I am looking for. She's going everywhere.
No, because I'm concentrating more on the kids because there are a lot of kids book here.
Oh
yeah, than even the adults. Yeah, mother of all. And the book,
For me,
the book.
I can only think of 2 people, my friend's place, Stella, and 1 at my house. So the rest of my siblings, they're all adults.
So
I can't choose a book for them. They have to come.
Okay, I am the youngest, and all my sisters and my brother, they all have kids, and so I'm surrounded with kids. So far, this is what I got. I got them the puzzles for the ones that are below 10 years. Then I got this for myself, bringing up boys, because God knows my heart. I wish to have 2 kids, like 2 boys, and I've always been saying it, like even my friends in here, like, Stella, don't you even want a girl? You're a girl, why don't you want a girl? But I'll be very happy if God gives me 2 boys. If my future husband is watching this video and he wants a girl, he needs to pray hard because my prayers are hard. Then I'm going to get
I want to get that, the
for
brain
my
games.
this for my other kids. So I took the books based on their ages, then yeah, and others. Then the sticker, the travel sticker, yeah, which I showed you all earlier. So I'm actually super excited. I hope by the time you are watching this video you come here. If not, next year they're going to be here. They're going to be here in January, February, every year. So yeah, next year you can come around with your children, especially if you have kids. Come with them. Books on transport, reference, nature. Something that always gets my attention is nature. And let's see what this book has. It's just like Nat Geo World, animals, and facts about life and nature. This is beautiful. So just when I was looking for the travel stand, we finally found one, and this is how it looks.
Ghana needs this. Let me see. But it's not for Ghana. This is Barbados. Barbados. Yeah. Could be in my bag when I'm going to a francophone country. Oh, hola.
This is a French.
Je m'appelle Laura.
Are you going to be
There is a Spanish one here, but I don't know when I will go. So if you are looking to sponsor me to a trip, please let me know so that I get one now. Then I start speaking Espanol. Hola.
Are you sure you need it? This is the biggest book I've seen here. So big. Yeah. The world. And we are here, Africa.
Ghana. Hey, Ghana is. Look at Ghana.
Let's see the next page. Okay, no, I think a page before here. And Africa, and of course, this is Ghana. So this is the map of Ghana, and I have visited every region in Ghana, and I'm so proud, and I can't wait to visit every country in the world. I can't wait to really visit every country in the world, at least before I die. So yeah, it's so exciting seeing this. So this is the end section here. When you buy a bag of 25 cedis, you are in 45 cedis. You are entitled to take 2 books, but most of the books here are educational books like this. And then well, I think it's good. It's a cool deal, but they're not the kind of books I wanted, so yeah. This brings us to the end of this vlog. This brings us to the end of this experience. I did this when I was like 8-9 years old, and I came back here to see the Lagos Hope, which is a very popular thing. They come every year and they visit almost every West African country. So it's been fun. I got some books for myself, my nephews, my mom, everyone will have a fair share of the books, and the books are very affordable. So yeah, whenever you are around at this time between January to the end of February, please come along with your kids. This is how the ship looks like, and so far it has been fun. I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience at the Lagos Hope. Lagos Hope is a cruise ship that comes to Africa every year with amazing books for sale, Christian books, parenting books, cooking books, all kinds of books. So yeah, until next time on my next video, I want to say thank you all. I wish I can blow you kisses, but let's see. Mwah. back again, Charlie. Come and listen. So, guys, I'm here with Tatiana Aina. So, I've been receiving a lot of comments that I need to link up with Tatiana, and we are currently here at Makola. Just look at Makola.
So why did you bring me to Makola?
Okay, so she's about to try street food, and we are going thrift shopping. We're going to buy clothes. We're going to buy phones.
Okay,
exactly. Guys, she's a local, typical African Ghanaian girl. Head to her channel, show her some love. She's doing amazing. What do you do on your channel?
Hey, we do everything local. If you want to see something local, you can come to my channel. If you want to see something high class, you see that first class thing, you can stay on Chanel's channel.
Don't mind it. We do everything, from hotels to resorts to everything.
Yeah, I don't have the money for
travel. Don't mind it. So guys, I'm currently here with Tatiana, and she's very beautiful, just as her videos, and we're about to go thrift shopping at Kantamanto, which is at Makola, which is one of the the biggest market in Accra.
Makola.
Yeah, have you been here before?
Yeah, I've been here.
Okay, so you guys are coming along, and let's go. Expect that the market women will tell us not to film, but then we film either way.
Yeah, that one.
So yeah, let's go right into the video. So we started with coconut. She's already enjoying, and this is mine. So cheers. This is so refreshing. I mean, we have a long journey ahead. So let's start with coconut. We're very winning now.
I'm taking it slow.
So we are approaching Kantamanto now, and one thing you should also know is Ghana is very, very hot. It's currently hot. Like, you must always have water and handkerchief with you. So they said one is 4 cedis and then the rest is 5 cedis. So we're about to do some selection now to see what we can get.
This is nice.
Yeah, very nice.
There be my mouth.
No, this one is not bargain, no.
This is not bargain. Don't go me.
So no the bargain.
Let's bargain. That would be nice.
At the same time, the top is 4 cedis.
Hey.
That's the relative. That is the order from above.
Yes. The plan is to spend 100 Ghana cedis and on thrift clothing, which is properly called here fools. How much are you looking at spending to? So your budget is 20 cedis or
20
cedis. 20. So at the end of the day,
100 cedis.
but they turn about baby jeans. So that's the plan. Let's see what I get out of 100 cedis here at Kantamanto. So yeah, you guys are coming along. What did you say? Now today.
What a nice, and it be pretty. Gentlemen.
Stops. Any Seminya away swimming costume campo.
Okay, swimming.
What's it there?
Okay, swimming dodo. Okay, swimming.
So I'm looking at getting office dresses, and then I also came to also get some. Let's see what it is.
A whole YouTuber like you are buying dress for 2 cities, like really?
That is the real. One thing you don't also know is when you buy new things, you also have to mix it with thrifted clothes. When you dress, people will be wondering, Stella, where do you get your clothes? And I get a lot of DMs. So you guys, if you're not following me on Instagram, please go to Instagram. This is one of the places I also shop. Sometimes, not every time. I mix it with a new thing. So you wear like a thrifted clothes with a new jeans, a new pair of jeans like this. This is a thrifted clothes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, you can't say thrifted.
Thrifted, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So this is 2 cities.
2 cities. Wow. Ah, first girl. First girl. Swimming costume ni biwa how?
Costume.
And I been here.
Everything. I had a mixed fraction.
Mixed
Look at this dress.
Oh, this one is nice.
This is 2 cities.
Wow.
Yeah, so
a YouTuber. You.
I've gotten a subscriber here at the Cantonment market.
So you are famous.
Yeah, he's subscribing to me. No,
No, I like it. No, I share.
Like and share. So I got this stuff.
There be winning.
I also got this one. Okay, into your better way. This will look good on me.
Yeah.
5 cedi.
Yeah, it's cool. It's nice.
5 cedi.
5 cities. Yeah, baby,
On the first side, he wants to be the video.
Hi.
5 cedi. Straight dress. 5 cedi. 5 cedi. Straight dress. 5 cedi. I'm straight dress. 5 cedi. Straight dress. 5
This one
cedi.
is not bad.
Yeah, but it's small.
5 cedi. Straight dress. 5 cedi. Straight dress. 5
Let's try it
cedi.
and see.
Straight dress. Body con dress. 8.
What's the body con there?
Dress. Straight dress. 5 cedi. Straight dress. 5 cedi. Straight dress. 5 cedi. This one. 5 cedi. 5 Ghana. 5 cedi. Be out there. 5 cedi.
Have I seen this in your
Mommy 15 cedi. Come from Maji. Straight dress. 5 cedi.
Stella.
Yeah, I'm mommy skaka.
Sir.
Yeah, I'm some skaka.
Yeah, Toby.
This time marketing there.
Maybe I ash.
Maybe I should. That you call me for Libya, never know.
Okay, Libya.
I'm father the soon.
Sir, yeah, what be? Cafe, This one is cool.
What do you guys think about this dress?
It's cool.
Let me know in the comment section. This is 5 cities.
5 cities, madam. Straight dress, 5 cities. Straight dress, 5
This is what we say. You need low, let's share it high. You know, when you get some heels to be on top.
Who will know that you bought it for 5 cities?
Straight dress, 5 cities. Straight dress, 5 cities.
That's nice.
Straight dress, 5 cities. Straight dress, 5 cities. Straight dress, 5 cities.
Have you gotten some?
No. You know, it's my first.
So I got like 1, 2, and 3, which is 15 CDs. Have you gotten yourself one?
No. So that you need to help me.
So she doesn't have the eye that I have.
Nah.
So I got like 15. But 20 minutes, I'm in Yaman. Why? 15 CDs for this 3. Sure, say.
Hey.
So you're getting some jeans.
You got some big
So when your size, you get your size this time around. Absolutely.
Mama, me to me say
Auntie Mewa has it. Oh, let's see.
So just try and stretch it. Short.
Okay, I think this will do. Maya saying
like that one.
15 CDs. Okay. So I'll try it and see.
This one, I don't feel like.
I also like this one.
Hey, this one will look very cool. You?
Yeah.
So Stella.
Yeah.
You like this one?
It's not bad. Let me see the front.
The front.
Yeah. Oh, this is cute.
Let me see. Say your buttocks is big. This one. Okay, so guys, when you come to the market and you don't really have time to try things on, you can use this one. Do like this. You can put my mask.
Yeah. So you use it around your neck.
Yeah, like this.
Like this. Once the edges reach the back of the neck, like this. Hold it. Let me show them.
Show them.
Like this. You pick the jeans, then you use it to measure your neck.
If it's okay, let me see. You see, if it reaches the tip, then that means you are
know
okay.
that it's your size. And I have big thighs, so I'm looking at something that can stretch. And this is stretchy because you don't have time. Like the market is so busy, you don't have time to be wearing it. So I know for sure that this pair of jeans will fit. I can't wait to rock it for you.
Try this one.
Let me try this one. This one doesn't stretch. It's rigid, so it won't. The waist looks small, and the size is also size 8.
African lady.
Yeah, it's for the ones with the cute bum bums.
Like me.
Mama, for black. Black. Wait, you better wait.
Wait, say no.
You better wait. Where's one? Hey. Guys, what do you think about these jeans?
Hey, comment below, right?
Comment below. So guys, remember I told you how hot it is here in Ghana. I got myself some pure water. If you're a foreigner and you come to Ghana, opt for the bottled water. The pure water is, even though it's very hygienic, you have to get used to it to be able to do well with your stomach. So if you're a foreigner and you come to Ghana, please opt for the bottled water. Bottled water is usually 1 cedi, 20 pesos. This is like 30 pesos. Cheers.
So guys, now I can drink this one. So when I came to Ghana, I wasn't drinking this one because when I drink it, trust me, the whole day I have to run to the bathtub, run. But now it's been like 3 months that I'm in Ghana, and I'm used to it now, so I can drink it.
So after going through a lot, I finally decided to buy this one.
And the other one?
It's 15 cedis. But
that's bargain.
You bargain whenever you're in town. You always bargain. 15 cedis. Auntie, what about me 10 cedis for?
Mama,
ma. So I'm bargaining so that I can get it for 10 cedis. Then I buy 2, which is 20 cedis. So I'm left to buy a pair of jeans. Then I can call it. I'm so happy with the things I've gotten. Even though I came with Tatiana, she has only been eating. Guys, if you are watching this video, please head to her channel right now. Show her some love. Tell her you came from Stella Chanel's channel to show her some. She's doing amazing. She vlogs about Ghana, a lot of videos from Ghana. So show her some love. This is the struggle behind the video. Yeah. This is my friend called Sakwa. Whenever you come to Accra, come to very close here. Once you see these balls, come to Sakwa. Sakwa must try me jeans back right. Oh, sit down. And say, jeans 35. When I used to be in school, I used to come here a lot of time to buy my jeans from him. This is my boyfriend.
Really?
Yeah,
he's a cool guy. Who find him, mama?
He's begging. He says he begs. Oh, I don't beg Coco.
There be also when the girls propose to guys, they think you are making fun of them.
But
it's not cool, child.
But my high-waisted jeans, like. Yeah. So I got like some vintage jeans. At least I know it will fit.
Let me see.
Should I wear? Yeah, this is
okay. It's nice.
And it's size, it's exactly my size, which is size 14. Okay. So I know it will fit. It will fit.
And take this one.
Yeah. Then he also gave me like very tight jeans. It's also another option. Like these are the loose jeans. So it looks like I've spent beyond my budget. I budgeted 100 cedis, but then coming here, the jeans is 35 to 40 cedis, and he's giving it to me for 30 cedis. And I'm buying two, so I've exceeded 20 Ghana cedis. And she's also here measuring her.
How do you see?
You have to wait and see. It looks small though. So guys, this is the things I ended up buying here. What did you buy?
Jeans, just jeans.
Just jeans. How much did you spend?
150 cedis.
And I spent close to 160 cedis for everything. Okay. So I can't wait to show you all what I bought. You also have to show them what you bought here. Okay. So guys, if you're watching this video, show Tatiana Aina some love. Head to her channel, tell her Stella Chanelli sent you. Show her some love, she's doing amazing. Go back, watch her videos and come back and comments down. So yeah, until next time on my next video on my channel with blows and kisses. So let's go. What's that saying?
Maybe I give 50
pesos. 50 pesos. Hey, this is the cheapest I have seen. She says 50 pesos. So let's see what you got. This is 50 pesos. I can buy this one for my little girl. My cousin.
Maybe I give 50 pesos.
Hey, you told me, Mama.
Jeans skirts, material skirts. Jeans skirts, material skirts. Blower 50 pesos. Jeans skirts, material skirts, black. 50 pesos, black.
Hi guys, we are back again, Charlie. In today's video, we are going to be speaking with the founder of a Ghanaian-owned online supermarket called Consume. Meet Cecilia. Hello, good afternoon, Cecilia.
Hi Stella. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you too?
I'm very well, thank you.
Okay, so I'm currently here at Consume. Why Consume?
Consume is a play on words, so it's basically consume.
Okay.
But we didn't want to use the consume with the C-O-N-S-U-M-E, so we thought, okay, why not change it and make it con, K, and the zoom sort of depicts how fast and swift we deliver your groceries to you. So that's why it's Consume.
Okay, so tell me everything about Consume.
So, Consume is an online supermarket. Okay. And basically what we do is we deliver all your groceries within 60 minutes, within 1 hour. Okay. So when you go on a web app and you order your groceries, within 1 hour you should have it. It doesn't matter where you are in Accra, it's tried and tested, we'll bring the groceries to you. We started it because we realized that there are grocery delivery services in Ghana, but they are normally like platforms. And we had seen this sort of model in Germany, so that's where we are based, or that's where we were based. And there were all these rapid grocery delivery services that sprang up during the whole COVID lockdown period. So you order within 10-15 minutes, your groceries come to you. Oh, wow. And we're like, wow, it's like within 15 minutes. 15 minutes, like you want to cook, you go online, and then you order, and then within like 10-15 minutes, they're ringing your doorbell. And then my husband and I were like, wouldn't this idea, like this sort of model be amazing in Ghana? Because there's so much traffic, one, there's so many busy moms, busy dads, busy individuals in Ghana. There are entrepreneurs, there are time-conscious people. If we actually brought this model down, we could try it, and if it works, that would be amazing. So that's where the idea started from, and then we just took our savings, came to Ghana, and then we started Consume about, we came down in October.
That's 2021?
2021.
Okay.
It took us about 2 months to plan the whole setup, and then we launched on the 10th of December. But prior to coming, we had already secured the location for Consume through my brother-in-law, so he did all the legwork. We basically just came and we set up. Yeah.
Okay. So what has your experience been? Okay, you mentioned we. When you say we, you and your husband.
Yes.
Okay, so what has your experience been starting a business in Ghana?
So the experience has been, it's been a mixed one. Like it's been, there are good days, there are bad days. Before we came, we had very high expectations. Like, oh yes, we're going to start a business in Ghana. We're going to create jobs. we're going to, network with people in the same industry as us. We came down and reality set in. Like starting a business in Ghana is no child's play. So basically, when you come, you need to sort out all your business registrations, you need to sort out your business operating permits, all the documents that you need for a business, your fire certificates, all of that. And then, when you're setting up a business like ours, which is a supermarket, an online supermarket, you need shelves, you need suppliers. So dealing with the artisans, we had to try 2 different artisans. It didn't go well. They weren't delivering according to the timeline that we were working with. So we had to use a third person, a third artisan, a third carpenter, and that's the one that worked. And then on top of that, you have to deal with suppliers. So you need to constantly be like checking, researching, making sure that you have the things you need, the things you don't have. You need to find like who can supply you with those stuff as well. So it's been very mixed. Also, if you're starting like a totally new concept, so online shopping in Ghana is not something that a lot of people do. Most people prefer to go to the market, they prefer to go to the supermarket themselves.
Yeah, that's what we are like. Most Ghanaians are used to.
Exactly.
Especially like Saturdays are like market days.
Exactly. And so for a new concept, it's taken a lot of time, but it's been amazing. The customers we have who have tried our model, they come back over and over and over again. Today, one lady who orders from us, this is like her 4th order in the last 2 months. She's been amazing. She's our favorite customer. There are people who come back every 2 weeks. There's some who come back once and they call us and they're like, wow, the experience was amazing. I didn't think it would be this easy to order on your website. Yeah. So I think it's going to take time, but Ghanaians are already getting there. There's like different apps that people use to order their food from restaurants, and then there are different like platforms online on Instagram where people used to order their clothes and stuff like that. So I think people will get used to consume, because wouldn't you want to sit in your home and then you just order your groceries, you're doing your cleaning, your chores, you're going to your party, your barbecue, within 1 hour your groceries comes to you, and it's owned by Ghanaians. So it's not a foreign company owned by some people from somewhere who have huge like sums of money, millions of dollars. You know? It's actually Ghanaians who have come back and want to make an impact, want to employ people, create jobs in that process. So it's been great starting Consume. Like that's my goal.
Okay. You mentioned earlier you moved from where did you say you moved from?
Yes. So we moved from Germany to Ghana.
So
yes.
why Ghana?
Yes.
Yeah.
So Ghana is home. When we thought of Consume, we're like, oh, should we maybe start in Nigeria? Because Nigeria, from what we hear, they are more adaptable and they're more willing to try new things, new models. And also because my husband has a bit of experience like living in Nigeria, we're like, okay, maybe we should start in Nigeria. But then we thought about it, Ghana is home. You know, this is where our roots are, this is where our families are. You know, our extended families in Ghana. Why not come here and do this? If it works, that's amazing. So yeah, that's why we decided to come to Ghana. And we didn't want to do Consume or start Consume in Germany. We actually thought of it as well, because there were so many businesses that started this model first
in Germany.
Okay. So like there's Gorillas, there's Flink, there's Getir, there's in the US they have like Postmates, DoorDash. There's so many others. So these people have huge investments, and it's their country. They're doing it in their country. Why can't we come here and with the little money we have also start something and grow it and make it big? Because it's ours. We can claim Consume. Like any Ghanaian will go anywhere and say, oh, Consume is owned by Ghanaians. Like it's ours. Yeah. You know, it's not owned by foreigners.
So yeah, tell us a little bit about your background before moving to Ghana.
Yes. So I was born in Ghana. I grew up in Ghana. I always say I'm a Kokomlemle girl. I don't know if you know Kokomlemle.
I mean, we have some viewers from Kokomlemle. If you are from Kokomlemle, please let us know in the comment section. Representing Kokomlemle.
Represented. Yeah. So I grew up in Kokomlemle till I was 14. And then my dad had lived in Germany since I was 2. And he would occasionally, like once a year, come down. And when I was 14, he came and then took us to Germany. And then I went to high school there. After high school, I went to university in the UK. And then after my bachelor's, I studied social sciences in the UK at the University of Kent, representing. And then after my bachelor's, I went back to Germany and did international human rights law and humanitarian law at the Frankfurt Oder University in Vienna. So I did my master's, and then after I was like, I'm one of those people I've always wanted to live in Ghana.
Okay.
So even when my dad came and wanted to take us, I was so disappointed because my dream school was Wesley Girls High School. So when I was studying so hard, I was like, I'm going to get Wesley Girls, everything's going to work out. And then my dad was like, oh, you're going to Germany. I was like, I was so devastated. I didn't want to go. I wanted to stay in Ghana, go to Wesley Girls Senior High School, go to University of Ghana. I had like everything like planned out for myself. But then your parents decide when you're 14 what you should do. So we went to Germany, and I always said to myself, after university, I'll move back to Ghana and work. So right after my master's, I secured a job here in Ghana with a company, an international company. They do consultancy for international organizations, and they do advisory services as well. So I came to Ghana as a program associate. We did a few research, monitoring and evaluation work. Went to Liberia at some point to help with the projects there as well. And then after a year and a half, I was like, okay, Ghana is one of those countries where after a while you're like, I need a break. So after a year and a half, I was like, okay, let me just go back. And also, like Ghana, it tends to be quite expensive. You know, like if you're used to a certain type of lifestyle, you come in like, oh yes, I'm going to this restaurant. The food is amazing, so you keep like, I'm going to this beach today, I'm going to that resort tomorrow. Yeah. Before you know it, you're broke. So after I used up all my savings, I was like, I'm going back. Maybe the best option for me is to go back, work, save up a bit of money, and come back. So that was the time I met my husband as well. We got married, moved to Germany, and then we saved up. I worked with a tech company called Ecosia. It's a search engine, but they plant trees with the revenue and the profits they make. So they plant trees around the world. So I went and I worked with Ecosia for a year and a half, and then after we decided to come down to Ghana.
Would you say you made a good choice starting a business in Ghana?
I'd say so. I'd say yes. So starting a business in Ghana is no child's play. It's not very like rosy as some people think. You need to be very resilient. You need to tune your mind to working in Ghana.
So how is Procedural different from other similar businesses in Ghana?
Yes. So the other businesses that you're mentioning or you're talking of, they are platforms. So they provide the platform for third parties to put their businesses on there. So if it's a restaurant app, then the different restaurants put their restaurants and their menus on the platform. So it's basically just a platform they provide for you. They provide the whole technical support, and then you as a business put your things on there, and then they charge you a commission. That's how it works. With Consume, the difference is that we actually control the whole chain of the business. So we have our own platform, we have our own website, and everything you find on our shop, we actually own it, and we actually source these products ourselves. Also, we have a dashboard here in the store where when an order comes in, it comes straight to the dashboard, and then we quickly put together everything that you order, and then we deliver it to you. Another part of, one of the most important parts of our business is the Rider app. My husband is a software engineer, so he was able to build the Rider app. So the riders get the notification once an order comes through, and then they come here to the facility center, pick up the order and deliver it. So we control everything.
Do you also outsource the riders, or they are your riders?
No, so these riders are actually our riders. So we have them here, we employ them, and then they work for us. So we don't outsource the delivery aspect of it, because once we say we want to deliver within 60 minutes. If we outsource it, we want to be able to control that aspect of the business, and it's going to go against us and what we stand for. So we actually employ the riders, and then they are here in this building with us. When an order comes in, they pick it up, and then they deliver. So yeah, Consume is different in that aspect, because we control the whole chain, and it's our business. Anything you find on our website, we have it in-house. So we just pack it here for you. You're not going to wait for us to go running around town to look for the products. We actually have them in-house and then we deliver to you.
So you said a lot. So what do you have to say to anyone watching this video, and why should one purchase from Consume?
So I'd say if you want to start a business in Ghana and you live in the diaspora, you should definitely come and start. But there are a few things you probably need to take into consideration. So you need to do your research very well about the industry you're coming to set up your business in. You need to also connect with people in the same industry, network as much as possible. And before you come, even sort of try to source where you're going to get your products, if you're going to be selling things like ours and that sort of thing. And people should, most importantly, purchase from Consume because one, it's Ghanaian owned.
Yeah,
so it's not
very important.
Very importantly, it's not foreign owned. There's not some investors who have come in with big money to set up a business. It's Ghanaian owned. Two, we believe in this brand so much and we see what the bigger picture is for Consume. So for us, if you support us, you're supporting the employees that we hire as well. So you're helping us put food on their tables and food on their tables for their families as well. And also because we have the most competitive price on the market. If you check out our website, our prices compared to other popular franchises or supermarket chains are like way cheaper, sometimes 10 to 15, 20% cheaper than other shops. And the most important thing for us as a business is sustainability. So we don't use plastic to package our orders like some supermarkets do. We use eco-friendly, reusable bags. So if you're supporting Consume, know that your package or your order is not going to come in a plastic bag. You go to supermarkets in Ghana, sometimes for 4 items, they give you 4 different plastic bags. We don't do that. So we use reusable bags here in the shop. And yeah, we're amazing, and the future is bright for Consume, so you should check us out.
So if you're watching this video, you heard from Cecilia and from Consume, and this is a good reason why you should purchase from them. I'm going to purchase my next product from Consume. Yeah. So watch out. I mean, if you're not on Instagram, you should follow me on Instagram. I'll share my experience when I do on Instagram. So. And thank you so much for having me. Thank you so much for sharing your story with us and your business. And guys, please, after you have purchased from Consume, let me know in the comment section. I have a toffee for you. Yeah. So is there anything you want to say to anyone watching this video? Any last words?
Yes. So you can find us on Google, Consume or Consume Shop, and then in your search engine or your browsers where you can. It's just consume.shop, and yeah, on our socials you can follow us at Consume Shop. Yeah.
Okay. So thank you so much for watching this video. I hope you enjoyed the interview with Cecilia. Cecilia's a full name.
Cecilia Nana Monua Crenso, but now I'm married, so I have to.
Okay. So you heard from her. Thank you so much for watching this video. Until next time, on my next video on my channel, we blow kisses. So, Good morning. As part of my Vlogmas videos, I'm heading towards Ebri Botanical Gardens. I've been there several times. You've seen me there several times. But then I'm leaving Mansankofa to Ebri Gardens with other new friends I made here. And this is going to be fun. This is also a way to also see Ebri through my lens. Whoa! I just fell down. So I'm heading towards Ebri Botanical Garden. By this time around, I'm going cycling with Sweetheart. Say hi. Hi. Yeah, so we are going. You get to see Ebri. This is your first time going to Ebri Botanical Garden. So
yes, I'm excited. Yeah.
Are you very excited? So yeah, you guys are coming along with me, and this is Vlogmas Day 13. If you missed my 12, go check it out. It's the tour of this place and then my experience. So this is going to be my last day here, and so I'm going cycling, and of course you guys are coming along. So let's go, let's explore Ebri, and let's explore the beautiful Ebri. You know how I always say that Ebri is somewhere I want to build my dream home, and so this is a reason why, and you need to see the reason why I love Ebri, and this is why I want to own a house here. So let's go and let's explore Ebri. Catch you guys. the fun part. Yeah. Going down the hill is always fun.
So it's like.
This is Petroleum Lodge Junction. We are about to start the journey. So we are like 1/4 of the journey and I'm already tired. I'm so tired that I don't even know if I should give up. I'm so tired. So this is Petroleum Valley Resort. If you haven't been here, I have been here before. It's up on my channel and waiting for the rest now. So this is how it looks like from here. The good part is we have a beautiful weather today, so yeah. Okay, here they are. Yeah. Hi Celia. So Celia is Dutch and she says it's very common to ride bikes in Amsterdam. So it's nothing difficult for her at all, unlike us that very few of us ride bicycles. So yeah, so far so good. Yeah. So let's see how the journey goes. I just hope that I don't give up. Yeah. Guys, I'm being honest. The truth is, I couldn't continue with them. I'm tired. And I got to like almost halfway through the trip and I'm like, nah, I can't do it. So when you're going towards the place, it's very, very hilly. Pacha, die. It's very, very hilly. And you have to keep climbing the hill. So it looks like coming back will be the most easier one. But Charlie, I know you all know that I always like try and make it happen for a YouTube video, but this one, yeah, nah. Sometimes these are the feels of the job. It's not easy. And the weather is I've even lost stamina. The weather is super hot. It's currently like 12. So they had to leave me, and I don't even know if I'm going to post this video, but if I do post, just know that I couldn't make it. And besides, I've been to a botanical garden several times, and so Charlie, it's not easy. It's not easy at all. It's not easy. I'm tired. So I'm currently here almost to the Mansankofa hotel. So that's where I've been spending the night, and I'm going there just to take a shower and sleep, because see, I even took my drone and everything, like, so that I could take enough content. But nah, this is not, there's a car coming. This is not what I signed for. I mean, this is what I signed for earlier, but not anymore. My breath too much. So tired. So let me just take the final lap with you and call it a day. I mean, guys, you should also know that in life, one way or the other, you are going to fail. And so this, I could say, it's one of my failures, because I didn't make it to Ebri. It's hard. If you all have been to Ebri, you can testify that the road going to Ebri, even driving, is very hilly. So imagine being on a bike, my dear. Let me not be nice to you. It's hard. With my breath. So I'm going back to rest. And so let's take the final lap together, and let's see how it goes. Currently, I'm even climbing up the hill, so that's why I'm like, nah, I'm not sitting on this bike. So let's take the final lap together. Let's go. The view from here up the mountain, so beautiful. This is one of the reasons why I love Ebri, because all the landscape is beautiful. So this is my final lap. So let's go. Just 1 minute to the place, and I'm even like out of breath. I'm super tired. I don't know if it is because of the cocktails I had yesterday. I don't know if it's because I'm generally tired of like daily posting, editing, and all that, and work. I sincerely don't know, but man, I haven't been this tired in a very long time. I'm super tired, my brain kasa. So guys, I think this is going to be the end of today's vlog. I want to say, all right, I'm just here. Look, yay! Finally packed the bike. Finally made it back here. Hi, Leo. I'm back. Come again.
Did you make it to the garden?
No, I didn't make it. I gave up.
Oh wow.
It was so difficult.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I believe you.
Yeah.
Oh no.
You can see they are chilling here. So the reason why you didn't make it is the reason why I'm back. The reason why you didn't make it is the reason why I'm back. Yeah, you told me. It's so difficult. So guys, this is going to be the end of this particular video. If you haven't watched my previous video on this place, kindly do so. It's Vlogmas day 13, and this is a total fail. It has ended in tears. It has really ended in tears. And I must say, if you are not fit for some things, you better not try. I mean, I'm fit. I do a lot of things that shows that I'm fit. But no. Hey, I cannot kill myself. I'm going to just take a shower. At this point, I just want to just take a shower and rest and sleep. Like I'm so tired. I'm so like my basa. See you tomorrow on my next video. I'm super excited. I mean, Even though this didn't end out the way I expected, tomorrow's video is going to be a blast. I'll see you guys. Mwah. Let me know in the comment section if you're also enjoying my Vlogmas episode so far. It's the Vlogmas and I'm posting daily until Christmas, and it's the 13th day. I'm going strong and strong, but this was a fail, but yeah, I'm going strong. So let's see how it goes in the next video. I love you.
Right there. The loss of a partner, nobody sort of would think and dream about it, but it will happen.
Have time. If it's your room, your couch, sit on it and cry. Like, mourn properly and don't pretend about it. Oh, I'm fine.
As to the choice as to should I quickly go in for a new one, it's your prerogative.
All right.
It's your choice.
You really have not healed to move on. Until you heal, you really should not move on.
You are going to listen to everything. You get confused. That is why if you're not careful, you fight them.
Yeah.
You raise your voice. You do those things.
What experience will teach you? There is no life coach that can teach you. You go through it alone.
Real marriage is when you are old. Yeah? That is why I really dead. And yet, it's not what we're doing now.
Hello guys, we are back again, Charlie. I hope you are doing amazing. I'm here today at this place with Anna.
So nice to finally be on the channel.
Okay, so if you don't know Anna has a couple channel with her husband, in fact a family channel called the Echampon family, and today is the first time meeting her in person. And I'm a governor back again with another video. So we are currently at a place called Captain Yao, and which is located right here in Osu, and we're about to have chips and fish. So let's have a short tour. Let's see how the place looks like, and yeah, today's going to be a good day. We're going to have a good time as always. So this is how it looks like. The shape of African map on the floor. Hi Amma.
Hi baby.
So we are going to be having a conversation today. We are going to be talking about everything about Ghana, their experiences so far in Ghana. They are both YouTubers, so you should do well to check out their YouTube channel. So guys, yeah, it's a good day. I feel pretty, and yeah, let me know in the comment section if you like my hair. It's my first time doing something like this.
It's so pretty on you, baby. So pretty. She already got a compliment from the lady who owns this place.
Yeah. So yeah, and the lady who owns the place is also around, so we'll be speaking to her, and yeah, it's going to be a fun vlog. So guys, I have here with me.
Hello, I'm Anna Champong. So nice to finally be on the channel.
Yeah, so Anna has lived here in Ghana with her family, and she has lived in Holland.
Yes.
So I'm going to ask her a few questions to share her experience with both living in Ghana and in Holland. So how long did you stay here in Ghana?
2 years.
2 years.
Yes.
And what are the perceptions you hear before you came to Ghana? And why did you come to Ghana? Let's start
Okay,
like
sure.
that. Yeah.
So me and my husband are both half Ghanaian, half Dutch.
Okay.
And we came to Ghana because our kids were asking questions about Africa. And why do we have brown grandpa? And why is grandpa always acting some type of way? And they were just asking a lot of questions.
Okay.
So we said, I think we have to take them to the source, because we also were not raised by our fathers, more by our mothers. So we didn't really get the culture, the language, and all of that. We got the food though, that one, yeah, we got it. So we said, you know what? After we finished building our house in the Netherlands, we just needed a break. So we took a sabbatical for 8 months and said we'll just move to Ghana and learn as a whole family. and then we were supposed to have our traditional wedding and then move back to Netherlands again. That was the plan.
Okay.
But then COVID hit and messed the whole plan up.
Why did you say wedding? So you're legally married but not traditionally married?
Yes, yes.
Oh, right. Okay.
So we decided to stay in Ghana because we were getting calls from all friends and family saying that, oh, it's very bad in Holland, the COVID situation, there's lockdown and there's all of this, while we were chilling basically, like life was moving forward here. Yes, we had lockdown, but it was way less stressful and people were still open, and of course we were scared, but we felt like we were at home and we felt that we should stay. So then we said, we tried to stay, but Accra is a very, very expensive city to be in as a family. Okay. So we tried and we tried and we tried until we noticed that no, we can't do this anymore. It's just too expensive. And my husband is a person that does not like to spend money without knowing that he's investing. Okay. So for him, renting is just wasting money, and he said we can't do it anymore, so we had to come back.
Okay. Yeah. So why are you back now?
I'm back to sort our stuff because initially we thought that we would be staying in Holland for some time and then coming back. But unfortunately, we are still waiting on some things to round up before my husband could start the job. Okay. So since the job has not started yet, he sent me to come here and sort our stuff.
Okay. Yeah. So what were the perceptions back then before coming?
Yes. So I think the perception that the media pictures on Africa is bad. It is poor. People don't have access to water. People don't have access to healthcare. And I think because of the culture that African people do not like to show what they have or what they own or how they live, this is a perception that is still in 2020, 2019, 2021, still being shown. Okay. So a lot of my colleagues and friends were saying, but won't Sophia Micah die from malaria? What happens if you get tetanus? Maybe you get a snake bite and you die. What do you use for transportation? Okay. Do they have Coke there? Like the most crazy questions. And I was just like, no, I can't believe this. And I said, you know what? Just go and watch my videos. So that was like the initial idea of starting YouTube, just to show people that we are actually living here. There's supermarkets, there's better cars, there's so many things. So that's why we decided to do YouTube, and it led us to where we are today.
So for the 2 years period you lived in Ghana, since my channel is more of a travel channel, have you explored Ghana? Like, would you say you have visited places?
I think we have, yeah. We've seen a lot of places.
Tell so watching this video.
We've been to Kumasi, we've been to Volta region, and then we've been to, how do you call that?
I think the Western region. I saw it on your channel too. The Western region.
Buswa Western region. Yeah. Okay, yes. And then we've been to Cape Coast. I think
Central region.
Yeah, almost everywhere. Yes, but no, not everywhere. But we've been to a lot of places. Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's.
And I've noticed that Ghana is so beautiful. So please don't only come to Accra. Accra is not Ghana.
I always say this to them, that like Ghana is not always Accra. Yeah. It's like the most beautiful places are outside, like 2 hours drive, 3 hours drive from. So where by far would you say you visited and you felt very good? Like, where would you say is beautiful food to you? I mean, with the regions that you have visited.
I think Western region. Western region was the most beautiful, yeah.
Western region is my second favorite.
Okay. What's your first favorite?
Volta region.
Yes, because you're from there. As for the food, I would choose Volta region. I like the Fitri Deshi and Agle. I don't like Banko, I like Agle. And then I like there's something that they steam. Hello. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So we are currently here at Captain Yao, so they are serving us with some good meals.
Yeah, we are enjoying.
Okay, so
yes, I said there was something that they steam. There's like a whitish thing that they steam.
Abolo?
Yes. Oh my god. Like anytime I go there, I just have to buy in bulk and freeze it. It's so nice.
Yeah. They have the white, the sweet one, the one they add sugar, and they have the type that do not have sugar.
Okay, I think I like the sugar one.
The sugary one. Okay. So how has it been? I mean, in terms of the kids living in Ghana. What would you say were some of the challenges? Because they have lived all their life in Holland. Coming here, it would would require a little bit of encouragement. I mean, how did they do with the transition?
I think the transition was very easy for them, especially for Micah. Like when he came, he was only 3 years old. So for him, it was like the new norm. And he loved going to travel outside of Accra because then he gets to play out on the street and run around and climb trees and play on the beach. But in Accra itself, it's not that nice of a city for kids. Like all the amenities are quite far away, and because of traffic, you don't always have time to take your kids to the spaces. So what I feel is that Accra really lacks parks, open spaces, playgrounds for everybody to come. At a certain point, I felt like my kids were only around rich children, and I didn't like that. Like my daughter was asking kids when they first met, "Oh, how big is your pool? Can I swim in your pool?" Well, I brought them to Ghana not to have a perception that everybody has a pool, but at a certain point, we just only mingled with people who had pools, I guess. So that was not something that made me happy. See, the thing with Accra is that sometimes it's very difficult to mingle with people from, I won't say lower, but a different class. I love my kids to play with anybody, but the problem is that there's quite of an expectation. At a certain point, when we were out with friends or family, they always wanted us to pay, and that is something we didn't really feel comfortable with. So I guess that made us be with people who are like economically of the same level. And I didn't like to only be with that type of people. I like to mingle with any and everybody around me. See, the thing in the Netherlands is that playgrounds are open to access to anybody. It's free, you don't have to pay. So they play with kids from any economical background. And in Ghana, I think that is not in Ghana, in Accra, I think that's difficult because at a certain point you just mingle with a type of crowd, and I want them to be open and free with anybody. So that was also a challenge.
Okay. So now that you're back in Holland, how often will you be bringing them? Because I mean,
it's a very good question. I've noticed that the biggest struggle for me to be in Accra is not to have a house, and that one is difficult. It's very difficult.
Why would you say it's difficult? Because I mean, there are people who are renting and they are very okay.
Very true, but I think the amount of rent that they charge in areas where they have international schools is just not something that we are willing to do. No, that's not something. So I'm still going back and forth. Like I would love to buy land somewhere because Ghana is so big, but then I have schooling age kids. So am I just buying and building a house for a vacation home? I want it to be a home where we live, but then because I have kids, the school is like the main focus. And that makes it very difficult in Accra.
They are still growing.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much for sharing your experience.
Oh, you're so welcome, Stella.
So guys, you do well to subscribe to her channel. Tell them about your channel. What do you do on your channel?
Oh, so we basically show our daily life, and I've started doing mini series. And we show our life, our day-to-day life, living in Ghana, going back and forth in Holland, trying to build and think about what we're doing, and a modern family, I guess.
Modern family. Okay guys, thank you so much for watching this video. Let me know your thoughts on what she said, and do you also agree with her that Accra is not really built out for kids, especially in terms of playgrounds and all that? And if you also have you also want to recommend places for her to take her kids, you can kindly do so in the comment section, so that next time when she comes with her kids, the kids will be very, very okay.
Yes. Thank you so much, guys. Bye.
So, until next time on my next video, I love you all as always. Let's blow them kisses. So we're about to eat. The food just came. Look at how delicious. Amma, where are you? This is how it looks. The chips
and it came quick, you guys. So if you're ever hungry, come here. Fast food.
Hello, mommy.
Hi.
Please do explain.
Hello.
Hi.
So traditionally in the UK, we have malt vinegar, onion vinegar, and salt. So apply it to your chips as you like, and then you have your mushy peas, your tartar sauce, your hot pepper sauce, and ketchup.
Okay. What's the difference? This ketchup?
Yes. So this one is the ketchup, then hot pepper sauce, which is the red and green pepper. And the tartar sauce is a fish sauce, which goes really well, made of mayo and seasoned up nice. And then the mushy peas. Okay. So you're having the traditional fish and chips.
Okay, so meet the owner of this place, Captain Yao. Yeah. Hello, mommy.
Hello.
You're so pretty.
Oh, thank you. So are you. I've already complimented your hair, so you know.
Yeah. So, how has business been like being working in Ghana?
It's been really good. We've been like overwhelmed with the response that we've actually been getting. We've had my lovely local Ghanaians. I think that was one thing. Even though our food attracts the diaspora and people that have traveled, I wanted my local Ghanaians to come and enjoy fish and chips. So we have been enjoying, which is very good. So business has been really good, especially the time we opened, Christmas. It was the perfect time.
Oh, that's like just like a month ago.
Yes.
Yeah. So I just had their fish with Anna and Ama Governor. It was really good. It's different. I've never had this type of fish fried before, and it was really good. So I also want to know, why Ghana?
I love Ghana. I have, from the first moment I came here in 2009, I've been trying my best to get back to Ghana for good. Okay. So for me, I have the ancestral, the link, the family link. So my family are half Ghanaian, and the other half is Caribbean, but born and raised in the UK. Okay. So since 2009, I've been trying to get back here, and finally, in 2020, I made it here for good.
And she's here and she's making money in Ghana. Yes. Would you encourage anyone who wants to start a business in Ghana?
Oh, 100%. 100%. Definitely come back, invest in Africa, not even just Ghana. Like, we have a whole continent to go on with, and we need to come back home to Africa, especially if you're from Ghana. Come back, invest, and build up the economy. 100%.
Okay, so do you serve other meals apart from the fish and chips?
Oh yes, we do. As of Monday, we'll be listing our vegan section for my vegans, because I don't want you coming in here just ordering chips. That breaks my heart. So we have a vegan section loading for Monday. We also do grilled chicken. We do jerk, Jamaican jerk.
Okay.
Yeah, we do sweet barbecue on the grill, and we'll be implementing our wings, our dirty wings, may I add?
Dirty wings.
Yes. So come down and get your dirty wings. We do fried rice. We do creamy mash. We'll also be doing some burgers. Don't sleep on us, okay? Don't sleep on us.
So guys, whenever you're in Ghana, preferably in Osu, Accra, please come and visit her. Come show her some love. Come and buy fish and chips. Come and show her some love. And I enjoyed my meal. Thank you so much.
It's so much, sis. Subscribe.
Until next time on my video.
Right there.
The loss of a partner, nobody sort of would think and dream about it, but it will happen.
Have time. If it's your room, your couch, sit on it and cry. Like, mourn properly and don't pretend about it. Oh, I'm fine.
As to the choice as to should I quickly go in for a new one, it's your prerogative.
All right.
It's your choice.
You really have not healed to move on. Until you heal, you really should not move on.
You are going to listen to everything, you get confused. That is why if you're not careful, you fight them.
Yeah.
You raise your voice. You do those things.
What experience will teach you? There is no life coach that can teach you. You go through it alone.
Real marriage is when you are old.
Right.
That is why we're really dead. And yet, it's not what we're doing now.
Welcome to another edition of Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Joseph Adamafiu, and today we are in the offices of the Ghana Boxing Authority to have an interesting conversation with the president since his appointment or his election as the GBA president. There have been so many progress. Among them is the Ghana Boxing League that returned after several years. So stick and stay. We are taking a short break, and when we return, we'll delve into the conversation. Welcome back from the break. As I said before, our guest today is the GBA president, Mr. Kote Nikwe. Please, did I pronounce your name correctly?
Yes, my name is Kote Nikwe.
Okay. Thanks for having us in your offices. And since your election as president of the GBA, this is my first time of coming into contact with you. First of all, can you kindly tell us the difference between the GBA and the GBA, because a number of people have issues when talking about juvenile boxers. They end up saying GBA and GBA. What are the differences?
Well, with the Ghana Boxing Authority happens to be the mother authority. We have the federation as well. They take care of the amateur. That is their limit. But with the authority, we go as far as the juvenile. We are a professional body, but you know, without the development, we will never have the professional boxers. So we extend to the amateur as well as the juvenile. So we happens to be the father of the house.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Nice. So since your appointment, one of the issues of boxing is promoting boxing to other regions, because I know people say boxing is only in Accra. How are you doing? What efforts are you putting in place to ensure that we turn boxing to other regions?
Well, we started the boxing league. We are having 20 events in a year. Out of the 20 events, I've allocated 7 of them that will travel to the various regions. We are trying to look for more sponsors that will equip us to have some few logistics in addition to what we have, that will enable us go all over the regions. So looking at Volta region like this, we've started something there already. The 6 months, there was a fight in Volta region. Wow. We are looking at the northern side and then the Ashanti region. And these regions all we now have appointed presidents all over those regions. So we are working hand in hand with them. We are looking at how best we can move to the northern part of the region to go and stage the next fight. So within that 20 events for the year, the Ghana Professional Boxing League, 7 of them is going out of Accra to the various regions.
With the Ghana Professional Boxing League, how has the progress been so far? I think we are entering into the 3rd week of...
Yes, it's so far so good. By the grace of God, the IMANS Group and Ghana Boxing Authority, we are doing so much well. Those of us who have the chance to watch the night 1, night 2, it was something else. And we are having the night 3 the next week. Now everybody is talking about boxing. And this is the vision of the current board. We want to put the boxing as the #1 sport. I keep saying that we are the #1 sport in Ghana. With a simple reason is if you look around me here, I have 10 world titles. And none of the disciplines in Ghana can boast of that. 10 world titles. So if I said I'm #1 sport in Ghana, that means I'm one of the people who have taken Ghana sports to the world. If you want to talk about a title and you are looking around, you say Azuma Nelson have the title. Where from Azuma Nelson? From Ghana. You say Agboko have your title. Where from Agboko? Is Ghana. When you talk about Joshua Clottey have a title. Where from Joshua? Ghana. You can see Agbasuga here. You can see Nanaya Kunadu. You can see Alfred Cobra Kote. All these guys that we are talking about, they put them together. The man himself,
but not to cut you short, but yeah. Most people argue that boxing is there, but football is the heartbeat of Ghana. How do you interpret it or explain or give proper explanation to buttress your point that boxing is the #1 sport in Ghana?
Well, with the boxing, I said the boxing is #1 because the football, you guys have passion because you can just take a ball and go to a park. Two of you do chaskele and gutter to gutter. So because you play football, you believe that it's something you participate in it. You can't do boxing, you understand? But when it comes to the level, when we are talking about people taking Ghana out there, you understand? You talk about DK Poise, you talk about Zuma Nelson, you talk about Ike Basukakote, Nana Yakunedo, Alfred Cobra, you talk about Dogbe and Co. You know, Emmanuel Gameboy the Tego. You understand? It's there. You understand? It's clear. You can see, right? We are talking about titles, world titles. We are not talking about you having some football at your backyard and you can play. Yeah. We sell the boxing to the world level. So we will remain the #1 sport, yes.
Well, in the last 2 years, if I'm not mistaken, 2 or 3 years, we've not had a world title. And people have been asking questions. After Dobi, goodness, are we nurturing other talents, professional boxers, to also take up the mantle from where Dobi is currently? He's also trying to get his titles moving on. And
well, to come in again, I see Emmanuel Tego is fighting Garcia, and that is an elimination to the world title. And I know Gameboy is going to beat Garcia. So I always say that Emmanuel Tego is the best in the lightweight division.
Why do you say that?
I am telling you he's the best. He's, by the grace of God, now he has the chance and he's going to prove to the world that he's the best. Looking at the caliber of boxers in that lightweight division in the world, none of them can stand Emmanuel Tego.
He faces a boxer who is undefeated in, I think, 21 bouts.
Faces who?
The opponent is undefeated.
Tego will beat him.
Why do you say so?
Tego is the best. I don't know if you have seen Emmanuel Tego fight.
I've seen him several times. I've seen
so
him
you can
with
see,
George Ashi when I was very young.
Yes, you can see that this is a skillful boxer. It's not those type of boxers that you can easily get them. That is why I said in the division is the best. Now that he have the chance, he's going to prove to them. And Gameboy is going to rule the lightweight division. You just watch it.
Are we going to
after the 9th fight? On the 9th fight, you'll see something else.
But are we going to see other boxers aside from this?
Yes, if you look at the boxing league, why do we do the boxing league? Okay. Let me tell you, when you go back, it's through the Martin League, we got a lot of champions, you understand? So if you start the professional boxing league, it tells you that we are getting closer to world champions because the boxers are fighting every other 2 weeks. You understand? And that is where you see the talents. And the difference here is with the Martin, it's only professional body. But this one, we add the amateur and then the juvenile as well. So as we are getting in there, we are also bringing new ones to get into the show. So.
But how has the participation been?
It has been so good. I think if you've been coming to the stadium, you yourself will see with your eyes. You know, it's so much of punches. You understand? So it tells you how the serious the boxers are now. Everybody wants to get to the top. This is an opportunity for them, and I am happy that they are taking advantage of the opportunity, and they are all doing well.
Then again, the revenue the boxers are making is what people talk about. But I've heard you explain that you take one boxer and the best they can fight in a year is only 2 bouts. Probably, how much money would they make? Is the actual money that's out 600 cedis?
Who told you that we pay 600 cedis?
That was the report I read.
Did you find out? We pay 1,000 cedis per boxer.
Wow.
So as a media man, I will encourage that the appropriate contest to have information is the GBA Secretariat. You understand? When people rumor all over that we give 600, we never, since we started the league, we never paid anybody 600 cedis. We paid 1,000 cedis to each boxer in the gym. You understand? So it's just a rumor going out. We don't know where it's coming from. But we believe that, and the boxers also believe that this is an opportunity for them to get out there and make the big money. No boxer can make a big money in Ghana. No. If we have any boxer here who thinks he can make it in Ghana, is deceiving himself. Because do people come to watch boxing and pay $1? No. No. So people fight big money in US because they go to watch boxing and pay in dollars. Corporate bodies. Thank God now we are getting there. IMAS Group, TCL, Techno, Max Buy. IMAS Group is involved. Renault, they have come in. A lot of companies are coming in, and we know very soon we get to that height where we'll stage a world title and we'll pay a huge amount. Because if we are able to get the corporate bodies on board, then we can pay you more. You understand? Yeah. We only don't pay the 1,000 cedis. We give a TCL give us 32 inches TV for the best boxer, a techno phone, and then Max Buy give us a standing fan. So you can see that there are a lot of things involved in what we are doing. And we pray that more sponsors will come on board, and you yourself, in the next 2-3 months, you see the kind of improvement that will come to our boxing.
For me personally, I must say I've been impressed with what you've done, because when it started, I was like, how are Ghanaians going to react to this boxing league? How is it going to be? Because we tried one recently before he came into office. I must say it didn't go really well, but seeing the number of people come to the arena to watch the boxing bout, I think it's really given football a competition, because you watch boxing on Friday or Saturday night, the next day is football. And gradually, I think what you say that boxing is #1 is, I think, something that is going to happen. And I'm saying it happen because, as I said before, people are coming back. Are you impressed with the patronage?
Yes, we fill the stadium. You look at the first event, we fill the stadium. The second, the night two, we fill the stadium as well. And then the next day, we fill the stadium again. That tells you the interest. You understand? Saturday, we fill the arena. Then the Sunday, we fill the arena. So the interest of boxing is back. And for me, that's it. Yes.
How
the whole arena, 5,000 capacity, we fill it.
How did this idea come up, knowing that someone has tried and the person didn't succeed?
Well, I have a good team. If you look at the new board, but let me tell you one thing. Peter Zwenis started the foundation, okay, and I'm building on it. Sometimes I always want to give credit to my former boss, because he left a lot of things for us, and it was easy for us to move quickly. You understand? So for me, I believe that what they started during Peter Zwenis' time, that has made us get to where we are now. And a lot of people think we are performing than the previous administration. But don't forget, I was a second vice president under Peter Zwenis' administration as well.
But your office is very open, I must say.
Well, there's the openness depends on the leadership style. Okay. You understand? And that one, I'll leave that one. But for me, I think we are doing, and I'm doing so much work because I have executives who are behind me. We sit down, we judge on issues, and then the next day, the implementation. You see all of us on the grounds working very hard. And that is how far we've gotten here. IMAS Group and the Max TV too, they are also helping us with Mr. Fadi Fatah. They've been so helpful to Ghana boxing. Yes.
Okay, we are taking a short breather, and when we return, we'll talk more concerning his life as a boxing promoter. No people don't know this, but we'll delve into that as well. Let's take a short break, and when we return, we'll talk more. Welcome back from the break. My name is Joseph Adamafi. I'm here with the GBA president, and we're continuing with our conversation. So, Presido, how did you start boxing, going to boxing? Were you ever a boxer growing up?
No, I love boxing. I've never been a boxer, but I love boxing. I joined boxing the late Napoleon Tego.
Wow, yeah, I know.
Yeah, he was the one who brought me in the game. I was then his gym manager. Then I grew up to become the amateur president for 4 years, Greater Accra.
Wow.
Then from the amateur level, I moved into professional, and then I managed Game Boy, Emmanuel Tego.
How did that happen? Game Boy Tego?
Yes, I managed Emmanuel Tego. I took him from the down there to national title, to the WBO Africa, WBO Intercontinental. So I managed Game Boy. After then I picked Bukum Banku as well and managed Bukum Banku. Then from Bukum Banku, I contested for the second vice position at the GBA level. I won. I was the second vice president during Lower Peterswen's time. Then after the Peterswen's, I contested for the presidency position. And by the grace of God, I won Mali Spain.
Yeah.
And today I'm the president.
Managing these two boxes, were they easy to manage? Bukum Banku and Game Boy.
Yeah, they are tough, but they are easy. To me, they are easy. When you want to talk about Bukum Banku, it's one of the boxers I would like to manage again. That is, if it's in the game. The two boxers that I manage are with Emmanuel Game Boy Tego. I'm still with him. Game Boy, this guy, Bukum Banku, who is not fighting now and is doing entertainment, but any other time Bukum Banku want to work with me, I'll work with him because he's one of the great boxers working with, yes.
Really? How did you feel when the misconception was out there that because of his eye, he couldn't fight international bouts?
No. Bukum Banku don't have any eye problem. You see, that's why I'm saying that issues like this, you come to the authority secretariat and find out.
Yeah.
You don't have any eye problem. He have decided to slow down for whatever reason, I don't know, but he can bounce back at any time. Yes. You know, that guy is gifted, is into music and other aspects, so I'm maybe expecting him to come back.
Everyone is expecting Bukum Banku to come back, especially after going to abroad to win his fight. He told us that he would go back again, but we don't know what happened. But then again, you take Game Boy. Anytime Game Boy fights, people criticize his style of fighting. But he always says that when you look at the likes of boxing legend, that is the late Muhammad Ali, he had that flair to his style of boxing. What is your perception on Game Boy style of fighting?
Well, a lot of people talk about Game Boy, blah, 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 blah. If you believe you can beat him, come and beat him. If you believe you can beat him, come and beat him. That is his style. And that is what is making him Game Boy. I'm saying that he's the best in the division. You understand? So, for me, if you believe you can beat him, somebody says Chinese and he keep beating you with the Chinese. You know, so for me as a boxing manager, I want my boy to win. And if he's winning, that's it.
In the future, do you foresee having more world title holders?
Yes, of course. Yeah, the league is going to. We are looking at before the 4 years, we should have at least maximum of 5 world champions, and it's possible. Yes, it's possible. Isaac Dogbe is seriously training there. A lot of other Ghanaians. Emmanuel Game Boy have just joined Isaac Dogbe there. So we have these two boxers at the leading role now. So I'm expecting the world title from the two of them. And we have other boxers in the world ratings. You know, when you get into the world ratings, anything can happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can fight the title at any time. Yeah.
I remember Isaac Dobbie was able to bring a world title fight in Ghana for one of his bouts, and since then it's been a long while since we witnessed a world title bout. Does the GBA have any plans of bringing a world title?
With the help of the promoters that we have in Ghana now, I'm sure we are going to have a world title. We have big promoters now in the system, and we also having a TV station, partner GBA. We will get a world title shot in Ghana.
It's good that today I'm here because when people bring issues to us as media, sometimes you want to question them. What are the benefits people get from having a license as a boxer in Ghana? What are the benefits it has?
A lot of benefits. If you don't have a license, you can't be a boxer. So if you are walking on the street and then somebody pick you, put it in the gym, before you fight in the ring, you need a license. So there is the license that gives you the opportunity to become a boxer. Without license, you are not a boxer. So that is the benefit. The license will make you a boxer.
And can someone without a license go into a fight and it's recorded somewhere else without your permission? Is it?
If you don't have a license, you can't fight.
Okay.
So how do you fight? You see, all over the world, before a boxer fights, you need a release letter from an authority like us. That is even a Ghanaian boxer. It's only in US that you fight, and then they, because of whatever reason we don't know, right? And they do it not only to Ghana, to other bodies as well. They want to give you a license to fight. After that's it, they take their money. Now, in all over the world, wherever you go, you need a license of a release letter from your country to fight.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. One of the things I remember reading when you came into office was the issue of fighting, ending or stopping fixed bouts, actual basic bouts where people travel out of the country to go and fight all these bouts, then we don't see them win the titles. Have you made any improvements?
Well, sometimes you think the people are living here to go and do Achiagbeshi. It's not all the boxers that live here to go and do Achiagbeshi. No, we stop all those things. Now we have good boxers that are fighting. We have the league, people are fighting. So there's nothing like Achiagbeshi anymore. The GBA have put up standards that we will not allow those things to happen. Yes. The fact that it happens, we are not going to allow it to happen again.
Okay, okay. So you are saying that from now onwards, you are not going to be seeing anything like that, because I realize that it has ended. That's the fact, because at first I used to get stories, and you get a boxer going out to fight and you realize that he goes into a bout and he loses and all that.
That is what I'm saying, that it is not everybody. Boxing, somebody can knock you round one. No? Somebody can knock you round two. You can finish the round. It doesn't mean it is Achiagbeshi. We, the GBA, will not give a sanction letter, release letter to a boxer that is. Do you know what is Achiagbeshi? Achiagbeshi is somebody who is not a boxer. It's not a qualifier that they used to do the small shows within the communities. You understand? So those ones, they do it within the communities. But when you want to travel, and we'll give you the letter of introduction and also a release letter. We don't give a release letter to a community boxer. You understand? The authority is serious. No, so that's why I keep telling you people that, you see, the media, when you hear something, come to the
That's why I'm here
secretariat.
today. That's
Yes,
why I'm here
yes.
today. And how has the support been? are you getting the needed support that you want in terms of getting the support to promote the boxing league and other boxers?
Yes, I just told you we have some sponsors on board. It's first time that we have IMA's group of companies and on board. Techno is on board, TCL, Renault, who gave us 2 brand new cars, you know, and I know a lot of sponsors are going to come. So the future is big.
My final question, as we wrap up, this is my final question. How is the licensing going? Have people now accepted, promoters and boxers accepted to be licensing their, getting their license proper?
Well, if you don't get your license, you can't do promotions.
Okay.
You understand? If you don't have a license, you can't be a boxer.
How much is the rate now?
Well, if you come, we just said it. If you go on the website,
okay,
you understand? A lot of people make a hula baloo about promoter's license. That is 3,000. You're a promoter. You want to promote boxing, and I keep saying that if you can't pay 3,000 to become a promoter, then what do you want to do with boxing? 3,000 Ghana cedis, and some people go and fight $200,000. You take your 22%. Your boxer fight, some of them take 33%. And to have a license to go and make $200,000, $500,000, $1 million to have that license, and you just pay 3,000 Ghana cedis to get that license to go and do promotions. Somebody like a ring announcer who, I know one ring announcer, when he climbed the rings, it takes 4,000 cedis per fight. Yes. And if we ask him to pay 500 cedis for his license, he's shouting. Wow. You see, let us be serious. Boxing is not for a joke, you understand? And they only pay this license once in a year. And you make a lot of money. Look at the monies that you run a show, you take a gate fee, a VIP, 100 cedis, VVIP 50 cedis, popular stand 40 cedis. You fill the stadium, make a lot of money. And to pay a new promoter, the one who is coming, but the old promoter is paying 1,000 cedis. It's 1,000 cedis the old promoters pay. 1,000 cedis. And they want to talk. The boxers, they pay 50 cedis.
Really?
The coaches, they pay 50 cedis.
That shouldn't be a worry.
You get a whole thing.
Maybe there's a misconception out there. That's why.
I'm saying that the boxers pay 50 cedis to renew their license. The coaches pay 50 cedis to renew their license. The ring announcer pay 500 cedis to renew his license. The promoters pay 1,000 cedis to renew their license. No. Yes, and they are complaining. I have reduced it that they should come and pay 300 cedis.
Okay.
Yes, they should pay 300 cedis.
All right. So that will be it for Sports Check. You just heard from the GBA president. He said the license rates have been reduced. So boxers, promoters, ring announcers, everyone should come and pay their license. Hopefully when I become a ring announcer, I'll also get my license so that I can operate successfully. Well, my name is Joseph Adamafi, and it's been an interesting conversation full of insight and information. Thanks for watching. I'll come your way another time.
The loss of a partner, nobody sort of would think and dream about it, but it will happen.
Have time. If it's your room, your couch, sit on it and cry. Like, mourn properly and don't pretend about it. Oh, I'm fine.
As to the choice as to should I quickly go in for a new one, it's your prerogative.
All right.
It's your choice.
You really have not healed to move on. Until you heal, you really should not move on.
You are going to listen to everything. You get confused. That is why if you're not careful, you fight them.
Yeah.
You raise your voice. You do those things.
What experience will teach you? There is no life coach that can teach you. You go through it alone.
Real marriage is when you are old.
Yeah.
That is why we're really dead. And yet, it's not what we're doing now.
Welcome to the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. This is your most informative socio-political program you can find online. We bring you facts and updates on issues that matter to you. My name is Ishmael. In this edition, we are going to ponder over the petroleum crisis, if I may call it that, in Ghana and in the world. And the pricing of petroleum products in Ghana especially is so high, and it keeps going high every day. We are going to discuss how we can, or even the government authorities can help bring this down, and also what contributes to the problems that we are facing now. Our guest is in the right position to speak to us about this issue. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back. This is the Lowdown. My name is Ishmael Akwe, and our guest is right here. He is the communications manager of the National Petroleum Authority, Mr. Mohammed Abdul Kudus. Welcome, Mohammed.
Thank you.
So the MPA is mandated by law to regulate the downstream industry, petroleum downstream industry in the country. What does that mean? Does that mean you are in charge of the pricing as well?
Oh, absolutely not. Let me say thank you for having me here in your studios. The Act of 205, Act 691, has defined our role clearly. We are supposed to regulate, monitor, and oversee activities of all petroleum-related activities actually in the downstream sector. So what it means is that right down from the importation of it, either refined or crude, to the storage or refining of them in Ghana, to the distribution and ultimate sale at the pump where you and I go to buy. That's basically what we do. So the regulating, monitoring, and overseeing does not include pricing.
But you said sale and pricing?
So I said to the ultimate sale at the pump,
yes,
by the suppliers. So we have to look at what they do, how they do it, and whether they are in conformity with the act as it has actually played out for them to follow. So our work is virtually cut out, that we should monitor, regulate, and then oversee that activity. Some would think that that activity should include pricing. Obviously not. There is a pricing formula that has actually stipulated how the price at the pump should be arrived at. The management and overseeing of that particular formula is with the National Petroleum Authority, but we do that in conjunction with the suppliers in the industry. So they would have to go and bring their products. So in bringing their product, they have a cost that they incur in the cost of the product itself. They have a cost that they incur in the acquisition of the dollar for the purchasing of the product, because as we are all aware, we don't use the local currency in procuring the product. It is in the international market to use the dollar, and there's a cost to pay for the dollar that they acquire to go and buy the product. Then there's a cost of freight that they need to transport the product from where they are bringing it from outside Ghana to Ghana. Then there is a loading facility, or if you want the storage facility that they're supposed to come and put the product in. All of it adds to the build up into the price. Aside that, so that's kind of ex-refinery, okay? So out of that, then we now bring in the margin that is expected of them to be able to recoup their investment, because they are not for the Christmas, obviously. They are people into business. So when they are bringing the product, they expect to have a certain return on their investment. We together with them would have to determine how much margin is acceptable. The law actually mandates us, and there is a department responsible for that. So the department in the MPA is responsible for the pricing. Yes, the pricing department.
So it's the MPA that plays a role also in the pricing.
So we don't determine. We virtually play like a certain policing responsibility. Okay, we ask you to bring the very ingredients that must add up to the price. So we independently verify to confirm, in fact, the information that you give us is true and a reflection of what is actually out there. Then we then agree and determine that, okay, so give us your indicative prices. Indicative prices here means this is the boundary within which I intend to sell the product to, okay, the consuming public out there. So you deposit that particular indicative prices with us.
So how come we see different prices at different fuel stations?
Absolutely. So fortunately, a lot of people don't know that we're not operating a certain perfect market out there where prices are the same. No. Because people go to bring them at different places, okay, they know how they get it. So let's assume that those of us in this room are all OMC holders who have to be dealing the product. Or even if you want the bulk oil distributors, the place you get your product from, because there are a lot of petroleum hubs across the world. Okay, we have the Rotterdam, we have the Singapore, we have a lot. So depending on where you go to get it, depending on how you get your forests, okay, and depending on how much it costs you to transport, your ultimate price build up could vary from one person to the other. So the prices will not be the same. That is why we at MPA and the pricing unit particularly would then demand of you to feed the unit with what you incurred, okay, in bringing the product and to want to sell the product to the ultimate consumer. Then we then put the taxes, the levies and margins on it, and we arrive at that. So the indicative prices, like I alluded to earlier on, you just give us the bracket within which you want to sell the product. We would only ensure that you don't sell it beyond what you say you would sell. But you are at liberty to sell below what you say, you tell us that you would be selling. Okay, so you would go to an OMC, depending on its market strategy, okay, would probably want to sell maybe a peso or 2 pesos less than a competitor who is just close. It's a marketing strategy, because to a lot of consumers out there, a peso means a lot. Okay, so when you go and you're going to buy the product, maybe as sensitive as you are to price, you determine to either buy from oil marketing company A or oil marketing company B. Okay, so the prices are out there. They are allowed to really sell it at the price that they wish to sell it, but obviously not above what they have posted with us at MPA as their indicative prices.
Currently, we have over 5,000 service providers with the MPA, right?
So it depends on the service provider you're talking about, because we have the OMC. If you move from the OMC, then we have the filling or service stations. Okay. So those are the ones that we buy from the pumps. They are in excess of 1,000. So they are in the numbers that you are mentioning. And then the OMC, I think they are about 370 thereabouts.
And you work with all of them?
We work with all of them.
Yes.
We work with all of them.
So do you sanction? Have you sanctioned any
Absolutely.
recently?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We are regularly on the field. So we have a quality unit, for example, that is responsible to ensure that the product that you sell to the consumer is of quality. One of the responsibilities of National Petroleum Authority is to ensure value for money, so that when the consumer goes to buy the product, the consumer must be getting a value in return commensurate to the amount of money that he or she has spent. And the value for money is not just in the quantity, but it's equally in the quality. So our department regularly goes out there to ensure that what the filling stations or service stations are selling are wholesome and of quality that we have set for them, so that if you don't, we close your station.
Can you give us some examples of some of these quality issues you've identified out there? For instance, let's say an OMC company brings in the oil, you do your testing. What do you normally find when you test?
Okay, so without pretending to understand more of the technical work of the quality department, because if my quality manager had actually been here with me, maybe he'll be able to speak to the minutest of the details that you'd expect. But we have a spec for which the product must qualify if you are bringing it out of Ghana into Ghana. Then we have the spec for the local refineries that we have in Ghana. We have 3 refineries in Ghana. So the spec is not the same as the spec for the one that we are importing or you are importing into Ghana. So when we come to you, you would certainly, when you bring it to Ghana, as this one is in the importer, bulk oil distribution companies, they would go and bring the fuel. When they bring it, they are supposed to go through the system of ascertaining the quality. Then they would come and inform us at MPA. We independently would also verify to be sure that, in fact, it meets the standard. If it doesn't, you take your product back wherever you bring it from. You won't sell it in our market. And we do that repeatedly. The risk of running down a business entity, okay, is what sometimes I particularly try to shy away from mentioning them. But we regularly publish some of them, because the contamination or the effect on the quality might not necessarily be the doing of the business person, but it could actually come out of the process. Like I said, you are buying it from somewhere, you are now going to transport it, you're supposed to store it. Out of this particular process, something small, an irresponsibility on the part of a player within the value chain could compromise the quality of it, not necessarily you, the business person. So if I start to mention names, okay, I might be a little unfair, okay, to the business and its a brand name.
Despite being a long time since you published some of these defaulters, I think it's right to continue publishing. But you don't need to mention names here.
Yeah. I think I'm trying to remember exactly when we did that, but before close of last year, we published some names.
It means since then everybody has been of good behavior.
Oh, so depending on the extent of the illegality. So there are some that we give you the benefit of the doubt, okay, but immediately we will close you down. Then to would get through the process to try to determine whether in fact what we saw and determined to be improper is actually the case. So when we go through the processes and in fact it is true, you probably are fined depending on what is stipulated in the act. Okay, we could fine you, we could seize your product. We have a lot of sanctioning regime that allows us how to deal with you. If it turns out that it probably was not intentional, or you didn't do it, or we probably got our whatever that we thought was wrong with you, rather on our part to be wrong, then we'd open up your station again and you continue to sell. So when a station is locked up, what it means is that that station has been determined to have had a certain infringement or is about to commit one. Okay, we normally try to err on the side of the consumer. Okay, not on the side of the business person. Okay. Because if it is unwholesome and we give you the benefit of the doubt and somebody puts it in his car or her car and it gets damaged, at least that would not be too fair. So we try to err on the side of the consumer. But when we take you through the process and we see that, oh, in fact, it was not your fault, it probably was our wrong observation, then we come back and open you again. So that's why I've repeatedly tried to advocate to the public out there that the quality of the fuel is not in the brand name. or it is not in the price. There are a lot of people who think that the price, and you know, it is a typical Ghanaian mentality. The higher the price, the quality of the product. You know that? A lot of people try to associate or marry price with quality. When I buy my shoe and I say I buy it at 50 cedis, probably somebody will not have a second look at it again.
So how do the consumers know if it's quality or not?
That's what I'm saying. That so if you see a station that is operating, the presumption must be that the quality of the product is guaranteed and of standard.
Every station?
Every station. Until and unless we lock them up. That's what I'm saying. So until and unless we lock them up, the presumption for every customer out there must be that the product from that particular filling station is of standard, is of quality, and is wholesome.
Let me bring us back to the pricing issue. I know you said, but you explained how the MPA is involved in determining the prices. However, we see a lot of, you know, pictures and screenshots and other things like that of prices of some fuel stations. How do we know if they are really using the approved price? Do you have any team, a team that goes out there to check pricing at fuel stations? Do you monitor? How do you do your monitoring?
Okay, so we, like I said, we have various departments who are charged with these responsibilities. Sorry, one has to do with the standards within which the station must operate. Okay, so we have a department that regularly goes out there all year round to make sure that what you are supposed to have at a filling station or a service station is indeed what you have there. So I keep using service or filling station because they are not the same.
Okay.
Service station is a pump station where you go to buy your fuel, where you can equally have vulcanizing or change of oil and those things. That's proper service station, is complete. The filling station is where you just can go and get just the petrol or the diesel that you come to buy. They don't have the allied activities that a service station should have. So each of them has a certain requirement that it ought to have to be able to be out there to operate. And so our monitoring and inspection department regularly goes out there to ensure that you have the infrastructure as it is supposed to pertain to the kind of place that you are operating, whether it's a filling station or a service station. We have a health and safety department, equally, that goes to ensure that you have what it takes in the event of an accident or something, so that we are able to arrest it. It doesn't blow into a proportion that we cannot all contain. So that department is equally there. Then there's another one that is responsible for the quality, like I mentioned for from the beginning. Then there's the one that also looks at the price, because regularly you would hear people would complain that I've seen the fuel, or probably I've bought a certain quantity at a different filling station. My gauge was to a certain point. I've gone to buy a same quantity and the gauge is not at the same point. Meanwhile, I'm buying from the same OMC. So maybe you buy from the OMCs are the Guels, the Totals, the Nasones, the Nagamnes. So all those with the board that you see the inscription on it, that's the name of the OMC. So the law is supposed to, the law says that so all OMCs, filling station and the one OMC sell the same price regardless of their location. So if you go to Guel in Tema, you get the same price as the Guel in Bolga, okay, because we have the uniform pricing formula that allows that.
So how do the consumers know they are not violating the rules? Because the consumers are seeing all the pricing on their boards in front of their fuel stations. How do we know? Do we come to MPA to tell them, well, I saw this change this day, but it's not the same as the fuel station in Bolga, which is cheaper, or maybe another one which is of a different OMC? How do we get to know? Is there any way we could do that?
Okay, so that is why by law they are supposed to advertise, okay, how much they are supposed to sell per liter. They are supposed to advertise that. If they don't have that, then our authority would have to take them on to understand why they don't.
How the authority know that?
So part of it has to do with the conversation we're having, for example, this morning, and then the consumer out there when they pick the information from our conversation, then they know that we have an office, we have a line dedicated by a staff who take complaints regularly. So that you are driving past a filling station, you see something irregular. Probably before the end of the show, I would give out the numbers. You see something irregular, you just pick your phone and call us. We don't need to send your name or your person to that particular place. We would go to the filling station immediately, and we have a department solely responsible for that, the consumer service. They are supposed to ensure that whatever that is untoward is corrected, and the consumer ultimately is not shortchanged. So we have that unit too that monitors the irregularities on the field, and then we get appropriate department that are supposed to go sanction them or take a certain action against them to go and do that. So we do that constantly.
Ghana is reported to be producing about 100,000 barrels of crude oil, and the question has always been coming up that why are we not using our own crude oil to be able to maintain or regulate the pricing of our fuel in the country? And I would want your answer right after this break. This is the Lowdown. My name is Ishmael. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back to the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ishmael, and our guest is the Communications Manager of the National Petroleum Authority, Mohammed Abdul Kudus. So we're talking about pricing, and you made it clear that there's a department that handles pricing, and also, the department is out there. They are looking at other things like quality control and everything else. However, one question that keeps coming up is, why is Ghana not using its own crude oil that is mining to be able to mitigate some of these effects of the petroleum issues out there, like the Russia-Ukrainian conflict that has affected petroleum sale and the prices and everything like that? How much is Ghana producing currently?
I try to hesitate in responding to that line of questioning or that particular subject matter, because we are not seized with that responsibility of mining. That's GMPC. But like I said, I hesitate, but I would still want to speak to it, because ultimately we're sharing information and trying to educate the public. And I spoke to our department, and there's a department responsible for research, and the information I have is that Ghana produces about 150,000 barrels per day. That is what is produced out of Ghana, 150,000 barrels. But the share of Ghana, of the 150,000, is just about 28,000 barrels. Yet we consume about 96,000 barrels a day as a country. You net that, you realize that we need more than we have or we get out of the production that we do in Ghana. So ordinarily, if you net it, you realize that we are net importers. Net importers. So somebody would ask, even if it is 28,000, and let's say that the projected price per the 2022 budget was around $70. Today we are talking about 130 United States per barrel. So you would be making a windfall. That windfall, I'm not too sure how it's going to be able to come in and mitigate, given the volume or quantity of fuel that we consume a day. Because like I said, if what we have as our share as government of Ghana is around 28,000, yet what we consume as a nation is around 96,000. Obviously that cannot be. So the proper so-called producing country of fuel, I'm not sure Ghana is there yet. even though Ghana could have a stream of a revenue source from that. But what it would take to give a certain sufficiency, I don't think that we are there yet. And so that question should not come if you ask me personally. But like I said, I hesitated. But because we are all trying to educate the public, because I've heard many have that discussion, suggesting that, but how are we producing fuel and then we are not having the benefit of it in Ghana? Obviously, because it's a stream of revenue to the budget of Ghana and the government particularly, there could be certain activities that are being used, okay, for that particular money. But to be able to offset the rising cost of fuel on the world market and what you and I buy at the pump, I'm not sure that will be possible, at least not in the near future. Okay,
with your job with the OMCs and working on the oil they bring in, the importation and all of that as part of your mandate, how many of them are importing from Nigeria? Is that an information you also have?
No, I don't have that information, and I would doubt that they really are bringing any a product from Nigeria. I don't have that information though, because like I said, there are two kinds of fuel that they normally bring. Either it is a crude oil that is brought to Ghana and it's refined by the oil refineries that we have in Ghana here, or they bring a finished product. Okay, and a lot of them, what happens is that they buy it around Amsterdam. Okay, they buy it around that particular majority of what we deal in. That doesn't mean that you cannot go elsewhere and went and buy it. But ultimately, whatever that you are bringing into this country must meet our specifications. If not, the quality control department of our authority, trust me, would stop you, and you as a business person might be running at a loss.
So where do you check the crude oil or the refined products? At the port?
Oh, okay. So like I said, there are two things. When you bring the product into the country, so if it is what is the term, finished product, you would have to go take it through the certification to tell us that the product is of the standard that we have put out. When you give us that, we do not just look at it and say, okay, when sell. We would also do our independent check, and we have a lab of our own that will also do the examination.
Is a lab in the office here?
Yes, it's in the office here.
Okay.
It's in the office here. It's probably would be something that one day I'll take you through to see a lot of things that are in the building that many people don't know. It's not just about the human beings, tables and computers. There are a lot of things that are doing wonderful work for us. Like today, we sit here and we see all the tankers that are moving within the country. Just in the office there, we see everything, we monitor.
If we say office there, we are talking about the office at Jolu.
Yes,
right?
just a 2-minute drive away from here.
Okay.
Yeah, so we have the mechanism, we have everything that we independently also verify. And when what we have checked matches up with what you have provided to us, it means that your product is of quality, is of standard, and then you are ready to go to the market with it.
So do they check with the FDA, the first certification? Do they get it?
Yes. So it is, they are independent thing to do.
Okay.
But obviously, FDA has that particular responsibility, so they check.
Before they bring it to you?
Yes, before they bring it to us. So when they bring the certificate, telling us that they have all the clear, okay, to go and sell it in the market there, who will take it? But still also come for a part of your product, take a sample, then come to our lab, independently verify. And then when we are sure of that, then you are ready to go.
Okay. And then you move to the next department because the pricing part of it.
Yes.
And all of that.
Yes. So the pricing part, like I said from the beginning, you would come and tell us how much it costs you. You understand? Right from the point of purchase to bringing it to Ghana here. And then when we do all the arithmetic, we would also independently verify. Because you add the cost of the forest. We know how much the forest should be. So you just don't come and quote any price to it at all. We know where you bought the product from. We verify from the product where you bought it. So we are sure. And the cost of freight, how much it costs you to transport, we know. So when we do all of that, that comes out with the ex-refinery. Then we then now bring the taxes, the margins that is supposed to go to the business person. Assuming you are the person bringing it, you would certainly have a certain margin you are expecting. Okay, we do that together. The pricing department does it with you. We then have the understanding that, okay, this is how much you've incurred. This is how much margin you should charge. When we add the taxes, levies that are supposed to be put to rate, then it becomes the X pump. And that is what you and I would now go to the pump station to go and pay for. So what we pay for is the cost of the product that is brought, the cost of the forest that is used in bringing it, the cost of the transportation that brought it, the margin that is supposed to go to the business person, the margin that is supposed to go to the dealer at the filling station or the service station, then the taxes that is supposed to go to government, then the margin that is supposed to go to statutory bodies. There are statutory bodies charged with responsibility in the fuel that we consume, and the wisdom of the framers of the act built in their margins into that, so that it doesn't take central government to always subvent them or give them money for them to do that work. That money is built in the prices that you and I go to the pump to buy. So take Boss, for example. Yeah. Boss has a margin. I'm not too sure if I'm right, but the margin is around 10 pesos per liter or so. So for every liter of fuel that you buy, you pay a certain margin that goes to Boss. And that is what Boss use in developing and maintaining its infrastructure. That is why you don't need a vehicle to come all the way from Bolga to Tema to come and load. There's a Boss depot in Bolga. There's a Boss depot in Bupi. There's a Boss depot in Kumasi. Then there's a Boss depot in Tema. Okay, that allows storage and distribution of fuel easily and regularly, so we don't have a shortage.
So how long does it take to go through that process for the OMCs?
I might not be able to tell that. I did not probably anticipate this particular question. You know, as we do it at the communication, you try to take your briefing, okay, and then you come and speak to the public. I've not taken my briefing on that. Maybe subsequently I'll get that information.
Okay, so that's fine. This is the lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. We are talking about fuel pricing and how our petroleum products go through the MPA's system before they get onto the market. I know in the past we used to see some fuel stations that use glass bottles and they pump it that way, and it's very traditional, very local. Do we have any nowadays, or there's none?
We call them the Gao. They are still in the system, but they are restricted in their operational areas.
Okay.
They are not supposed to operate within the metropolis or the district capitals, because the presumption is that there must be a filling station at those places. But there are places that you don't find filling stations there, and vehicles ply on those routes. You certainly need them. They too we monitor, we regulate and oversee their activities to ensure that they are working within standards.
So they are legal?
They are legal.
And they have certification?
They have certification.
Okay.
We call them the Gao. Yes, that's still there. What we don't allow or tolerate is those that who are selling on tabletops.
Okay.
So those are the ones that are mostly patronized by taxi drivers and motorcycles. They just go by the roadside. That we don't allow because the hazard is too much.
Okay.
So they are outlawed, and the police is working with us to make sure that they are not in the system. But you see, the nature of their operation makes it easier to want to outwit the security agencies and MPA particularly, because it's a tabletop. You understand? You chase them out, they change your location. You chase them out, they change your location. And MPA, given our limited number, even inclusive of the police, we cannot be at all of the places all of the time. Okay? So that is why we try to encourage the consuming public to, as much as possible, report to us so that we will go and fish them out. Because we don't monitor them, because we don't regulate them, we are not able to guarantee the kind of quality of product that they sell. And if you buy that into your vehicle or motorcycle, the possibility of it getting destroyed is higher. So we are asking people not to patronize them. There are a lot of people who say that, oh, when you go to buy their product, it is either cheaper or is higher in quantity. You understand? But you don't know where they are buying their things from. You don't know what kind of product that they are selling. And so fuel adulteration is something that we are working so seriously at. And the last time I checked, I think we've been able to reduce the preponderance of that from a percentage of around 23 to around 5%, okay, in the system. That's how we've fought this particular menace, and we've not stopped. We continually are doing that, and so regularly, every year, we have what we call the Consumer Week celebration, where we choose a location and go and educate the people, and depending on the issue that is on the table or the burning issue at that time, we make it the team and try to rally people around to get that particular thing eradicated.
Okay.
Presently, it appears that adulterated fuel is of a major concern. So last year we were in Ho, where we had the Consumer Week celebration, where we sensitize and try to educate people on the effect of buying adulterated fuel and the need to report to us anytime you have a suspicion or evidence of one, so that you come to us.
We'll come to the consumer part, and you also tell us how one can get certified to run a fuel station or a service station. We'll be right back after this break. This is a lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. Welcome back from the break. This is the lowdown. My name is Nia Akwe, Ishmael Akwe. Our guest is Mohammed Abdul Kudus. He is the communications manager, for the National Petroleum Authority. So we're talking about some consumer activities we've held in Ho and other places. So what exactly do you expect to get from the consumers in terms of the fuel that's bought?
Okay, so we expect a feedback, particularly complaints, okay, so that when you go and buy something that is unwholesome, or you go and buy something that doesn't meet the standard, okay, we encourage consumers to report to us. We have a dedicated lines with dedicated officers regularly, okay, that if
Are they in every region? Or
yes, okay, so MPA is in the traditional 10 regions. Okay, the new or additions that has been made to the number of regions, we are yet to have offices in them. But outside the Savannah, Northeast, OT, part of Bono, that is where we don't have. But the traditional previous 10 regions, we have offices across. And when you call us at the center, depending on where you are calling us from, we just call a particular unit at a particular location to go and ensure that what has been complained to us indeed is true. And if it is true, we immediately stop the station from dispensing or probably apply our sanctioning regime to you.
You wanted to mention the number
to us? Yes, the numbers are 054 500 611. 054 500 611.
So we can report any filling station.
And other, yes, we have 054 500 6112. The other one is 054 500 6111. This one is 054 500 6112. And we have a Vodafone toll-free line. So if you are using Vodafone and you call that, you call it at no fee at all. And that is 0800 123 00. 0800 12300.
And what are some of the things you would want people to call when they see going wrong at filling stations or service stations?
Anything that they are unsatisfied with or about.
They'll call you about pricing.
You see, when you call us about pricing, we probably have the opportunity to educate you, to let you know that we don't determine prices at MPA, okay, because it is a free market out there. And that is what the amendment of the Act in 2015 envisaged, and said that let pricing be determined by the people, depending on where they are coming from with the product. So practically what is happening today is the forces of demand and supply. When the price goes up in the international market, it goes up at the pump. When it comes down on the international market, it comes down at the pump. That's what we do.
Okay. And now this very teeming question. How rich are you supposed to be? Or which political, position do you need to have to be able to own and run a fuel station business in this country? Since you are given the certification.
Yes, that's an interesting question. You know? Yeah, so everything starts and ends with us. Because the Act of 2005, Act 691, has actually empowered us to license whoever wants to deal in anything related to fuel in Ghana, and particularly if you want to site a filling station. So 2 things. One could be the OMC, the oil marketing company. To have an oil marketing company license, you must have a minimum of 7 filling stations.
Okay.
Okay, you must have 7 filling stations.
That's a rich person, obviously.
Rich person. That's relative. That's relative. But obviously, you don't need a sole proprietorship to establish that. It could be a partnership, it could be a company where you pool resources, okay, and come and invest. I'm not sure my law would allow me. If not, I probably after this show will be partnering you so that we acquire a license. So in the acquisition of the license for a bulk oil distributor, that's the people who import, okay, into the country, you would have to come to the National Petroleum Authority with your application. So we would assess your capacity, as in the expected charge that we are supposed to give you, the storage facility that you are supposed to put your product in, the the financial statement that guarantees your ability to run the license. When we are certified per our law, will allow you to operate and give you the license accordingly. Then we have the oil marketing company. They are virtually like the intermediaries. If you go and bring it from abroad, you don't sell it. You are supposed to sell it to an intermediary. The intermediary is the oil marketing company, what we call the OMC. So they are supposed to have a minimum of 7 filling stations to qualify to run. You also would have to come to MPA. Okay, give us every documentation that we require that you are qualified for a license. Then when we give you the license, you go and operate. If you as an individual want to be in the fuel business, but you don't have the capacity to be a BDC, as in importing the fuel, or you don't have the capacity to be an OMC that is having a minimum of 7 filling stations, but you know that you probably can put up 1 filling station, you are supposed to come through the OMC. You can't on your own come to us. You're supposed to come through the OMC. So we have what they call the no objection letter. You come to us, then we'll now set you out to go and bring documents that shows that that area, first of all, has been zoned for a commercial business. Okay. 2, that place is out of danger. So it is not too close to a school. It is not probably too close to a welder. It is not too close to the road. You understand? So you bring all of that. When you bring it to us at MPA, we would then now, assuming all of that has been ticked correct for you, you've gone to Town and Country Planning. Town and Country Planning, they now have a sexy name. I'm not able to recollect immediately. They've changed something special and something. So they would have to zone areas, residential, commercial, what is it called, market, and those things. So when you go to them, they would have to tell us whether that place is actually zoned for commercial business, because you are going to go into a commercial activity. Then you go to fire service. Fire service must be able to guarantee that, in fact, for every fire standard that is supposed to be available so you don't get yourself into trouble in the event of fire, then they also tick. Then you go to EPA. Then APA will also look at it and assess everything. So all of that, and the district assembly would all certify. If they all agree that you can do it, then you now come to us at MPA. Then we would also now have 2 things that we want to look at. How close are you to the nearest filling station? What is the standard of your infrastructure? Do you have what it takes to really operate? Okay, do you have, let's say, a washroom? Because washroom is mandatory and a requirement at the service stations. Okay. You get to the filling station to buy a fuel, and probably you need to attend to nature score. There must be a washroom. So part of that would ascertain that. When we are satisfied with all of that, then we will now license you. So it is not a guarantee that because Town and Country Planning has certified you or EPA has agreed with you. No, you do not need a political connection to come to MPA to acquire a license. No, all you need is your proof of documents. Somebody will say pink sheets, right? You bring them to us. We'll look at them. When everything is clear, then you are free to go. And so at the end of it, it is the board that determines, not even the chief executive. The chief executive only signs on the letter that you have licensing you to be in that particular business, but it is the board that takes that decision.
So the board of the MPA takes a final decision
Absolutely.
to give license to individuals
Absolutely.
to operate fuel stations.
Absolutely. So the license, it starts normally with the inspection and monitoring, when they have to go to the field to ensure that everything they require of you, you have it. Then it comes to the licensing department. They also do their own checks and everything. When they are satisfied, they now write to the chief executive, who minutes it to the board. The board looks at it and takes the decision. You are supposed to have a license, you are not supposed to have a license. That also includes even those that we deactivate their license.
Indeed, you need to be powerful to be able to get through this successfully, because
it's about your paperwork.
Your power, yes.
No, it's about your paperwork. Once your paperwork is good, would work.
Well, this is very interesting, because we see a lot of fuel stations, a lot of filling stations, and people say this belongs to this political person, that belongs to that person, and we see all of them. But you know, it's part of the business.
Yeah, you see, I don't think that politics must be a barrier to somebody's wish to be in business. It's a choice. The person decided to be in politics. Okay, you have no idea why probably the person decided to be in politics. Okay, maybe it's for somebody who he admires and decided to join the political party of the person, but ultimately the person is a business guy or a businesswoman and employs a lot of people who probably he has no idea of their political affiliation, their ethnic background, their religious denomination or anything. So you don't need anything. Like I said, all you need is in your evidence of your qualification. We assess you based on that. It doesn't have to take a phone call from a certain politician or a religious leader or a chief in a traditional place to authorize us to give you no.
Well, there's an interesting thing you mentioned. That's every filling station needs to have a washroom.
Yes.
Before they are given the license, part of the requirement.
Yeah.
But I don't think we see a lot of that. And personally, I've been to some filling stations. They don't even want to give you access to their washrooms.
Okay, so not wanting to give might not be the same as not having. Okay, they probably are having, and maybe a certain abuse.
But they're supposed to have it for the public.
I agree with you. They are supposed to open it up to the public. Well, this I've not actually found out from my inspection and monitoring department whether they've encountered that. So this could be part of the things that we need to be told. And we've had incidents of people reporting filling stations, service stations who are having washrooms that are not proper or fit for purpose. When we get that particular information, we'll come to you.
Okay.
Yes, we'll come to you and ensure that it is there. Like you said, there could be the possibility of some having it, not open it to the public, but immediately MPA shows up at the station, they open for MPA to see that, okay, they have it. But like I said, because we cannot be at all of the places all of the time, you and any other person who visits the place, for example, and has a problem, you report to us. We would have to go there and make sure that you are opening it to the public and it is fit for purpose.
Are supermarkets part of the things you look out for when people are opening service stations or even stations?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. The mat, they sometimes open some of the mat, but it could add up to the value. But it is not a requirement.
It's not a requirement.
No.
And the banks and the other things that are attached to some of the
it probably is an added value, because so if I'm going to have to do a banking transaction or buy 1 or 2 groceries, okay, and my fuel is equally running down, and you have one, you could be attracted, okay, or you could be an attraction for me to want to come there and then buy, then do my little shopping. So there are added features, okay, that adds to the value and standard of the place, not necessarily a standard requirement for which you don't have, will not grant you the license, not at all.
Okay. So when is the next, inspection going to be done? Is it going to be...
Regularly, as we speak, people are on the field.
They are on the field.
Regularly.
And this time we may have some reports out there of the findings, or we don't need to know.
No. Oh, we will. Okay, so, like I said, before the close of last year, we published some. The next one that we're going to be publishing, you see, a lot of the time we put them on our website and then some selected newspapers. I try and talk to my director, and then we probably make GhanaWeb an ally, because GhanaWeb is a traffic zone where a lot of people go to look for their information. So probably make an ally out of you, so that those information we share, and then the public can get to know that, in fact, we've been sanctioning a lot of them. There are a lot who we've deactivated from our system of loading. Before you load for, we have to give you the access. Yeah. And the system is controlled by us at the head office there. Immediately we take you off the database, you cannot load for. You can't, and your filling station will be locked up. You don't have full at all. Maybe people don't know all of this thing. Like I said, we might look for a day, and then you would have a walk through our office and see the infrastructure or the technology with which we work.
You are looking forward to that.
Absolutely.
And recently, the chief executive of MPA, he was calling on investors to invest in some of I mean, the petroleum, outstream activities in the country. Have you received any investments so far?
Oh, I think this call has just been made. You know, Ghana is being showcased in Dubai. The expo, the 1 year long expo that they are doing, Ghana is being showcased. I saw a picture of Burj Khalifa decorated in the colors of the Ghana flag, and I felt so proud of that. The president is there. A lot of the chief executives of the various agencies and ministries are there, and they are taking 10 to sell what they have. And our chief executive, Sheikh Dr. Mustafa Abdul Hamid, took his turn and decided to woo the investor community out there to come and do business in Ghana. One, because we are one of the safest places you can talk about within the sub-region. And two, we have a certain regulatory regime that guarantees you, one, a protection of your investment, and two, the expected return for which you come to do the investment. And so he's trying to encourage them to come here. We would want a lot of refineries in Ghana. We don't have that much. Like I said, we have just about 3. And even with 3, 2, Tor is not fully functional. And the other 2, their capacity is so small. So we'd want investment in that particular sector. We'd want investment in the oil jetty fields, where the ship comes to anchor and then to deliver the product that it is carrying. So we have a lot of places in the downstream sector that MPA is responsible for, that investors can come and invest and be guaranteed of their returns. And that is what my chief executive in Dubai, I think since Friday, has been doing.
Well, investment will be good for the country, and definitely we all want the best for Ghana. This is the lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. Our guest is Mohammed Abdul Kudus. Thank you for coming. He is the communication manager for MPA, that's the National Petroleum Authority. We'll be right back every Monday and the next Monday on all of GhanaWeb's digital platforms. My name is Ni Akwe Ishmael. Akwe, be safe.
Legally binding and as progressive as it is, it made no mention of gender-based violence. Most states have signed and ratified this treaty except for the USA, which has signed but not ratified. Iran, Somalia, Sudan, and Tonga are non-signatory states to the CEDAW Treaty. The year 1985 saw the largest of its kind in international women's conferences held in Nairobi, and its main themes were equality, development, and peace. Peace being not simply the absence of war, but also the freedom from violence against women. Good governance is judged by certain criteria, and according to the African Development Bank, good governance should have the following features: accountability, transparency, combating corruption, participation, legal and judicial reforms. The Vienna World Conference on Human Rights in 1993 was forced to address women's issue as a human rights issue because of the violence and sexual abuse against women that occurred in Yugoslavia at the time. Sadly, not much has changed as sexual violence against women and boys is used as a weapon of warfare. The Fourth International Women's Conference held in Beijing in 1995 made human rights and women's participation in decision-making key at all levels. One of the recommendations was for the countries to have gender desks in the ministries, departments, and agencies, including security services. It, however, cautioned against the specific establishment of women's ministries, as these would take gender issues to the periphery, as the ministry would be saddled with all matters gender-related. The conference also discussed the eradication of poverty, women in armed conflict, and violence against women, all of which have become topical again as we scan the horizon globally. In the aftermath of the Beijing conference came the 1998 Winter Peace Conference, in which Namibia collaborated with Bangladesh to champion the Women, Peace and Security agenda, culminating in the adoption of UN Security Council Resolution 1325. This resolution recognized the disproportionate impact of conflict on women and focuses on gender balance, gender mainstreaming, accountability. Gender balance advocates the increase in female participation and representation. Gender mainstreaming is about the consideration of special needs of women in conflict, post-conflict reconstruction and development, and electoral procedures, policing, and access to justice. Following UN Security Council Resolution 1325 came supplementary resolutions such as 1820, 1888, 1889, 1960, 2122, and 2242, each of which built upon the previous resolutions. As the UN Security Council resolutions progressed, emphasis is shifted to sexual violence. The UN Security Council Resolution 1889 focused on participation of women in the various bodies and sectors and emphasized the need for capacity building in women. The UN Security Council Resolution 1960/2010 now has the names of people or groups that are credibly suspected of crimes of sexual violence against women, and further states that the UN Security Council can institute sanctions against those on the list. The UN Security Council Resolution 2242/2015 recognized the changing context of peace and security, discussed conflict prevention and participation of women, as opposed to overemphasis on protection through military means. Within the resolutions are recommendations for member states to adopt national action plans to address gaps in 1325 and ensure that practical steps are taken to ensure the Resolution 1325 is implemented. Even though it has been addressed as security issues specifically by the UN, there are political, developmental, social, educational, and other aspects of women's roles that are perhaps being forced into the security sector for obvious reasons. The chronological account of the inception of the WPS agenda is an indicator of the fact that the issue of gender balance and mainstreaming are still not fully implemented by countries across the globe. 2 decades after UN Security Council 1325, a report by the Women's International League for Peace and Freedom found that the 3 primary challenges to progress on women, peace, and security are 1. Militarism and militarization, 2. The patriarchal and political underpinnings of the agenda, and 3. The lack of accountability for implementation. The challenges to the WPS agenda include lack of awareness, lack of commitment among main actors, and the lack of or inadequate resources or absent gender desks. And as it's known, some cultures do not regard women as equal to men in society, and sadly, others do not view sexual violence against women as a crime. And women generally are seen to have different leadership styles, which should be explored as part of resolving some of these challenges globally. There are not enough women in various leadership positions to drive the gender balance and mainstreaming aspects of the WPS agenda. The basic structure of education in most countries does not have gender sensitization and mainstreaming as part of its formal curriculum. and there is still a considerable amount of resistance in most sectors to increase the proportion of women to at least 30% recommended by the UN Security Council. Furthermore, there tends to be a narrowed focus on states in conflict or emerging from conflict without enough focus on the nations that are at peace or in relative stability. This usually means that the opportunities to create a paradigm shift in a peaceful situation are often lost as preference is given to conflict situations. Good governance includes participation in economic activities and politics, of which frequent, fair, and free elections are an important component. Unfortunately, within the political arena, the vicious verbal and sometimes physical attacks on women who dare to run for political office serves as a disincentive to other women who might be well qualified but might not be able to withstand the levels of gender-based abuse that women face in politics. There must be structures in place for the enforcement of law and order and for ensuring justice for victims of crime in order to function optimally within a gender-sensitive lens and to provide further equity and equal opportunities to women. In the area of peace building and post-conflict reconstruction and development, there are not enough women at the negotiating table, whether because of cultural and sometimes religious barriers that are placed in their way, or the fact that there are just not enough women with the capacity to fill those slots. The studies have shown that having women at the negotiation table improves outcomes and ensures that there is more sustainable peace. The CEDAW and the Security Council Resolution 1325 and many others, including international humanitarian law and international human rights law, find themselves in a gray area in more recent times as they were crafted with conventional warfare in mind. And however, now most conflicts today have transboundary components, making them sometimes intrastate with an international dimension, resulting in complexities with regards to the application of international criminal law. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the Women, Peace and Security agenda is difficult to water down into a homogeneous concept simply because, based on culture, social and economic spectrum in the various states, they constitute some sort of a global arena. And these concepts are built around the concepts of leadership and governance from the point of view of men, with very little reference to the opinions or contributions of women. The social constructs existing in the arena of international relations and governance have been centered on the way men think and behave as a generalization. In attempting to improve the representation and participation of women in politics, economics, and peace building, the core of these concepts must be examined and adjusted to make room for the feminine component, as it obviously is lacked in the current situation as we see it, in order to have women breaking the glass ceiling, I beg your pardon. It would appear in some ways that the overdominance of the male factor in the spheres of governance globally has only exposed a greater defect in our social construct, which we cannot continue to ignore. Nevertheless, the pursuit of empowerment of self, as well as economic and political empowerment, must be in synergy with gender mainstreaming, which is progressive and multidimensional, and gender balance, all of which can be appropriately addressed through effective, achievable, and culturally aware national action plans and national development policies. This demands a horizontal and vertical approach to behavior modification, education in the various states, and must translate and be applicable at the smallest units of society, the family, and at the basic level of formal education in order to have a real impact. I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, before I will invite contributors, let me make this comment. Leadership, please. I think we need to restructure the way questions are admitted into the House. Statements are brought to the House. Some of the statements are too lengthy, and they are like theses. So I think leadership, we have to look at it again. Because per article, our order 72, we shouldn't spend more than 1 hour on statements. But at times we use 10, 15 minutes to read the statement. Then we also ask contributors, and it will take a lot of our precious times. It's important we admit them, but please, let's look at how we structure for our own good. I think I'm bringing it to your attention. Yes.
I think you're right, and I'm surprised. I thought my brother, my colleague, the Honorable Muntaka, would have shown a good example, because I recall not too long ago he had also nudged and raised the matter which had been dealt with. So probably he would have shown a good example by equipping his member to fall in line and to recognize that fact. I'm surprised this came up, but whatever it is, Speaker, we have taken a cue, and proceeding or going forward, we will be guided accordingly and make sure we don't repeat this.
Honorable, it should be made clear. It's not only in respect of Honorable Senator's statement. It's a general statement that I'm making. Yes.
So thank you very much for that bill, because I wanted to draw his attention that it's not a one-sided thing. Now, Speaker, you recall that I have raised this, and I think that probably it's time for us to implement it. Yes, if you read the standing orders, nowhere is he giving specific time per statement. He said that there will be 1 hour allocated for statement, meaning that you can have 10 statements, 15 within. Now, Speaker, we can look at best practices elsewhere. Speaker, I know in Congress, you cannot take the floor of Congress to make a statement that will last maximum 5 minutes. In fact, the average time is 3 minutes. If your statement is lengthy, you submit it and then the details will be captured. So it is for you to raise the salient point, and then whoever is contributing will not equally be given more than 3 minutes to also contribute. But unfortunately, we have left the thing ajar over the period. And unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, I agree with you. And partly, we the leaders are to be blamed, because speakers will insist that leaders must recommend the statement. But sometimes your colleague is standing on you, and you think that you are passing the buck to the speaker by just recommending, even though you notice that it's lengthy. And speakers, upon seeing the recommendation from leaders, find it difficult to comment about the text. But Speaker, I hope we take note and ensure that statements that we recommend to your office are not just brief, but straight to the point, so that it will help in the management of the time. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, let me now invite contribution. Yes, Honorable Member for Busa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by commending the maker of the statement, Dr. Zenato Ajiman Rollins.
Dr. Zaneto, not Zenato.
Dr.
Zaneto.
Zaneto.
Yes.
Dr. Zaneto.
Exactly.
Thank you for the correction. Mr. Speaker, the title of the statement is very apt, and she elected to write on the evolution and challenges of women in peace and security. It is a truism, Mr. Speaker, that women bear the brunt when conflicts erupt the world over. And so, for me, this statement is very apt. It is made at a time when the Ukrainian-Russian conflict is raging on. And, Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt in my mind that after the end of the conflict, we are going to chronicle quite a number of abuses particularly targeted at women and girls. And that is why the maker of the statement was very quick to allude to UN Resolution UNSCR, United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325. This is a very important UN Security Council resolution which impacts positively on women and girls in general, particularly when conflicts erupt and even when we enter the next stage of conflict, which is conflict resolution and reconstruction. Mr. Speaker, UN Security Council Resolution 1325 is anchored on 4 major pillars, and the maker of the statement has addressed the pillars that anchor the resolution, and I want to refresh the memories of the House by making specific reference to the first pillar, which is on participation. And what does this pillar seek to achieve, Mr. Speaker? When conflict erupts and we are seeking to reconstruct after conflict or to resort to the adoption of peace measures to curb conflict, Mr. Speaker, it is important that women participate in the process from the beginning to the end. In times past, women were completely excluded, but if we consider the fact that they are the ones who suffer most when conflicts break out, then we would understand why it is important to involve them in peace negotiations, peace building efforts, and even reconstruction. Mr. Speaker, UN peace support operations now makes it mandatory for countries that decide to contribute troops to the peacekeeping effort sponsored by the United Nations to ensure that amongst their troops are women. Because when you deploy women in conflict zones, Mr. Speaker, they are able to perform special duties and tasks that men ordinarily would not be able to perform. For instance, Mr. Speaker, when you are required to search armed combatants in a conflict situation, should we allow male soldiers to search female soldiers? But that is what has been happening most of the time. When you do that, Mr. Speaker, you violate the rights of women. You can imagine the male soldier asked to search females because they are suspected to be part of an armed insurrection. You end up, you touch certain parts of the female that ordinarily men should not touch. But these things happen. And so when you have a situation where women are made to participate in peacekeeping efforts, and there is the need for fellow women to be searched, for instance, they are able to search their fellow women without violating them. Their right to privacy. Yes, Mr. Speaker is laughing, but this is very true, Mr. Speaker. They want me to demonstrate, but I will not do that. It's very important.
Don't be drawn into that temptation.
But most important of all, Mr. Speaker, there is evidence. It has been proven that when you involve women in peace negotiations, at the end of the day, you are able to fashion out strategies for conflict resolution which are more acceptable to warring factions than when you limit the exercise to only men. Mr. Speaker, why is it so? Women have natural gifts. They understand men better than we understand ourselves. And so when you are seeking to resolve conflict, even in our local homes, Mr. Speaker, when men are unable to resolve very nagging issues, very complex issues, oftentimes what the men do is that they decide to go into their inner rooms. Even the chiefs do that. And who are the people who are found in the inner rooms, Mr. Speaker? The old woman sitting there is the one who would normally issue all the guidelines, give us guidance. And when they return to the quarters where, Mr. Speaker, men are gathered to resolve conflict, they are able to resolve the conflict better. These things happen even in our chief palaces across the country.
Honorable, hold on. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, may I refer you to Standing Order 72. And urge the member for Busa North, Sandema MP, to comment briefly on the subject matter under discussion. He wants to even speak more than the member from Procedural. It's very unfair. Is it the fact that he's the ranking member for Defense and Interior and she's also a member? So I don't know what he wants to belabor. So, Council, please be brief. You want to cry more than the brief?
Yes, ranking member.
Mr. Speaker, Member Petroleum is my brother, so he's completely out of order.
Honorable member is quoting Standing Order 72, which is actually asking you to be brief. Just comment briefly. So just take you.
Very well, very well, very well. Very well. Mr. Speaker, in fact, I'm speaking for the women in particular because my mother is a woman. I have a lot of sisters.
You are to comment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me touch briefly on the other pillars. The resolution 1325 is anchored on. I've dealt with one. The second is the protection bit. That is the second pillar that UN Resolution 1325 is anchored on. And Mr. Speaker, what this pillar enjoins us to do is that when there is conflict, when there is armed conflict, we must all strive to protect women and girls from sexual exploitation. And this is very common. Whenever there is conflict,
Chibok girls,
rape, he is making reference to the abduction of the Chibok school girls, Mr. Speaker. Most of them, when eventually they were rescued, they came back heavily pregnant. Some actually gave birth to children. And the children were products of rape. Victims, those girls became victims of sexual violence. So this pillar enjoins all of us to ensure that women are fully protected when there is armed conflict. Then we have the third...
Honorable rank member, please wind up.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm concluding. The third pillar talks about prevention. And if we have to prevent, it means that those who perpetrate violence against women in armed conflict, we must ensure that they are prosecuted to serve as a deterrent. The fact that you are in a situation of war doesn't mean you can take the law into your hands and do anything. After the war, Mr. Speaker, steps must be taken to prosecute perpetrators of violence. The last pillar, and in conclusion, is the recovery effort. And Mr. Speaker, oftentimes recovery here would mean that women who flee violent conflict and become refugees would have to be well treated under the UN Refugee Convention. So our refugee camps, and this country has a number of refugee camps. I had the opportunity to talk quite a number of them. The recovery effort in those refugee camps were not up to standard because special room must be created for women. For instance, Mr. Speaker, special bathrooms, places of convenience must be designated for the women. But in most refugee camps, you find that men and women share the same facilities. That is not a healthy development at all. And so, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I'd like to commend the maker of the statement for bringing these issues to the fore. Thanks for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, let him come to you, Wild West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me thank the maker of the statement, and I think that I'll be careful in mentioning the name. I hope that my senior colleague, Honorable Kodo, will hear me right. Honorable Dr. Zanato Ajman Rollins. It is a fantastic statement that is timely made. Mr. Speaker, I am saying the statement is timely because we sit in this country today and we are seeing what is happening in Boko. So when we are talking about the power of the woman in finding resolution to conflicts, when we are talking about UN Security Council Resolution 1325, which was adopted in the year 2000 to ensure that discrimination against women in the area of finding solution to conflict is done away with, it is an important thing for us to note that the UN itself has 3 core values, and the last one has been modified since after the introduction of the UN Council Resolution 1325. Integrity, respect for diversity, and professionalism. Today we talk about respect for diversity and gender. We are talking about gender mainstreaming into every aspect of human life. Mr. Speaker, the disproportionate and unique impact of conflict on women is so important for us to note that you cannot go ahead to find solution to such conflict without the involvement of women. Mr. Speaker, I may share a very short story. In the year 2000, I participated in finding a lasting solution to the Darfur conflict. And peacekeepers flew down from New York to Darfur, and we visited a rebel base. Mr. Speaker, after receiving briefing from a rebel leader for 30 good minutes, all the men in the team went silent. It was a woman who rose to her feet and said, "Yes, Commander, we understand the frustration, we understand why you are fighting, and we understand that you structured this conflict to last for about 50 years. But the truth remains that there is no single conflict in the world that has ever been resolved with a bullet. We must talk." And that was when all the men in the team began to realize that we have to jaw. It was the power of the woman. Sometimes the men are so emotional. Mr. Speaker, when listening to the maker of the statement, she talks about sexual exploitation and abuse. Mr. Speaker, sexual exploitation and abuse is not only prevalent in conflict zones, it is also very prevalent even in normal times. Sexual exploitation has to do with what? Differential power in the packet. Many times, even in Ghana, the haves try to exploit the have-nots. And sometimes you think that the lady you are after is falling in love with you because you are truly a man, but it's just because you have a heavy packet. And that amounts to exploitation. Mr. Speaker, the issue of Boko that I raised, it's an important aspect because the National Peace Council must have attention drawn to UN Security Council Resolution 25. We cannot continue to find a lasting solution to the Boko conflict without recourse to the power of the woman in ensuring that that disproportionate and unique impact that it has on the people of Boko, women, or on the people of Boko, or the women of Boko, will have to be factored into the solution. Mr. Speaker, we have women of substance, be they Mamprusis, Kusasis, or Ghanaians in general. And this statement will be a guide for us to shine as an example that Ghana is capable of handling our own affairs. We don't need any international intervention. We have the capacity to find a lasting solution to the Boko debacle. It's been long overdue, and the time to hold it by the horn is now. In brief, Mr. Speaker, gender mainstreaming is a very important element if we want to talk about respecting the UN Security Council Resolution 1325. If you look at many security agencies in this country now, many of them are enhancing their recruitment processes to ensure that a lot of women are getting into the system. And I can tell you as a matter of fact that the Ghana Police Service has gone beyond 25% of women in uniform. And they are gradually getting to the 30% minimum required by the United Nations. And I think that that is a plus, and we all have to applaud them for that. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, women suffer more than any other person. Children suffer more than any other person. But the men, we are always the ones, in many occasions, leading the battle. But when it comes to creating a solution, we think that the women are not unnecessary. It is on this note that I thank the Speaker once again for bringing this matter up to the front burner, and all of us ought to take a look at it and respect UN Security Council Resolution 1325. It is almost 22 years that it was passed, and I think that the impact on international peace and security cannot be overemphasized. On this note, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Well, thank you very much. Leadership, do you bring statement time to a close, or should we
Speaker, there is an outstanding. There's the last one. There's the last one to be delivered by Honorable Ablapa, and we'll be done with statement.
Is it the one by Honorable Kujotu? Yes. Very well. Honorable members, we have the third statement, and the statement is by Ranking Member on Parliamentary Affairs on the urgent need for Ghanaian universities to create a special academic transfer dispensation for Ghanaian students evacuated from Ukraine. Honorable Member for Northtown, you have the floor now.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I am immensely grateful to you for the opportunity to make this statement on the urgent need for Ghanaian universities to create a special academic transfer dispensation for our young Ghanaian compatriots, the admirably courageous students who have been evacuated from Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, as many honourable members may be aware, I have only recently returned from Romania, the friendly nation on the southern border of Ukraine, where I went to visit students who had managed to escape from the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which began on the 24th of February 2022. When I arrived in Bucharest, Mr. Speaker, in the morning of Wednesday, 2nd March 2022, that beautiful city was hosting some 200 Ghanaian students, the largest number when compared to students who had sought refuge in other Ukrainian neighboring countries such as Hungary, Poland, Moldova, Slovakia, and the Czech Republic. Mr. Speaker, we do know that the conflict in Ukraine appears far from over. The United Nations Human Rights Office reported on Tuesday last week that it had verified 1,335 civilian casualties in Ukraine, including 474 killed and 861 injured since the invasion. The UN body said the worst affected towns were Volnovaka, Mariupol, and Izium. The United Nations Refugee Agency, UNHCR, also said that more than 2.3 million people have fled Ukraine since the invasion, making this the fastest moving refugee crisis in Europe since the end of the Second World War. The UNHCR expects at least 4 million refugees from Ukraine in the short term. Mr. Speaker, all indications are that there have been further escalations, with Ukraine coming under constant attacks that seems to have multiple targets, including civilian areas. So, Mr. Speaker, while we in this August chamber demand an immediate ceasefire and a diplomatic solution to the crisis to avert a third world war, it should be obvious to us from the heart-wrenching images of wide-scale destruction, with entire cities reduced to rubble, that when the dust settles, the road to recovery will indeed be long and arduous. Mr. Speaker, this is the reason why there is an urgent need to consider alternative options for our student escapees. According to the National Union of Ghana Students, NUC's chapter in Ukraine, they had an active registered membership of 959 students. It is estimated by consular officials that there may be as many as 1,500 Ghanaians who were domiciled in Ukraine. So, Mr. Speaker, during my interaction with our students in Romania, at a lunch session I organized, the most pressing issue that agitated their minds was how they were going to complete their academic journey and achieve their dreams of becoming medical doctors. As we know, more than 90% of these students travel to Ukraine to pursue medicine. Most of them had much advanced on the ladder, with a good number of them in 5th year and 6th year. That's the final year. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, final year students are estimated to be about 200, and instructively, they had only 3 months to graduate. So, Mr. Speaker, we are not oblivious of how critical the situation of acute shortage of medical doctors in our dear country is. According to the Ghana Health Service, in 2021, the doctor-to-patient ratio in Ghana stood at an abysmal 1:6,355. This is terribly far from the WHO recommended doctor-to-patient ratio of 1:1,000. As MPs, we all know how exceptionally precarious the situation is in some of our regions. For example, the Upper East region has only 53 doctors in total, and they are serving 1.3 million people in the region. That gives us a ratio of 1:24,097. This statistic made available by the Regional Health Director, Dr. Jochi. In our outstanding minority leaders, Tamale, the shortage has even worsened from 1:8,859 in 2020 to 1:10,000, that is 1 doctor to 10,901 patients in 2021. Our situation is so dire that it is often claimed that there are more Ghanaian medical doctors in New York than in the whole of Ghana. I concern Dr. Makola, a US-based plastic surgeon, and Her Excellency Arikana Chihombori Kwao, ex-AU ambassador to the United States, both re-echoed in July last year. Mr. Speaker, according to the World Bank 2017 report on the West African challenge with medical doctors, Cape Verde was ranked number 1. Regional integration in a March 8, 2022 statement reported that only 181 Ghanaian students have so far been evacuated, with more than 70% refusing to come back home, even after government has purchased their tickets. I sincerely believe, Mr. Speaker, that if Ghanaian public and private medical schools came up with a special dispensation to allow for seamless academic transfers, where students from Ukraine can be admitted at the levels they were before disaster struck, our students will be more motivated to return to Ghana. Mr. Speaker, these students have been, to be honest, Mr. Speaker, this country needs them more than they need us. It is significant to note that according to NUPS Ukraine, out of the over 1,000 students, only 31 are on government scholarship, which shows that so many of them were funding their fees by themselves. Mr. Speaker, it is important to acknowledge the offers that have generously been made from friendly countries such as Bulgaria, Hungary, Canada, and the Caribbean nation of Grenada. The question is, if other nations can make such generous offers on humanitarian grounds, why can't charity begin at home, with Ghanaian universities also making an offer to take care of our own? Are other countries not embarrassing us when we seem to be looking the other way when our youth are in such distress? Mr. Speaker, we should bear in mind that a lot of these offers are not free offers, and when one considers the cost of flight tickets, living expenses and accommodation, our fellow younger citizens might be far better off completing their courses here in Ghana. In any case, Mr. Speaker, as the saying goes, there is no place like home. Let us not forget that these are traumatized students who have been to hell and back. The least we can do to assist their full rehabilitation is to ensure we give them a Ghanaian opportunity to fulfill their dreams. This, with all due respect, Mr. Speaker, cannot be too much to ask. With our students, it was clear that they had been through a traumatic experience laced with racism and discrimination of the highest order at the Ukrainian border. I joined the UN and the AU in condemning what Africans were put through. That acknowledged the quintessential Ghanaian spirit of survival and resilience in the face of adversity served our students well. NUC's Ukraine, led by President Mr. Philip Bobiansa, have been phenomenal with their leadership. They represent the greatness and smartness of the Ghanaian youth. Their proactive evacuation strategy out of Ukraine through secured bus routes into neighboring countries deserves high praise. I must place on record, Mr. Speaker, the heroic exploits of Mame Akosia Ejacobia Ado, the final year medical student and former NUC's Ukraine General Secretary, who continues to be celebrated by her colleagues for her bravery in assisting her weary and famished colleagues across the Ukrainian-Romanian border on multiple occasions. A modern-day Yar Santua, one may argue. Mr. Speaker, the Pentecost Church, Pensa Europe, also deserves great commendation, and we must place on record that they have ignited fresh hope as to what it actually means to be Christ-like. The government of Ghana, Mr. Speaker, in all objectivity, must also be commended for the decision to evacuate our fellow citizens back home and for the noble efforts they have made so far. Mr. Speaker, as I have indicated elsewhere, and time without number, our country owes Romania a debt of gratitude. Their rare hospitality, genuine kindness, and infectious love, particularly by their devoted volunteers for our students, must be eternally highlighted. I did observe with admiration how they were never late with their lunch packs to the Hello Hotel in Bucharest. Their tents at the border came in as a timely gesture of succor for our fellow Ghanaians. They also helped in driving some of our students for some 10 hours from the border towns to the capital. May God richly bless them for their show of humanity. Ghana is truly grateful, and let the records reflect that not all Caucasians exhibited racism in these difficult times. Policy for Ghana's foreign ministry and its diplomatic missions abroad. Such a policy will largely address the gaps identified, which includes poor early response mechanisms, adequate deployment of personnel. For instance, putting only one consular officer in charge of the entire Romanian evacuation, the Speaker, was atrocious. Even though I must salute Consular Officer Mr. Ahmed Abubakar Tijani for doing his best in the circumstances. Also lacking, Mr. Speaker, was the fiscal presence at the borders to make prior arrangements and to confront the racial ordeal during the crossing. We must not underestimate the long-term effects of trauma on ending flashbacks and extreme stress from the scourge of war on our young students. That notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, I do hope that we shall make amends with psychological support for those arriving in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, do kindly permit me to reiterate my humble call for our reputable Ghanaian universities to urgently put together a special package to admit our courageous students who deserve our strategic kindness. I respectfully urge the Ministers of Education and Foreign Affairs to lead efforts in this regard. Mr. Speaker, as evacuations continue, may I wish all students journey mercies. Our thoughts and prayers continue to be with them. May the Russia-Ukraine war be brought to an end. May peace prevail in our world, and may we be ushered into an era without the many conflicts currently afflicting humankind. I'm eternally grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. We are pressed with time, so I will give one and probably come to leadership. So one here, then I'll give leadership the opportunity. Let him come to Honorable Terry.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to, yes, indeed, to comment on a statement made by Honorable Okujeto. Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker, the situation as it is in Ukraine is very unfortunate, and we pray that it works. But Mr. Speaker, there's a lesson that as a country we need to learn and to take advantage of. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to hear that the number of students in Ukraine, students in Ukraine are all fee-paying students. And a lot of them are there because one way or the other they are unable to get opportunity in our local universities. Mr. Speaker, what it means is that if our training institutions decide in a short term we want them to arrange for the continuation and completion of their courses, but in the long term we need to really re-examine how we train especially medical officers in this country. Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to be a member of a team that went round when the Kenyan University was thinking about how to restructure, reorganize training of health and allied professionals in Kenyan University. Some of the universities that we visited, including some universities in the Eastern world, their facilities, Mr. Speaker, are not too different from what we have over here. The only thing that is different is time management and how the courses are arranged. I believe that this is the time to start thinking in the long term. We should have a long-term program where students, and I mean we have instances where students, who had, failed to get admission into our medical schools, go to these places and they perform. They perform very well. We have a situation where, about 90% of these students who are fee-paying, at the end of every year, would have to chase, our hard-earned dollars. Dollars, yes. Mr. Speaker, what it means is that they are also part of the problem that we have now. At the beginning of the year, if each student, if you have about 2,000 students, and each student pays on an average about $5,000, you multiply, and this dollar is procured on the open market. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that if we position ourselves well as training institutions in this country, we can also cash in and make some money for the institutions. So, I'd like to, impress on the Minister for Education, the Minister of Education, government, policymakers. We need to rethink. Let's re-look at training in our higher institutions in this country. We have a lot of private universities now, training lawyers, training all manner of professionals. But when it comes to the sciences, especially medicine, Mr. Speaker, the impression is created that it is impossible, but it can be done. It can be done, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, let's take advantage of what is happening now and plan long term, so that at the end of the day, Ukraine is popular. The Eastern European countries, a lot of them are popular now because of the fact that they provide facilities for people to train. We can do that. Mr. Speaker, with this, I thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me come to you, Honorable Andrew Apiekubi.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to this statement ably made by my colleague and former student leader. I appreciate his concern for the students. It's very commendable. Mr. Speaker, I want to also commend the people of Romania for the show of humanitarian concern towards our students in time of need. Again, I want to show also that they have been for us and as we need them always. So that show of humanitarian concern is very commendable. Mr. Speaker, let me also say that we have to congratulate our students
who showed a lot of courage in that situation and also helped themselves to get out of the conflict situation. They showed a lot of courage, which is legendary of Ghanaians, and we want to commend them hugely. I also want to show remorse for some of the atrocities that we have witnessed, and indeed show some concern, especially when civilian installations have been attacked in this conflict. Especially so when yesterday there was a reportage that a hospital was hit by the Russian forces. I am not taking sides in this matter, but I want to re-emphasize the need to take out civilian and humanitarian institutions out of this conflict. And I also want to urge both parties to come to the negotiating table and make sure that we avert further destruction of life and property. There is also the need to also respect international protocols as we are members of the international community. And therefore, I urge our leaders to come to the aid of the vulnerable citizens of Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, the students have come back. Some of them are still there. There is no justification in their continuous stay in the country when the conflict has not been abated. It is important for them to come back home. They say safety first is the rule of the game. So that when they are here, we will look after their interest. Mr. Speaker, with that, I want to also agree with my brother that our local universities must also have a place for them. We may have to urge the various university councils to design new schemes of admission for such students. Some of them are already in their final stages of study, and we cannot let this one go without completion. Indeed, if they stay in the house for too long, they will be staying by the time that the universities invite them to come back. So it is incumbent on ourselves to convince our universities in Ghana to give them a window for them to enter so that they can complete their various courses. I also want to commend the maker of the statement for showing appreciation to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who were very proactive in coming to the aid of the students. And indeed, the package as extended to the students showed that the minister was on top of the issues, and the personnel on the ground, particularly the protocol officers at the various borders, they did tremendously well, and I want to commend them. But first and foremost, commend the Speaker, the maker of the statement, for recognizing the contribution of the ministry and, for that matter, the government of Ghana. The reference to the citizen-doctor ratio in Ghana is very alarming. And indeed, when the maker of the Speaker quotes the UN standard as 1 to 800 or so, I even wasn't too comfortable. Because in other parts of the world, we will have something like 1 to 500, 1 to 200, 1 to 300 to a one citizen to a ratio. But if we are comfortable in 1 to 1,200 ratio, I'm not sure that is the best practice. So we should be concerned generally that our health delivery system is not the best, and therefore work towards it. Mr. Speaker, I want to end by saying that this House also have a responsibility to come to the aid of these students, and therefore we can, as a collective unit, influence the various university councils for this facility to our students. Sometimes we come here and talk about the need to intervene, and we fall short of approaches to getting the end. On this occasion, I will urge my brother, who was also a student leader, for us to join forces to proceed to the university campuses, make sure that we have audience with the university councils and secure the entry of our students. And then we can come back to report that we have accomplished an assignment. Advocacy alone sometimes may not be the solution to the problem. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yes, leadership. You may decide to forgo anyway.
Sorry, Speaker.
You may decide to forgo. Speaker, if you don't want to contribute, fine.
Speaker, I want to speak.
Okay, let's hear.
I will be brief. Speaker, I think it's important we commend our colleague, the Honorable Ablakwa, for this important statement. And as I read news of his visitation to all these areas, I thought that Parliament had done well, the ranking member had done well. But most importantly, we have to commend the ministry. It's a fact that Ghana is among few countries that were able to repatriate nationals in the early days of the conflicts and the exchanges. So it's important, and I commend the Minister of Foreign Affairs highly for this intervention. Across the world, if you take, for instance, the Gulf Medical University, such intervention has been taken, and third world students have been accepted to continue their programs. I mean, students coming from Ukraine, all over the world have been accepted. I'm told Hungary has done the same, as well as Poland. The President's recent visit to Dubai, he made a passionate call, and it got a good attention from the authorities of the United Arab Emirates, who have opened their doors for students from third world countries, particularly Ghana, to be considered for continuation of their studies, especially medical students. And so it's something that we have to give attention to. I think the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, in conjunction with the Ministry of Education, I'm aware of some discussion that is ongoing with the university leadership. They may have to step up this discussion and get it concretized. Then we can be sure of the roadmap and what we have to do. That should be the approach. Only to conclude that, we know in war situations there have been a way women and children are handled. In this instance where Russia had invaded Ukraine, I don't think there was a defined path how students should be handled. And it generated a lot of furore and conflict. So going forward, the UN may have to take a decision on concerns such as this, where it will be considered as a high priority set of people when these things happen. Having said that, I think that the ranking member and the committee as a whole should collaborate more with the ministry, because already most Ghanaian nationals have been repatriated. So a bit more of collaboration at the committee level, and the ministry will help and go a long way for us to conclude on these matters. Finally, on the consular fund, I recall when I was the Foreign Affairs Committee chair, together with my colleague, flowing from the SG, the Societe Generale 50 million facility, which was devoted to give a facelift to our missions across the world. And this government continued from where the previous government left off. The consular fund, the call for the consular fund, is not only limited to a crisis situation. It's something that is important, is legitimate across the world. Most missions across the world have these funds. And so the Minister of Finance will have to give a real meaning to this call and give some impetus to it so that we see the light of day and for it to be established. So that some of these things could be dealt with before a defined efforts are put in place to repatriate and to deal with this situation. So I commend the maker of the statement, and I also commend the ministry for their timeous intervention in these matters. I thank you, Speaker.
Yes, leader, let me come to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Usually, I will comment before him. I'm not really going to say much, except to say that, yes, the statement is timely. But whether Mr. Speaker will be minded to get the Ministries of Foreign Affairs and Education to look at, the committee, to look at this statement and see what we can do from our end here. Because once these students are stranded, are we just going to just cross our fingers and pretend that nothing is happening? I know a lot of countries you can easily move your credit and continue and order. So if we could get the two committees to look at this statement and the challenges that our students are going through, so that they could make some recommendation that will help government in its implementation. That's the recommendation I thought I should make. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. I personally know that the ministry is doing something, but I think it will not be out of place if we refer this committee, this report or statement to Education and Foreign Affairs Committee to also look at it and collaborate with the ministry. So the Committee on Foreign Affairs and Education are hereby assigned to this particular statement. They should look at it and collaborate with the ministry and report back to us. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, we may now go on to public business. Today's order paper, page 4, and take item 11. 4, item 11.
Honorable members, please let's turn to item number 11, page 4 on today's order paper. Motion. Yes. Motion. So this will mark the commencement of public business. So, Chairman of Finance Committee, you may have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move the motion listed on today's order paper and in the process present your committee's report. It is in respect of the loan
But Committee Chairman, do you have the report around?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we have distributed copies, but we still have some copies, and I have advised that those copies also be brought to members.
Please, let's make sure that members.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, it is in respect of a loan agreement between it's in respect of a loan agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana and a KWF Frankfurt Main for an amount of 20 million euros to finance the green credit line under the reform and investment partnership between the government of the Republic of Ghana and the Federal Republic of Germany. Mr. Speaker, the overall objective of the project is to achieve the national target of reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 15% by 2030 and achieving a renewable energy share of 10% of the total energy mix. The project will also contribute to the development of a sustainable green finance market as one of the preconditions for promoting an RE and EE market in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the facility will be the final beneficiaries. The terms and conditions of the main loan are captured under paragraph 6 of your committee's report. The on-lending terms are captured under paragraph 8.1. Mr. Speaker, it's important that even though I request the Hansa Department to capture the entire content, that I highlight this part. After extensive deliberation on these terms with the officials of the Ministry of Finance, the committee took the view that the spread between the rates at which Ministry of Finance and Bank of Ghana intend to on-lend to the participating financial institutions, and the rate at which the financial institutions lend to the final beneficiaries is too large. The committee therefore recommends to the House to approve this facility at a cap interest rate of 12% per annum instead of the 15% per annum being proposed by the Ministry of Finance as the rate at which the financial institutions would on-lend to the beneficiaries of the facility. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, after a careful examination of the agreement, the committee is convinced that the facility, when approved, would harness the potentials of renewable energy and minimize the adverse effects of energy production on the environment, reduce poverty, increase access to clean energy, improve socio-economic development, and increase the percentage of renewable energy in the energy mix of the country. We therefore urge this House to approve this facility so we can benefit from the many benefits as subject to the committee's recommendation to this House that the on-lending interest rate to beneficiaries should be capped at 12% instead of the 15% that the Ministry of Finance presented. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker is undesirable, but unfortunately, a lot of members from my end were drawing our attention to Order 48. Mr. Speaker, it is only fair that we let the bell ring and try to see if in 10 minutes we'll be able to get the numbers to avoid closing earlier. Is asking me that
motion has been moved. Let's wait for it to be seconded,
and then we can debate it. It's very important we deal with this matter. This is a matter that cannot be shelved. And I see Honorable Bauer, he's very passionate about the need for renewable energy mix to be improved in this country. And I'm totally surprised. Are you saying, Honorable Bauer, are you saying we should put this aside? Are you telling Ghanaians that we don't need renewable energy in our energy mix? So, Speaker, our colleagues should just accede to this call, and let's do the needful. Then we can progress.
Honorable Table, may you consider the bill to be read? The bill to be read. So, or you are withdrawing?
Mr. Speaker, I am trying to help you manage the difficulty, but my colleague made a comment that needs to be corrected. When you say that extensive consultation has been done, yes, it is true, we've agreed to do a number of business, but you cannot consult about the numbers. For the numbers, you have to have it. So please, let's not make it look as if we have deliberately agreed that even though we are only you and I sitting in the chamber, we are agreeing to do anything against the rules. No, the understanding is that we used to run, and we've agreed that we are going to do A, B, C, D. But obviously, if quorum are raised, you cannot negotiate that out. Thank you.
Speaker, I apologies to my colleagues. Speaker, with respect and not to be offensive, if that statement sounds offensive, unreservedly withdrawn, and I apologize accordingly. And on that score, Speaker, I'm on my feet to second the motion.
He has moved this constitutional matter. He has moved the house that we should take a decision. Mr. Speaker, yes, he has called me. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
You allow them to raise the constitutional issue. They have a constitutional. Raise the constitutional issue.
Honorable, go ahead. Let me sit by. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion moved by the chairman of the finance committee for the facility between the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and Credit Council Full Vida Rothbard for a facility of 20 million euros. 20 million euros to implement the greenhouse project. Let me finish. Mr. Speaker,
hello, honorable members, please. Honorable Kujotu, I allow you to read the statement. Now, after statement, you want us to.
Mr. Speaker, I thought you would hear me first. I haven't been heard. I'm rising on an order 41 matter. It's past 2 p.m. So order 41, whether we are extending time or adjournment, that has not been done.
Order what?
Order 41. Extension of time. It's past 2 p.m.
It's now 2 o'clock.
No, it looks like the parliamentary watch is late. It's 6 minutes past 2.
Fine, we will extend it.
Yes.
So, honorable members, I will kindly indulge you to allow me to extend sitting beyond the normal hours of 2. So now Mr. Speaker, honorable member for Whole Central, please second the motion. Mr. Speaker, I have reason to second the motion. The facility was brought before the finance committee, and we examined the terms of the loan, and we found that the grant element is so high, and therefore the terms are favorable. Our concern, however, Mr. Speaker, is that the participating institution through which the disbursement will be done the participating institution should be made to be very fair in the disbursement of the facility to the SMEs and then the private groups that will be implementing the project. Mr. Speaker, let me end quickly. Let me end quickly by saying that the committee recommends this facility for the approval of the House for the project to be implemented. I thank you. Honourable members, the motion has been moved and the motion has been seconded.
is now before the House. I will invite one from each side by way of debate. So let me hear your honorable member for Etiwa East and Deputy Minister for Finance. Etiwa East, let me hear you. What?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this loan seeks to expand Ghana's access to renewable energy, among others, and with an amount of 20 million euros. And this is under the J20 Compact with Africa. Mr. Speaker, this loan has very, very good concessional terms. We have a tenor of 38 years, a grace period of 6 years, and the grant element alone is 53.26%. So, Mr. Speaker, we believe that if the House should agree to this, it will go a long way to help us expand on access to renewable energy. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry has also taken notice of the recommendation by the committee on the interest rate, that it should be capped to 12%. So the Ministry, the interest rates from the private financial institutions to the final beneficiaries. And we have taken note of that and we will work with that. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the committee and the House for their support in this regard, and I urge all of us to approve of this law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Speaker, not to overflow the matter, this is a very important facility. Already we have an existing template as a country when it comes to renewable energy and clean energy implementation.
We passed the Renewable Energy Act. We set the Marshall Plan for Renewable Energy. We set our target 10% as a country, and this is coming to enhance and to facilitate these targets that we set to ourselves as a country. Speaker, what I find intriguing
is that apart from the 20 million euro, there is also an additional 2 million euro, which is to facilitate the support of technical knowledge for the implementation of this project. Again, if you scan Africa, for instance, countries like, I think, Kenya, who are doing very well when it comes to government partnership with the private sector in the implementation of renewable energy. And I see that inherent in the agreement.
So this is something that is so important we have to look at. Again, the dependence of the over-dependence on our national grid by our industrial sector and particularly other institutions could be weaned off if we are able to implement this project to the latter. Therefore, institutions like schools and other tertiary institutions could be weaned off the national grid, and then the focus could be on industry, where our national grid could focus on industry and renewable energy will come in to support. Speak across the world, even the most industrialized countries like Germany, they are all shutting down their coal plants because renewable energy is becoming the order of the day. But there's a fine balance that we have to toe, which has to do with third world countries. The argument is being made that industrialized countries have polluted. They have realized or dependent on fossil fuel source of energy to industrialize. So we may have to find a certain way of depending on renewable energy at the same time making very good use of the traditional sources of energy. So this is an important facility, and I urge the entire House to support this aside. Speaker, thank you for the space granted.
Very well. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is yes.
Speaker, can we stand the question down?
Come again?
We should stand the question down.
You stand the question
yes.
down.
Lack of.
Very well.
I want to finally plead with our colleagues. I am not contesting issues raised. You are right, and I'm in total agreement. But I'm passionately pleading with colleagues that to the extent that we've set the tone and the matter at hand, I am pleading, I'm just pleading that we let go and get this thing passed. It's time dependent, and it's important we get this thing passed. Don't forget, colleagues, if I may just conclude on this matter, don't forget, there are very important partners who are critical variables in this agreement, and this is time dependent. The whole world and the partners are waiting on this institution called Parliament to pass this agreement. It is almost like a grant, and if it goes beyond the time limit, it may affect Ghana as a sovereign entity. I plead with you.
As leaders of the House, one of the things that helps us to help Mr. Speaker manage the House is checking the mood of the House. And you cannot just discount that. When you are in the leadership and you discount that, you create unnecessary problems for everybody. I agree with him. We had an understanding we're doing a number of business today, willing to stay beyond the 2 o'clock. One critical one was what we call the plea bargain bill. Yes, we agreed to do a number of other finance committee reports, but you need to be mindful of the mood of the House. Let us not allow the House to degenerate. And so I want to urge my colleague that yes, whereas we are doing the best that we can to cope with the challenges that we have, we should know that we live today to see tomorrow. Let's see what we can do tomorrow when we mobilize our both sides to be able to come here tomorrow. But believe me, where we are, any attempt to carry on will create problems for all of us. So I urge that we just leave the question, and he knows that we stood down questions like that. At appropriate time, we're able to put those questions. I agree, this one is a grant that is coming to us as a country almost free of charge. But let's see what we can do. Let's see what we can do tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Speaker, first of all, I rise for clarification on a lot of matters. Speaker, the recent... why? But don't I have the right to be recognized? Speaker, the matter that is very hazy in my mind is this. The Supreme Court recently made a distinction between a decisional quorum and a non-decisional quorum. Now, please, would you let me speak? Now, in my humble opinion, even to adopt votes and proceedings in this House is a matter of decision. In my humble opinion. Hold on. Yes, please.
Speaker, I think we don't need to belabor this matter. I will accede to the call by my good friend, the Honorable Muntaka, Minority Chipwe, that, Mr. Speaker, you don't put a question. It's quite regrettable, but you don't put the question. We take it tomorrow. to put all other matters at rest. So, Speaker, if you may give directive so that we leave this question and continue with it tomorrow.
So, honourable members, let me be clear. So, we have a lot of business to do. Are you saying that because we don't have the numbers, we can't move on? Speaker, if you are the leader.
The Supreme Court is saying it.
Honorable Tatiana, hold on. Let me hear you.
Speaker, yes, as you directly said, all other matters will be put on hold. Apart from the laying of a paper, we will lay just one paper. Questions to be put will all be put on hold.
Yes, Honorable Tatiana,
Yes, Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, my point simply is this. Even the decision to lay a paper in this house is a decision we have to take. Oh, Kweku, stop shouting no. To the recent Supreme Court decision, even to lay a paper after prayers, any other business after prayers, is a decision this house takes. So, I am struggling to appreciate clarity in terms of procedure. That if leadership says there is an understanding, the Supreme Court has made it clear that even a 30-year-old understanding in this house is not the law. Even a 30-year-old understanding in terms of procedure, it is not the law. So everything must be done in accordance with the letter and spirit of the law. So when the Supreme Court says that there has to be a quorum for commencement, once that is achieved, any other thing must be subjected to decision making. So, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, even to decide how many members will debate to a motion and how long they debate, it's also a matter of a decision that this house must take. Yes. Okay. So, please respect yourself. I respect you as my chairman of the committee. Sit down and respect yourself. Why?
Honorable.
Why?
I'll come to you.
What disorderly conduct is that?
Honorable Tamia, please, hold on.
So, let us bring clarity to the pronouncement of the Supreme Court going forward. There will be no arrangements that will run up front to the constitutional provisions in 102. Look, when they say there's a quorum for commencement, it has to be respected. We will no longer go by arrangements, and then tomorrow, when somebody is agreed, they'll go for a proper interpretation. The interpretation must always be followed. Mr. Speaker, these are my grievances. We need clarity on this matter. Thank you.
Senior, I'll come to you. Let me hear Chairman of the Constitution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the leader on the other side, Honorable Montaka, raised Order 48, and the bell was tolled. In accordance with the rules, we need to wait for the time to elapse, and then we count the number of people within the House to see whether we have 90 or 94. The issue about 102 and 104, Mr. Speaker, is unfortunate. What I had rather discussed with leadership is that it is a fact that on our side, we are undergoing grassroots organization of our party. We are doing our side. It is not only on our side alone that a grassroots organization would be done. We do it all the time.
And in this house, Mr. Speaker, I've always observed on both sides, press on the rules in order that we could accommodate ourselves and do business in the house. And I was urging that if leadership had agreed that we have to lay a paper and then close the house, I cannot ask for more. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
I'm taking one. Let him come to Honorable Ahiafo.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, it's said that the law is about common sense, and common sense is the law. And it is right learning that when a procedure is set down for a right to be exercised, it is that procedure alone that will have to be followed in exercising that particular right. There are plethora of cases on that. Mr. Speaker, as we speak now, there is no ambiguity about Article 102 and Article 104 of the 1992 Constitution. The Supreme Court has taken the trouble in the case of Justice Abulai versus the Attorney General to explain clearly to the understanding of an ordinary person guided by all those considerations that regulate the conduct of human affairs, that this is the issue of quorum at commencement, and at decision making you have to be guided by Article 104. There is no ambiguity about this. The issue that should guide us is that at commencement, do we have the quorum based on the constitutional provision interpreted by the Supreme Court? At the time of decision taking, do we have the majority of members present to take that particular decision? Going forward, Mr. Speaker, these should be the guiding principles. We cannot whittle away with it. Nobody can say, Parliament, we are the masters of our own rules. If we are masters of our own rules, where was Parliament before the Supreme Court has given a clear interpretation to the issue? Mr. Speaker, we should be careful not to be in contempt of the Supreme Court. So the rules must guide all of us in conducting business in this house. The issue as to whether or not something is happening in our constituencies is neither here nor there. The law must be followed according to its spirit and letter. Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Yes, Adam said this year.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to a very large extent, I would want to appreciate the point made by a colleague who just spoke. Because, of course, the Supreme Court is clarified. It's articulated the powers of this House vis-a-vis that of the Constitution. So I accept entirely, well, in its entirety, maybe not in its entirety, quite a lot of what he has said. What, Mr. Speaker, I'm appealing to the House to appreciate is this. Even though the Supreme Court is clarifying the issues, listen. I'm not going to seek your indulgence. Calmly listen to what I'm going to say. Mr. Speaker, we must understand, and maybe it is incumbent on the speakership to explain what the court has said, because what our colleague, Honorable the fear. Mr. Speaker, what he said is entirely in contravention. It's entirely contradictory to what the Supreme Court said. Rather, it is my colleague, my learned friend who just spoke. Unlike him, the other learned friend who spoke, he seems to, Mr. Speaker, have articulated the sense of what was said. The court did not say, and you got it completely wrong. You don't have the floor. You don't have the floor. So now, You don't have the floor. You don't have the floor. So, Mr. Speaker, it is true the court has explained it, but let's get the handle of what the court said, and we shouldn't be saying the kind of thing that he said. For example, he's saying that Mr. Speaker, commonsensical, it is commonsensical. Mr. Speaker, the law is never always in all the context being commonsensical or logical. I know of a situation where it was put in order that, but the law is illogical. And he said to them in the repository that when did anybody ever say that the law was logical? There are certain aspects of the law which aren't entirely common sense, but it is the law. So don't confuse the two, don't conflate the two. But it is fine. You want to stick to the quorum, 90-something of our people, that is true. But take out the question that issue has to be voted on. That is not what the Supreme Court has said. That's what the Supreme Court said. Let's stick to him. You won't let us do any work because we don't have 90 plus or whatever. Take this parliament, do whatever you want to do with this parliament. When you are tired, let us know.
Honorable members. Honorable members.
Honorable members, I think we will adjourn the House.
Honorable members, we will adjourn the House. But before I join the House, I will allow the Deputy Attorney General to read the paper, then we adjourn. Please.
Speaker.
Leader.
Speaker, you should listen to me.
Leader, let me hear you. Leader, let me hear you.
Speaker, shall we take page 3, item 7, is it B? Item 7B to be laid by the chair.
That's exactly what I said. But I
actually said Attorney General.
So we are not taking the A?
No, we are taking the B.
Report of the Finance Committee on Ghana's subscription to 11,996 shares allocated by the International Finance Corporation of the World Bank Group.
Honorable members, the report has been duly presented. It is for distribution to honorable members. Honorable members, I'll take the opportunity to adjourn the House. We don't satisfy Article 102 as well as Article 104. So I'll move on to adjourn the House to tomorrow 10 o'clock in the forenoon. The House stands adjourned.
The loss of a partner, nobody sort of would think and dream about it, but it will happen.
Have time. If it's your room, your couch, sit on it and cry. Like, mourn properly and don't pretend about it. Oh, I'm fine.
As to the choice as to should I quickly go in for a new one, it's your prerogative.
All right.
It's your choice.
You really have not healed to move on. Until you heal, you really should not move on.
You are going to listen to everything. You get confused. That is why if you're not careful, you fight them.
Yeah.
You raise your voice. You do those things.
What experience will teach you? There is no life coach that can teach you. You go through it alone.
Real marriage is when you are old.
Yeah.
That is why we're really dead. And yet, it's not what we're doing now.
Hello, welcome to another episode of Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV with me, George AC. Today, our location is Kaswa in the central region of Ghana. We are meeting up with a family of a final year student of Procedural Business School who was recently attacked by some of his schoolmates and has since been left traumatized. The student and his family believe that the school administration and in an extension, the police have not been managing the situation well. They are demanding for justice. Join me.
Yeah, good to see you. How's it? Cool. Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you.
So welcome back. This is still Say It Loud with me, George AC, and as indicated earlier, I have my guest, Ishmael, a student of Procedural Business Secondary School, and he's going to tell us about an attack on him by some mates of his in school, which has left him traumatized. Ishmael, welcome to Say It Loud.
Yeah, I'm Ishmael AJ from Procedural School of Business, and I'm in Form 3.
So, anyway, before we get into the conversation, how are you?
Yeah, I'm doing great. A little bit. I'm recovering from the injury I had, and it's a little fine for now.
Tell us what happened to you. You said you are, by the way, what form are you in?
Form 3. Yeah, I offer visual arts.
So tell us what happened. What happened to you?
On last week's Friday, I collected SDRs from my housemaster, and then I went home to take an inspection staffs. You know, on the next week we have inspection. We had an inspection, so I decided to come on Sunday. On Sunday in the evening. So when I got to school on Sunday in the evening, my dorm was locked. So I called a friend in house in another house, which is the house 3. So when I called him, I told him to come and open the dorm, and then so that I can put my stuffs in it. The next day I'll take some of my stuffs to my dormitory. So on Monday in the dawn, we were preparing for school, and then when we were preparing for school, I finished bathing, and then I went to house 3 to get my stuffs, my uniform and other stuff, my books for school, school activities. So when I was in the dorm and I was dressing, I finished dressing, and there was a guy called Opata who entered the dormitory. And then when he entered the dormitory, he came to Brian, and then Brian was also preparing for school. And when Opata came to Brian, I don't know whatever they were talking about, whatever they were saying on their own. And then all of a sudden, Brian started talking, insulting someone. I don't know who it was, but I'm sure it was me, because I didn't want to put myself into it because I didn't hear my name. So I was also dressing, and when I finished dressing,
Where exactly were they saying?
It was like with Jimmy Cra, then he was saying some like negative stuff, negative energy stuff. So I was there and I was listening, but I decided not to mind him because I didn't hear my name from him. And then all of a sudden, he got to a point where he said he's going to sack the person from the dormitory. And then when I checked around, I was the only one in the dormitory, so I was the only foreigner in the dormitory. So I went straight to him and I approached him that, if you want to take me out of the dormitory, if you want to sack me, I'll go, because it's your dormitory, that's your dorm. No, that's not my dorm. So if you want to sack me, I'll leave. And then all of a sudden, I don't know what happened, and then he got angry. And then he got angry at me, and he said, why am I saying that? And I said, but you are sacking me from your dormitory. You want to sack me, so if you want to sack me, I'll leave. So already when he was insulting me and saying stuffs, I made up my mind that I'm going to leave the dormitory. When school closes, I'll just pick my stuffs, and then I'll not even come back there anymore, because the energy I'm getting from them, it was like very negative. And he was once my friend. And then they didn't value me. They didn't really respect me, so I had to cut him off. And there are some group, like, so I cut them off, and then when I cut them off, I found peace. I was okay, I was cool. And when I'm walking around the campus, if anyone asks me, oh, why are you not working with Brian and his company, and then I'll be like, oh, then they see me John. They don't respect me, like, they don't value me. That's why I tell my body. But when I take my provision come, me and them know we they share one, and it's like normal. So I learned someone went to give a false information that I was the one feeding them, or I was the one looking after them in the school or something. So someone went to tell them that. So if anyone asks them the reason why they fought with me, that's the reason. That's what they say. So that done. Brian said, why did I say that? And then he came at me, he pushed me, and I said, oh, why would you push me? Why would you touch me? Because you can't touch me, you're not supposed to do me anything. And then he went for a broom, and then he used it on my head. And then when he used it on my head, I was like, oh, so why would you do that? And he was still coming at me, so I reacted. And when I reacted, I punched him. And then a friend of his called Jerry, he also slapped me, claiming he's separating the fight. That's what he claims. So he slapped me, and I was like, oh, why did you slap me? And then he slapped me again, and I also reacted, and I slapped him because I won't allow him to cheat me. So I slapped him back, and they separated the fight. And then he didn't understand why I slapped him back. The Brian guy also didn't understand why I also touched him. I also punched him. So we went to school. The fight got separated. We went to school. I thought everything was cool, and then we went for preps. I was in the prep hall, and then a classmate of mine called Philip Ado came into my prepping room. And when he came to my prepping room, and when he came, he told me that, oh, the boys who are fighting me, they've gone to the back, so I should be careful. So he came to look after me. So when he came, when the prep closed, it was when it was closing for the prep. So we went out, and then Philip Ado's housemaster called him because he's in another house. That's house 4. His housemaster called him, and then he left me all alone. So I was the only one who was walking around. So I went to Madam's bungalow to get water. So when I was coming back, I felt really alone. I felt like if anything should happen, I wouldn't have any witness. So I saw the house prefect, that's my friend, and I went to him. When I went to him, I was like, we were having a normal conversation, not even concerning these 2 boys or anything. So we were talking, and then all of a sudden Brian was approaching me. I thought he was going to buy water, not knowing he was coming at me. So when he got to me, he threw his hand, and I held his hand. And then when I held his hand, the other Jerry guy was also approaching me. So I decided to concentrate on Jerry, leaving Brian so that I won't get hurt by anyone. So when I concentrated on Jerry, Brian decided to bite my shoulder. So there's a bite over it. So he was biting my shoulder, and then I was feeling the pain. So I hit his head, and then I punched him to the ground. And then when I did that, Brian went away a little while, and then I was talking to Jerry. Jerry said, "What would I do?" And I said, "Oh, I wouldn't do anything because I don't know what I've done. Like, but if you touch me, I'll touch you." And I asked him, "Why do you want to fight with me? What's all these reasons behind you or both of them fighting with me?" He didn't answer me. He was still saying, "What should I do?" And then he slapped me. So when he slapped me, I also reacted. I punched him, and then the fight got separated. So the people around told me to leave from there. So when I was moving backwards, I was being cautious. So in order for me not to get beaten by any of the 2 boys. So there was a gutter. When I was moving back, there was a gutter at the back of me, and then I unbalanced, and I mistakenly fell in the gutter. One of my friends helped me out of the gutter. When I got out of the gutter, Brian was coming with speed, with a knife in his hand, and then it was too late. So when I saw him, I I tried blocking the knife. He was trying to stab me, so I blocked the knife with my left hand, and then so I blocked the knife with my left hand, and then he kept cutting me, and I kept blocking it, and then he stabbed me on my shoulder again. That's the place he was biting. So he stabbed me over there, and then when he got satisfied that I was bleeding and stuff, and then he was okay, and he started running away. And immediately someone called my housemaster, and they came, and then I was rushed to the hospital.
All along you felt unsafe, right? When this whole thing started, you felt a little bit unsafe. So why didn't you report to your senior housemaster or class teacher or somebody?
Yeah, actually, when I didn't feel unsafe till after preps, when a classmate came to tell me that the two boys have gone to the back there. So that's when I felt unsafe, because I thought the whole day, I thought, oh, everything is past, everything is cool, and I'm the type who don't like those kind of stuff, fighting, and I don't get angry that much because I like playing.
You said you were friends with these people. What are their actual names?
Opata, yeah, for Opata, I know that was the only name I know. Opata, and Brian Botte, and then Jerry Wellington, and they are.
How close were you guys?
From Form 2, so from Form 2 to Form 3, we were really close.
And then you just decided that you...
Yeah, I just did because of how they saw me. They see me as John. If I should put the John, because that's they didn't really value me. They see me as a fool. Let me just put it that way.
So the injuries you suffered, how severe were these injuries?
Oh, it was really severe. It was really severe. I was really bleeding, and a lot of blood was really oozing out of my hand and then my shoulder. And there was a girl at Madam's bungalow who had a handkerchief.
Who's
so Madam Anita.
And she is what?
She is my house mistress.
Okay.
House one. So someone collected the girl's handkerchief and then tied my left arm in order for the blood to stop a little bit, So
you went to which hospital were you taken to?
I don't really know the name, but it's in front of our school, Procedural Government Hospital or something. I don't really know the name of the hospital.
You were what when you went there? What did you do before?
When I went there, I was rushed into the hospital, and then they told me to sit a little bit in order to, because they had other people to take care of. So yeah. So after them, I was next. So they sealed my hand. It was everywhere, every part that was cut and then stuff. Because my hand was really deep. It was really.
So yes. Before you go on, you said they attacked you with a knife. Where did they get the knife from?
It's not the Brian guy.
Brian.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Where did they get the knife from? What type of knife was it?
Oh, it was a cutter, a trimmer. You have to pull the knife out of it. So
the one students.
Yeah, you use for visualize. Yeah.
Okay.
That was it.
Okay, so we've been speaking to Ishmael Ejay. He was attacked by his schoolmates for some very weird reasons. He suffered some serious cuts and has been home receiving treatment since. He believes that the school administration has not been fair in dealing with this situation. We will be right back to speak to him on how he feels about the whole attention the school administration has paid to this situation.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational. But that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Wabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
So welcome back from the break. This is still Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV with me, George AC. We've been speaking to Ishmael, and when the information came that he had been attacked, his father dispatched some members of the family to visit the school. The delegation was made up of his uncle, Mr. Wahab, and some other people. So we'll be speaking to him before we speak to his father. Boss, yes. Welcome to Say Loud.
Thank you very much.
You went to the school after you were called.
Yes.
What transpired?
Okay, so the incident happened on the 28th of February, and the mother went to the school the next day, which was 1st of March, I think, yes. So she went to bring him to the house so that the family can actually give him the proper care and all that. So he came. When he came, the next day the family met, which was a Wednesday. The family met. We wanted to discuss the issue. So we met in consultation with the lawyer, and he advised that given the fact that it's an attempt on the boy's life, he advised that we should report the matter to the police, and we should send the issue to the court for it to be addressed. So on Friday, we went to the school, and as courteous as we were, we went to meet the headmaster. We made him aware of our intentions to report the matter to the police and proceed to court. So when we met him, to be honest with you, I wasn't enthused by his response. And for 2 hours, he kept asking that we shouldn't report the matter to the police.
What was his justification for that?
So after I made our intentions known to him, his first response was that given the fact that the boy seemed to be, he's getting better, that should be where our focus should be. He's getting better, so that solves part of the problem. That is his opinion, but I told him that, well, that is how he feels about it. But as far as the family is concerned, it goes beyond just him getting well. This is a crime, and the state actors must be made aware of.
And at that point, he had not made you aware of any internal measures to address the situation.
So his response was that he's given us his full confidence and that the boys will be deboardinized. But I felt that if someone commits a crime, which is an attempted murder, and I know by the statutes of this country, it's felony, if not, it's felony. It's a serious crime, which I know is supposed to be a very serious crime. So if someone does this and the punishment you want to prefer is to deboardinize the students, then what are you teaching the other students to do? You understand? Yes, it's a no-no.
So you eventually went to the police?
Yes. So eventually we went to the police. We reported the matter to the Procedural police, and we were issued a medical form. We went to the hospital to collect the medical report, which we duly returned. However, I was expecting that, given the fact that it was a murder in the process, that's, an unsuccessful murder, let me put it that way, that we were looking at, the police would have gone with us to arrest the perpetrators or some action by the police. But we were informed by the CID that she knows the headmaster of the school and that she will get in touch with him, and by Tuesday the family will hear from them.
And Tuesday is gone by.
Today is Wednesday, and we still haven't heard anything from the school
You try
or
reaching
the
back
police.
to the police.
So we intend getting in touch with the police, but we felt that given the fact that we were confident in the police, they would have gotten in touch with us. So now that we haven't heard from them, I think it's appropriate that we go back there and find out what the issue is.
And since you returned, have you heard from the headmaster?
Well, we went there on Friday, and we haven't heard from the headmaster. Nothing from the headmaster.
And neither are you aware of any disciplinary actions taken against the boys?
Apart from the statement he made in our presence that per the school's laws, the boys will be deboardinized, or whoever does a crime like that will be deboardinized. Yes, that is the only thing I know in terms of disciplinary action or any disciplinary communication from the school. Apart from that, I don't know of anything being done by the school.
So what's the family's position, and what are you demanding?
Yes, so currently, I mean, the family is not asking for much. All we are asking is for the issue to be prosecuted by the state actors. Yes, so we are going back. If we go back to the police, we only want to find out when the issue will be called in court, so that we can make a representation. That's all. That's all we are asking for. Yes. Yes.
So that was Wahab Ishmael. He is the uncle of the student who was attacked, and he had been to the school trying to engage the authorities of the school on what measures they've been taking in addressing the situation. Of course, he explains that he doesn't feel all right with the way the school administration has handled the case as up to this point, and in extension the police as well. I'm now going to speak to the father of Ishmael to get his side of the whole story as well. This is still Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV with me, George AC. I've been speaking to a final year student of Procedural Business School, Ishmael J. He was recently attacked by some of his schoolmates, and an act which has left him traumatized. He says he doesn't feel okay with the way the school administration has handled the case. Where I have joining me now his father, Mr. J. Dada, Akwaba. Me pacho daben and I would say asemoya tobano.
But Monday, last week Monday, that was 28th February. And in the brain, the information said, maybe Ishmael Wepra old school. In Zina Adiasa, the Manoyan said, I did change the charity to them, Miss Man's mom family, Miss my wife said, Uncle Uncle Head, Nacy school. And the wife acquired now a serious case. I mean, one and Yapala. Boys, as two boys, we know. I mean, one second. And our church, not my friend, our church, and that is a serious. And I Adama, I saw a dinner. Beside the headmaster and teacher, no, head teacher, no, some was the same. Your information be here, Casadia. On Friday, and my phrase, our uncle. And could teach him, send by ya, even information be a fee. Headmaster and the police for her. Stray and Timasin be a. In Colano Coyana also a report. What am I police for? Now, one can say, you got all my information. Well, as some days, police for home, police for the bed for referring, and I had master no car friend by a stray and Timothy. Tuesday, no, and then they say, shall say, a beco, yeah, my case in the nice. My final report, whatever. Now, police for her. Now, you're Munia, the Shanibisi. And Susanna Yamity.
So far, the Monte she fee police for no homo yet, but my case or
I kiss her.
But Monte she
neither one and no cars and cover frame. But Colana Mamma myself or Fray, but now, problem, I say, case Nanka say yet information, if he police for not until I say me and film.
Now, Osi Omukoy no Osma Momukoy, Omoni headmaster, Echo Dean in San so, and Comobo in Omoni headmaster is a D and a dena if he mobile.
Okay, headmaster, I want you and can't. I say me, oh, yeah, what do you call it? When I mean, compo, oh, yeah, to some and our encouragement. As yes, a man as some crime be a more can say your case in the year be anti as far as the boy no Ishmael when female Nabisana on in Yamaninka. But what buy must know. We so would Jan as a Palanco school cry. I say you be scared. They be no. I say will be council. I say Saturday. I say I will find a be free. She take it serious measures. Yes, you know. I'm when I old school and cry. What I yet I shall be. I say. Sasem you see no. And now for Ishmael now for take serious measures and see. Send by us. Case in the cry. Ministry school.
But now, do you believe that the head teacher has not been fair in the management of this case at this point?
Yes. There are many who are passing. In case headmaster and so or taking charge of that case nearby. No more want to okay be trained and say, oh, we are going to trainer. Say, and say, procedures and others are quite and person coming fast. Now, we are. Boy na praise Mary. Now for Baba, Nanka Yasanase, Nanka kiss and cry, Yaset simple. But I say, only the diagram. As I grew in
boys, no, what's your parents in can?
Okay, last week now, I said, my friend. This man focus on my friend, but they made me my young Kasai, into many information being from my side. I'm afraid they're no more kind. I can't simply be a crash of Simbia. No more try, but I say no more so say near Sini. Information of Koi, moment to say, in a manner where Pratt go school on.
But is it something that you are aware that school no I invite parents no?
Okay, need to mention more permission.
Are you aware of any disciplinary action being taken against the boys?
No, I have not. The minimum say take serious measures be on my side. My person when they say case in a circle police name near by headmaster and some more back. Send by us say Wakokoto, so maybe whom I buy a non. So it's margin.
Now, as a parent, how worried are you about all of this situation? How is this affecting your son or yourself?
More than say a case here by saying I say I'm a friend was saying in the future because Sabafraco school now in Tokaka when you're not watching second so would the one and I would the plan. I mean, Quanka Makola. And at the same time, some man can't some the case and I yet etc. Apolano Croco school and Macano or school on your peace of mind in Siado school. So as I say, and so I send me take his messages out. A very serious woman say, case in a very Bibiajo. Bibia, etc. Fine. But Bias and Master say, I such been all which Colana near was it. That's such me a one said. One little bit or more, what one said. Say one letter we crack away near Trosse. Mobian school, Mobian, Mobian. Now, as a Yaba.
Oh, yeah, parents, you are part of PTA. Have you tried getting in touch with the PTA? Have you tried taking this up to the PTA level?
No. My family got PTA level. My first time in PTA. And I'm called cry.
Ishmael Abedi pay 1 week of year. Say now, shall the condition say. Say now, shall I know.
I won't say sometimes the crab knows. Sometimes I know knows. My wife I can't start me say. Sometimes because again, I say, was shady, none of Fanary and Afi, Zakis out no better if at the same time. So, yes, I was sugar what's the pins to walk. Prano. Stra or feel comfortable. No, you know. The name if you say, there, my folk can be shy, the front of a scale, and I'm no but on my
So yes, this has been Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV with me, George AC. Today we were in the home of a student of Procedural Business School, a final year student who was attacked by some of his mates. Ishmael feels like the school administration has not been fair in handling with this situation, which has left him traumatized. His father, Mr. J, is concerned about the safety of his son and is hoping that the school authorities will take the right measures in making sure that his son, when he returns to school, goes back with the right state of mind to be able to complete his education. This has been Say It Loud with me, George AC, and until we meet for our next episode, bye.
The loss of a partner, nobody sort of would think and dream about it, but it will happen.
Have time. If it's your room, your couch, sit on it and cry. Like, mourn properly and don't pretend about it. Oh, I'm fine.
As to the choice as to should I quickly go in for a new one, it's your prerogative.
All right.
It's your choice.
You really have not healed to move on. Until you heal, you really should not move on.
You are going to listen to everything, you get confused. That is why if you're not careful, you fight them.
Yeah.
You raise your voice. You do those things.
What experience will teach you? There is no life coach that can teach you. You go through it alone.
Real marriage is when you are old. Yeah? That is why we're really dead. And yet, it's not what we're doing now.
Someone dear to you can be very traumatizing. It's an experience a lot of people have never recovered from. The pain, anger, sadness, shock, and fear comes to play all at once. A lot more die in grief and depression. But while there is no rule on how to mourn a partner, can a society worsen the situation? When is the right time to bounce back and find love again? On this episode of Mourns and Cuddles, we take a look at losing a partner and finding love again. I am Paula Amabroni. My guests are ready. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, the show continues. Welcome back to Mourns and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV with me, Paula Amabroni. So today's topic, I've got interest in it because at the age of 12, my father died and it was a big blow to me. I watched my mom go through the grieving process and then it wasn't easy. A lot more people have suffered the same, but the thing has got to do with moving on after the death of the partner, because they say until death do us part. So a lot of people feel like, okay, you're moving on, it was too quick, you find love, sometimes it's hard to forget your partner. A whole lot of unanswered questions when it comes to the death of a partner and moving on. So today, my guest and I are going to discuss how to go through the grieving process, how best society can help, and you as the victim, if I should say, when is the right time to know that, of course, I've healed, and when moving on to the next relationship, I'm not going to affect the innocent person who is just coming in to love me and be with me and support with me, or support me throughout the journey. So to me, seated on my couch today to do the discussion, I must say I'm honored to have counselor and life coach, Uncle Kweku Edumata.
Yes, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Paulina.
You look like my father. There's a whole lot to Weybridge I don't really want to talk about. The reason more I like you and connect with you, you look like my father.
Then God is sending me to you. Or you have seen the quasar father of yours.
Yeah.
Which is good.
Yeah.
So pick a lot.
Thank you, daddy, uncle.
Right, whichever way.
Yeah. And I have here with me also Abba Sechiwa. Abba is the host of Urban Cross on Home Base TV. Abba is my classmate way back in GIJ. I love her. She's one hard-working woman and doing a lot for herself. Abba, good to have you on my couch.
I'm super excited to be here.
You're glowing.
Oh God, by the mercies of God.
God has been good. All right. So today, as topic, as we discussed, I told you earlier, we're just looking at the ways how best you can move on after the death of a partner, because there's a whole lot, the pain, the grief, the anger. Sometimes you are just angry. It's been 15 years. I lost my dad. I could just imagine if he was a partner. And sometimes I get angry, like really, Father's Day, I cannot even stand it. It's a whole lot. A lot of people don't know how to handle grief and then the loss of a loved one or family. So Uncle Dumata, I want to find out, can someone ever fully recover from the death of a spouse?
Thank you so much, and greetings to your viewers. But prior to the details of your question, I want to make this analogy. If all of us know what we are in marrying, we will be able to understand what we are in. Because we don't know what we are marrying, that is why we are marrying. So anybody who gets into the marriage terrain is prepared to embrace all the unseens. And when the unseen become unseen, that is marriage. So the loss of a partner, nobody sort of will think and dream about it, but it will happen. If it does happen, Mom, you ought to move through to 3 stages. The first stage is availing yourself to accept it. That it has happened. There is nothing you can do. He or she is no more. Accept it. And it will take you a while. Accepting it is the hallmark of your renewal. If you deny it, you pretend and you fake your whole demeanor for the entire marriage or after the marriage. Then, when you accept it, you come to where you are now going to face the real you. So as you were talking, you never accepted the fact that daddy is gone. But it is when you have settled to the point, then the real you will come. I call it the you in you. You should always seek for the you in you. That is where you hit yourself and say, hey, this is who I am. If you don't get to that level, you'll still be living in denial. Then from there, you can now move in developing the tomorrow of you. So it's a whole process. But when it comes with a shock. It comes with, I least expected this. It comes with, what next? It comes with, what is really going to happen? How am I going to even live my life? So you live in some kind of a wishy-washy sort of situation of your life. But you see, that is what makes you a human being. But again, when this thing happens and the God factor is not in you, you can become somebody else. So the God factor as God being the center of you, knowing that it is for a reason that daddy or mommy or whoever had left. You can fight it. You are asking this question because people are fighting with it. Why me? Why not them? Now that I'm about to enjoy my marriage, and then what is happening? When you start doing that, you'll be living in serious denial. It's a shock. Nobody sort of dreamed to have that. But it has happened. And I will say this, and I'll say it also here, that there is nothing that happens that there is no reason. There is always a reason for something to happen. Now, we being human beings, our role is to search for that reason. It is as a result of the thing that had happened that is making you new. If it has not happened, you will see the ingenuity in you. It is as a result of the thing that had happened that is making you innovative. You start. If Abba was here, I would have done it. Now Abba is not here. What do? You start become innovative and become creative, and you tend to come to a point and realize that, hey, hey, after all, it's good. Oh, now I've understood. When you get to that stage, that is where you are living your life. But as to the choice as to should I quickly go in for a new one, it's your prerogative.
All right.
It's your choice. Don't let anybody push you. You were saying earlier that, oh, somebody was just in there and almost 2-3 weeks, he has gone for another one. It might be that it was hanging. And so he was just waiting for
the right
a lead word and a bump.
Yeah, some people, to some partners, at their point of death, they're like, they make you promise that, see, no matter what, you're going to move on because they know they are gone. Some people will tell you that those who have the time, maybe it's out of sickness and all that. But about someone will say, I lost a husband, I lost a wife, it hasn't been a year, maybe it's been years, but we all say it's easier said than done. When you are faced with it, you know you're God, you're a Christian, you know that there's life after death, but you've been hit with this reality. How would you go through the process? Counselor had said that, but from your point of view as a woman, how would you go through the process?
So first and foremost, I might say that I'm really excited to be here with Counselor.
Yeah.
You know, when I was in the reception and I saw him walking, I'm like, God, you have a way you do your things and you show off. And that's just what I was saying when I was sitting there, and I just took my eyes off. I'm like, I'm just praising God right where He is. So the truth is that the Bible says that all things work for the good of them that love the Lord and are called according to His purpose. So sometimes, like you were saying, I lost my biological dad 10 years ago. And after, I lost my stepdad. Now, after, you know, once you lose your dad, there's this dad that traditionally from the families, it'd be like, this is your father, so this person will take care of you. So after my dad died, a year after he died, so I had to ask a lot of questions. I'm like, God, why? Because growing up, I didn't get the opportunity to stay with my biological dad. So all this while, I'm like, okay, when I'm getting married one day, I'll let my stepdad know that I'm really appreciative of what he did for me. And now, bam, he's gone. What am I going to do? But it was the knowledge of God in me that saved me. And so if you watch my post on Instagram, on Facebook, every time I keep mentioning Jesus, because I got to a point in my life where I realized that at that point in time, there was nothing anybody could say to me.
You could heal.
It's at a point, it's like I'm speaking to you and you are trying to say things to calm me, but it is not working. I have been through too much for this thing to happen to me. So at that point, that is when as a Christian, you learn to rest on God. You learn to rest that, like Uncle said, God has a reason why everything happens. Sometimes you don't know it immediately, but after some years, you sit and you're like, okay, so this happened. Not to say that you losing a partner or a relative is good. It has its own, you know, backlashes and all that. But it teaches you. I once told my friend that what experience will teach you, there is no life coach that can teach you. You go through it alone. And so if you watch even people who are divorcees, when they tell you something like, why are you saying this with so much passion? The person has gone through it. You understand? And so first and foremost, how to deal with it, have a good cry. Scripture says that, and Jesus wept. And there's a difference between weeping and crying. There's a difference. Have time. If it's your room, your couch, sit on it and cry. Like, mourn properly and don't pretend about it. Oh, I'm fine. You can have a whole lot of things going on with you. Have a good cry. Cry till you know that, oh, I think now it's okay, and you know, you understand, because at that point there's nothing anybody can tell you. And as to you going for another partner there and then, Uncle said he leaves it to you, but I'm saying
we'll delve more into that. But recently, was last year in August, my childhood friend, she lost her father, and I called her. I told her, I know a lot of people have told you, you'll be fine, it takes time, but take it from me. You know, I also lost my father, and I just put in 1 or 2 words, and I told her time will heal. For now, she should just mourn and let herself go and all that. Usually when someone is in that state, when you lose your husband or wife, it seems like everybody has got to say, and then when you mourn them in your own way, maybe at a time you don't even want to eat, you don't want to hear anything, you just want to be alone. Everybody thinks that they've got a say, that okay, this is how best you can do it. But you are not me, I am not you. How best can family, friends, and even the society at large help someone who is going through that difficult time?
Paulina, I would say, when it happens like that, almost everybody wants to show how close they are to you. Everybody wants to fill a certain vacuum that you cannot have. And so they are not more or less imposters, but they are trying to say that we are still with you, quote unquote. But that is why there is a hearing and listening. So who do you hear? Who do you listen? So you will hear all of them, but you should have those you will listen to.
Okay.
This is where you need to draw your line. And this one calls for real maturity and wisdom from God. Because if you are going to listen to everything, you get confused. That is why if you're not careful, you fight them. You raise your voice. You do those things. But choose who you listen to and choose who you hear. The hearing, everybody will say it to soothing you. But which one do you listen? And that is where you pick your choices from.
All right.
If you don't do that, you will always become like, look at what she's doing. Look at what he's doing. We are empathizing with you, sympathizing with you, and look at the way you are behaving. They will ward you off.
So, Uncle, at that time, when someone is just don't know how to control their emotions, should you step back a bit? And how understanding can you be? Because some people don't understand, like, okay, you cannot do this alone, you want to help.
Contain. That is why you're doing the listening. All right? Sorry, the hearing. But contain it. You see, when it happens like that, you start warding people off. They get hurt.
Yeah.
Because they want to get closer to you, to lift you up a bit. But you're giving a different interpretation to it. And that is why they will say, are you too? All right? So they will also stay back. Then at the end of the day, you become a loner. The only person left. And that your grief compound itself. So contain. And make sure that, oh, they are doing this because they want me to feel they are there, they are around me. So you need to be able to condition yourself. You will not hear too many good things. But as I said, sieve through the listening to the hearing proper. That will help you. But that the people around you will always show that we sort of empathize with you. Don't embrace those who sympathizes with you. When you are in grief, be careful. Don't always receive sympathy, because much more sympathy deepens your grief. I'm telling you. But then when you empathize with them, it lifts you up. So you told your friend that you also lost your father. Oh, really? So is that how? And you have been able to oh, wait, then I can also. So you are trying to empathize yourself. Don't receive sympathy. When you do that, you break down.
All right. Well noted. Now, in the case where a woman loses her husband to sickness, maybe sometimes they just don't die. Maybe you go through a lot. You have to be with them, stick by. It's a whole lot. Now, from where I come from, as Anakan, when your husband dies, you're supposed to mourn him, and you have to wear the black cloth for a whole long year. Yes. Now, people have come out to say, see, we are going through a lot. Adding the black clothes wearing every day, it doesn't help with situation. So Abba, are you in for the whole thing? Should we continue with the one whole year, or please, we can live in our own way? I can wear my colorful clothes, go to work. Because imagine me coming to work as a journalist all the time, and maybe God forbid, it will happen. But let's say I lost my partner.
Not yet.
Yeah, not yet. And coming to work in black, it doesn't help. It doesn't even uplift me. Imagine me sitting on this set all the time wearing black. It's like you caging the person. Do you think that it's about time we cut short the whole duration of mourning your husband for a year, and then the black cloth things that come with it?
Okay. So formally, I'll say yes. But I came to understand that it has to do with the individual. Because when I lost my dad, my stepdad, my mom was wearing this whole black stuff. In fact, when she got like 8 months, we were like, Ma, now there's been changes. 6 months is fine. And she's like, there be Abba. Oh, Papa, no, yeah, they don't met waso. So it has to do with that particular person, the individual. Or maybe how you wear with the person will decipher as to whether you wear it for a long time or not. And also, if the person is young, or let's say I'm in a working environment and I'm always coming in black, it sort of raises an eyebrow. People who don't even know would want to know why. And so sometimes they'll be like, oh, I don't want to wear black and blah, blah, blah. But with the individual, probably I want to mourn my husband. People have, you know, diverse ways they do their things. And so they'll say, I want to mourn my husband. I want my husband to know. I don't know if by then, if you are dead, you would know or not. You know, we Africans, we have ways of doing things that are sometimes interesting. So my mom says, oh, I'm going to wear this black because your dad was good to me, blah, 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 blah. But I think after 6 months it's fine. Because at a point, and after my mom wore the black stuff for, I think, a year, all the stuff you wore during that period, you have to dash it out. Because I think it has a way of telling you, you are done with the person, you've parted ways with the person, blah, blah, blah. And if you ask me, I'll say, I really don't get the link. Like, what's the link between wearing black and showing the person you really love the person? But my mom would say there's someone, I also know of one other young lady who wore it for like 6 months, not because she didn't like her husband, but at a point, like you were saying, she would have to go to work and change her clothes, and sometimes she was tired of it, and so she went to church and then she performed all the necessary rites.
Well, by the way, when my dad too passed, my sister mourned him by wearing black clothes for a whole year. That's for her dad, not her husband. Yeah.
That's your sister.
So a lot happened. As you said, it depends on how you relate with the person. Right. The conversation is getting very interesting, but as we said, we are looking at ways we can help people who are going through the grieving process and how that society, friends and family can help such a person. We'll take a quick break here. When we come back, Mons and Kados continues. Welcome back. This is Mons and Kados on GhanaWeb TV with me, Paula Amabroni. Now,
Paula, I don't want to cut you. I just want to add something to what you asked.
Yeah, before we went on the break.
You see, it's about honoring, and it depends on the relationship you were having before the death.
Okay.
If it was a deep, connected, cleaving sort of moment that the two of you cannot separate yourself, you speak the same language, it's a bit difficult. Because the person still hangs around. The spirit of person hangs around. And it takes a while. Because he's still hanging to see, have I left properly for you? Is everything all right? Still watching. That is why you do that black thing, for the person to realize that I am in mourning. So as to the duration, as he said, it depends on the person in question. But the issue here is that it is honoring and making sure that you are no more with me. That's why you do it for that period. But again, if today technology is coming in and you guys are working and all of that, yes, you still need to do.
Imagine a husband or a wife who was very abusive and who didn't treat you well, absolutely nothing. And then, who said we can say, yeah, Aduma and I say.
And when I'm coming back, that is what I'm coming there. You see, when the relationship is so solid, that's fine. But where it was, you know, that question mark thing,
I mean,
that's exactly
what they say. I think scripture, Genesis chapter 38, there was a man in there who was with a woman, his wife. And he didn't, for want of a better word, meet with, in the scripture they use the word meet with his wife properly. And so anytime they meet, he doesn't put the right liquid in the right. So at a point, the Bible says that, and God killed him. If you are in a relationship with your wife, or you both are married, and then, mind you, Bible says that once you marry, you guys become one. And so if you marry and then you decide, oh, I'm married but I'm still single, I'm going to do things that pleases only me, remember there's a third person in there. It's not just, for we Christians, it's not just two people that marry. It has to do with the third person up there. He really decides what goes in there. So if you are doing something and then it happens that, oh, you've been doing this and then God kills you, yes,
it's true. You see, even at that sort of situation, the relationship being sour, everybody will see. Everybody will see that you are pretending you are being hypocritical, you are hiding. Everybody will see.
Yeah.
Because your real relationship was not real. So you are even rejoicing internally to yourself. So instead of you to go through the 8 months or 6 months, we'll open about 3 months.
3 months.
All these things count, and people watch. And let me tell you, when you are grieving or you are mourning, the eyes that look or watches you have a lot of meaning. So don't think nobody's watching. Even the small boy, the small girl. Mommy, you're not crying. Mommy, you are eating.
Yeah.
Why are they asking those questions?
My mom didn't take meat for, I think, months.
Maria.
But there's some people too, in their grieving process, they just want to eat. Like, they want to eat. So it's
But you hide it. Not in the eyes of the public. Not in the eyes of the public.
Of course,
Right.
of course. But then earlier I said that
Yes.
my friend lost her father in August, and I was telling her that, oh, Amma, time will heal.
Yes.
Kakra, for the moment.
Yes.
But the big question is, does time really heal?
It does.
It does.
It does. And it takes you. It does. It takes you. And it was just a profound thing you said to your friend. You didn't even know the meaning of what you're saying. But that was the best sort of advice anybody could give to her.
It's because you've been there.
Fantastic. You spoke from your inner core. Time. What is time? That thing that tickles, or when there is a new day, it is the period you have. So ask yourself. You can end up your time just right now if you decide. So the time will heal is the decision and the choices you make from now that the thing had happened. That is what it means. So if you want to live longer, it's actually about your decision. So the time you set is not the one that tickles every second, every minute. No, but it is about how you holding on to make sure that, oh, if he couldn't do this, then I will complete it. So you need to make that decision to prolong the time. So it does.
Abba,
profound statement.
Thank you very much, Councillor. So with the whole having to encourage friends and loved ones who are going through the grieving process, with me, it wasn't my father's instance, but then I lost someone very dear to me, and I was crying, and I just didn't know how to go about it. And then someone was telling me that, and it's encouragement.
That's an encouragement.
But then, how the person put it, it was just of course, maybe someone lost a child, and you are trying to tell her that, and you can talk about the life after death whole thing. But when is the right time to say what? Because you might be giving me encouragement that, you know, as we say, God give it and He take it. But then at the time that you are saying that, maybe that is not what I want to hear right now. I know God gives and God takes. How can you be measured?
Okay, so the truth of the matter is that sometimes you hear someone speaking, be like, this person speaks so well, like uncle. I as a Christian, I will interpret it as it is a spirit of wisdom.
That's right.
There is nothing that you do that, for me, once I accepted Jesus, I know that the power of the highest came and stayed in me, and so I am lives in me. So if I'm about to speak to you regarding a certain issue, I trust the Spirit of God in me to say the right thing.
Exactly.
Do you understand? I can't just go and then I start saying certain things, and then at the end of the day I even spoil the whole thing, because I trust that the God in me. That's how come the truth is there is nothing I can say that will make you feel well, unless of course it is given
a message to deliver to that person.
Do you understand? And sometimes it's like you winning a soul. You will try and talk to the person, and the person will not accept Jesus. But the day you were not prepared, you even said one or two things, the person starts to cry, I want to accept you. I'm like, wait, what did I say to you?
It's not you.
It is the spirit that convicts a man. So if you have somebody who is going through a lot and you really genuinely want to help the person, I think sometimes you just stay somewhere. If it's even for 5 minutes, say, God, tell me what to tell this person. You might not say everything, but you might say something that might touch the person's heart. You, for one, what you told your friend that time heals. Do you know, maybe it will help her for a while. But after some years, I always say that time is a silent prophet. After some years, it's like, this thing that Paula told me, that was what made me hold on. That was what kept me. So it is not about how prepared I can go and read books and say, okay, I'll read. No. But it is the spirit in the man that speaks to a man.
Again, let me add this to it. You see, the state in which you find yourself with losing your partner, you need to determine the state. Almost everybody will throw words at you. But how do you stop fighting people? But you should be able to see it the way you want to see it, hear it the way you want to hear it. But if you want to critique what is coming, you fight. So it is you.
As you're saying, you have to like listening and then. Oh, how did the?
Oh, you listen. There's a hearing and then the listening aspect of it. So you need to weigh the two. But I always say you are the pivot.
Right.
Don't let them throw things at you and receive them. Block them.
Find strength in you.
Fantastic. And then see how well you can give a good interpretation to yourself.
So I've seen a man mourn his wife and then it's terrible. He doesn't know what to do. It's like he's totally broken. The kids, how is he going to figure things out? And then there comes the bemensu. Na bema de na ususa na pick yourself and all of that. In our part of the world, people they just take things for granted. Like, you don't know how he's going to. Forget about his gender, whether he's a man or you see the person as a strong woman. So I want to ask, at that moment, do you request or would you suggest that the person sees a psychiatrist or a psychologist? Or because it's when you hit depression and all that, sometimes it's not all about the words or people who are going to stay with you and all that. So for someone who's watching us and he or she has done everything in their mind, pray about it, take time to grieve, mourn, you just name it, and it's still not working. Should you see a psychologist? Should you see a counselor or get help?
Okay, all these are good. But I tell you for a fact that if you should identify who you are, it's a different ball game altogether.
Fantastic.
You might be mourning, you might be going through a lot of stuff, but there comes a time you pause for a minute and then ask yourself, who am I? What is my purpose? What can I do? How can I overcome this? Because all the people you've mentioned, like Uncle Dumata will always say, fantastic, they are great people. You know, they will help you one way or the other. But it takes two to tango. If Uncle Dumata, he's a coach, and he's like, today we have him here, and he's talking to us. It's the onus lies on you as to whether you accept it or not. It is still you. If you should go to a president, go to a man of God, it is still you. Just sit for a moment and then assess yourself. What do I have in me? Like really, how can I go about this thing? What can I do about this thing? That's for me is the first step. Really. You have to really know who you are. What can you do? Sometimes, like Uncle Edumata rightly said, you have to know the you in you.
Exactly.
You have to know you. And everybody has you.
Exactly.
Like, you have something in you that nobody knows.
Exactly.
You know, growing up, myself and my brothers, I have 9 brothers. I'm the only lady.
Wow.
And and all my brothers, you ask them, this person wants to be a doctor. This person wants to... My mama asked me, as young as I was, I said, Mommy, I want to talk.
Wow.
She's like that. No, but that's what be a kasa. And growing up, I realized that everyone will talk, but when I talk, I realize I have spoken. And it comes from you. And all these things, I can't share some sensitive things here, but there are things that hits you so hard that makes you know who you are. And that's how come sometimes when you are broken-hearted, you realize I do a lot of things within that time.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have gone through that cycle before. You do a lot of things during that time. So in your brokenness stage, sit back and find out who you are.
Great question. Let me add this to it.
All right.
You see, never let shock zap you. Don't get drunk when the unexpected hit you. No! I take you to the Bible, 2 Kings. The woman caught in the Shunammite lady, looking for a baby. All these while met Prophet Elisha, and indeed he was able to have conceived and had a baby. And years later the baby dies. Now you meet the same prophet and he's asking you, how are you, how's the boy? Look at the statement. It is well. Don't let the shock surmount you. Don't let the shock end you, but build what I call the toughness in you. Now you are building the toughness in you because it has happened, but then you still have tomorrow to live.
Right.
Tomorrow will come. What has happened today was at yesterday.
Right.
All right? Yesterday was that day. But tomorrow always come. So if tomorrow is going to come, then what do? I pause, I analyze, I assimilate, get my grounds well, then I pivot. I use the guy who is the high jumper. The high jumper cannot split if where they step last to move is not solid. So it's always about how well can you fly. It depends on where you're going to stand and pivot yourself.
Right.
So don't let these shocks eat you. It is when it eats you and you cannot actually handle it. That's why you want to see psychologists, and then you realize that even the you in you is dead.
Like,
so that is where it starts from. You know, you not engineering the real pain of yours.
But Counselor, you advise that when you've tried everything possible and it's not helping, or
yes.
You should get help by speaking
get
to a
help,
counselor.
but the help should come from somebody who is godly sent. It's not anybody. Because people use your vulnerability to usurp you and mess you up and put you into something else.
Exactly.
So you need to have a God-sent person to speak to you. And you should also prepare your mind that you will listen to what the person says.
All right. So based on the submissions you made, it all boils down to you, the individual, the person who's going through the grief. Now, we're all looking at ways where we could not forget them, but when we are hit with that reality, how to, go through that process. Now, someone who say in the house, the things that he used, the pictures, everywhere, wherever I pass, I see it. It's always there in my face. At that moment when you are trying to heal and, put yourself or bring yourself, bounce back, that is the word, bounce back, should you do away with the little things that reminds you, like maybe that picture that is hanging there, they say, maybe should you do away with it for some time, and then later on when you think that you're back or you're on your foot? Because with me, when I lost a friend very close to me, I found myself going back to read our chat, and then that was like, I was really broken with that. But then I always felt like, okay, I want to keep him up in my mind. But that didn't help. Listen to the song that we used to listen to and all that, it didn't help. So the advice to someone who is going through, should you do away with all the thing, or you might say you are being insensitive because they once lived. Why are you trying to clear them?
Once again, it has to do with you.
Yeah.
Because for me, I have my dad's pictures everywhere. Because seeing that picture reminds me of something I overcame. And so I will keep it. It's different from you going back to the chat. It's like you going back to certain things that will make you feel some way emotionally. But for me, if I'm to see that, that is like, hey, you can do it one more time.
That is after you've gone through, the time has healed though. Now I look at it and I laugh like, yeah. But then, okay.
Yeah, because I still keep them. Because you see, there was a time I went through something that was some way. Now I looked at that paper during that same time, that picture, and I'm like, if my dad is a lion, if my dad is an elephant, then a baby elephant doesn't need a prophecy to tell me I'll be big. That is him there. So it has to do with you. And if you say, I'm going to a whole lot of stuff right now, like Uncle said, and so you are pushing everything away, pushing everybody, pushing his pictures, throwing them away. So after you've healed, will you still go back for them? Like, if really will you go back for them? Because I remember we couldn't sleep in my dad and my mom's room because we were like, no, and my grandma was like, no, you have to be there. If not, a dynamo be drew. So it's either you face it, like it's not anything you don't face, you go back and you still have to face it. So you have to face it now, or you face it again.
The conversation is getting interesting, but I have to face my break. So we'll take a quick break here. When we come back, Mons and Carlos continues. back. This is Monsen Kados on GhanaWeb TV. So we are discussing healing or moving on after the death of a partner, and I've been doing this with counselor and life coach Uncle Kweku Edumata and Abba Sichua. So Uncle, you said you're going to ask something.
Yes,
too.
you asked the question whether you should do away with all the images and all that. Yes, you can. You can decide not to. But what is of important is look for the good in that person. That's when I say it in Tree. Don't always record the bad deeds, but the picture should recall you of the good deeds. Just like you said, the elephant. If my father is the elephant, then the elephant baby should be able to. So look for the positives. So the pictures can be there, but look for what was good in that person.
Great.
That with all this goodness you couldn't achieve that, I will continue for you. So it challenges you. It shouldn't let you break down. Yeah.
So among most encounters, we always look for ways to help, because people are watching, they've got life issues that they think that they've tried all their best, but sometimes it's good to hear advice from experts and people who have gone through the process. So now we've spoken about how to heal, how best friends and family can help. We've said when all is said and done. Now, when is the right time to find love again? Because the Bible said, until death do us pass, I fulfilled the part of my vow. You are gone and all that. When is the right time to heal and find love again?
Settle. And I take you to the Bible. Ruth. Naomi's sons went to war and they died. 2 ladies came to the house to marry, Orpah and Ruth. Orpah left because Naomi said, the man you want to marry is no more here. She left. One tears. But Ruth said, no, you can't dare me. I am staying. Now watch. It is when you get to the point of healing, when you have gone through all the 3 stages I made mention of, accepting the fact, getting to know that this thing is really happening to you, and you haven't decided to move on, that is when you can decide. It got to a point, Ruth married Boaz, isn't it?
Yeah.
Exactly. So when it comes, as you just said, time will tell. When it comes, get yourself ready. And don't replay the previous. Play forward and the future.
All right.
It should be about yourself. Are you ready? Don't let people push you. Don't let anybody walk you through. No, you yourself. Sure.
To that man or woman who's found love again 4 months after the death of their partner, everybody's thinking, hey, now say how you when you're for free. What would your advice be to people who always have a thing to say in people's life? Or do you think that is so fast, you moved on too quick?
2 things. You see, people have a lot to say about people's lives. I have problems with them. And also, I have a problem with the one who moved on after 4 months. Because at the end of the day, it is you. The one you are moving on with. At the end of the day, you will get to a point where that person, or probably you start to compare that person with, and the point is you have not healed. You really have not healed to move on. Until you heal, you really should not move on. And the fact that you're a man doesn't exempt you from, pain and all that. I always say that men are way more emotional than women, and people are like, it's not true. It is so true. Until you find that person who makes you really know that, this thing is really true. Guys are really emotional. You see, the thing about guys is they keep it. They don't tell you about it until they have a certain relationship with you. They really don't tell. But it's we ladies that we are very vocal about things. And but a guy is not going to tell you anything. He's just going to make you feel he's got it. So I'm moving on. I'm setting the pace so that every other one that comes after me will know that you have to. No, but in life there are steps. You have to take it slow. You have to relax. You have to make sure you as a person has healed before you join with the other. If not, you are going to worry someone else.
Does the healing take years or months? If years, how many years do you think is healing?
It has to do with you.
Because for someone who lost his wife told me he's remarried, right? And he's telling me that it never goes. Once in a while, their thought comes in, and then you don't know how to go about it. It will never go.
It never goes true. but you get to a point where you can handle it.
You can love someone else, find love in someone else.
You really get to a point where, at a point, like Uncle Dumata said, you have actually matured over that situation, and so you can move on. Until that, you are worrying yourself and you are wasting a lot of time. Now, with regards to people who have a lot to say about people's lives, I think Uncle Dumata has to say something before I say that, because I think I need to take a drink. Because that thing, I don't get it. Because you don't know why the person is doing what the person is doing. You don't know why the person is going through what he or she is going through. And then you just conclude, how? Why would you do that? Because assuming I have lost a partner and I have a lot of things. Well, let me tell you one funny thing. My mom, after losing my dad, my mom has a pub. She has a bar. And she, after losing my dad, I think 6 months or 4 months, she played, after the whole funeral, she played live band at her bar. And then the next morning, I heard my mom crying. So I went to her room and asked her, Mama, then I was to go say. And she's like, people are saying after her husband died, she's doing this, she's doing that. But at that time, my younger brother had to go to school. He was now going to, I think, one had completed SHS, going to the uni, and one was going to SS. What was she supposed to do? That is the work she was doing. So how was she supposed to take it? Or she had to just pause, and then that year, nothing should go on. You see, some of the things people say to people, you really have no idea what it does to them. So do not say it. Just don't say things about, especially if you don't know anything about it. Unless, of course, you're a relative and you really, like Uncle Dumata said, you want to empathize with the person, want to, speak to the person or advise to the person. Don't say things you do not know. I leave it there.
Pauline, emotions kills. It swallows you. It distorts you. It's call for darkness in your life, emotions. But reality is a light. So when all these things are happening, don't play emotional card in here. Because the moment you play the emotional card, you feel, no, you're not ready yet. No, I want to. No. Face reality. I told you earlier that it happened for a reason, it happened for a purpose, it happened for a cause. You are the one to choose these three causes. If you're not able to pick them right, you'll be wrong forever. Nobody wished for the one I love to leave me. But it has happened, right? What were we talking about prior the going? We'll build mansion, we'll do the... Can you still do it when one is not there? That is your challenge.
Go to school like you planned.
Fantastic. And all that is the reality. But when you sit with emotion clouding you, you'll be late. You'll be back and nobody will be there to sort of be with you. You are late because you have allowed emotions to cloud you. Face reality. Obi adia to ni and onim say unifa. Na dey na to we no, na some adia to ni be up to you. That is a wisdom in there. It has happened. I've seen it. I am making it. Next time I know what to do. So don't let emotions cloud you. When these things happens to you, but face reality.
So most instance, because when my dad died, I was young then, but as young as 12 years, I didn't like the idea of my mother even having another man to look at my mom. Jealous. Or even have to
jealous.
Call someone my stepdad. Now I'm much older. I've been open to certain things, so I think I'm not going to be a hindrance to my mother's happiness. But a lot of kids hate the whole stepmother, stepfather idea, and even when their parents remarry, they find a way to frustrate that new person. Now, what are some of the reasons that cause people to remarry? Because someone will say, the kids are so young. A man will say the kids are so young. Friends will come, family will come, but I need someone, a woman in my life to take care of my kids. A woman too will say, see, I need that manly figure. I can't be all alone. I'm too young and all that. What are some of the reasons why people do?
Let me say this before Abba comes.
Okay.
We are all growing, right?
Yeah.
But I will speak from a grown-up, what a grown-up told me. Says, Kweku, we do baby a but we hear Obia Unjao. That's the word the man told me, and I cried. All right, this is a great man, but 70 60, 70, 80, you need a companion. It is not when we marry that we need a companion. It is in our old age.
Come to think of it.
It is, look, we have to now, you see, we are all growing. But let me tell you, even when you are alone sleeping and there's nobody in the room, you see how you feel? And you are growing, you need somebody to say, oh, yes,
the kids will go, they'll marry and
fantastic. So that aspect will call for you looking for a companion. You need it. Sure. And for the children around, yes, they will be jealous. We used to have daddy, we used to have mommy, where from this woman, where from this man. It's normal. But when they're also growing to a point, they will ask you, Mama, won't you? Daddy, what about? You see, so you don't push them by way of you saying that this is what I want, so you should listen to me. But let them rather throw in the towel and embrace that option appropriately. But I always say, real marriage is when you are old. That is why I worry there. And yet, it's not what we're doing now. So don't tell me when you marry today, you have found a companion. So I don't believe that. Grow me in it, and then let's see. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, you need that. And let me tell you, every great man that is old, about to die, needs a woman. So it goes with a woman. Needs a man.
Great. Now, I always wondered, for someone who's lost a partner, maybe you are young, maybe in your mid-40s or 50s, you lost your husband or wife. Now, the issue of sex, how are you going to get it? Because, see, sometimes people are young. A woman who loses her husband, she's young and all that. Is that some of the reason why we'll push you to, at least find? Because some people are Christian, they don't want to use the back door. So they're legally bounded. You're allowed to do it. Okay. With that too, because maybe I always feel like, hey, so all the while, your partner died. Be crying. How are you living? How is life? You are grieving, and that's you.
Outside thought. This is outside
satisfaction.
I'm not married, but I like to speak to people who are much older than me, and so I get a lot of counsel from them. Now, what's my grandmom? No, wasn't my biological grandmom, but one of my grandmothers, like I said something to my younger brother. My younger brother was misbehaving with a certain lady, and he said, "Sisia de na uni worry. Now maybe as you married, you were not good to your wife. Now wow kokra brim. Now you see own fewer. When I better with him, and we laughed about it. But it is really a serious statement, because after all, like I don't want to go with the sex thing, but actually, how many minutes? Hey, Abba. No, I haven't. You don't know how. You see, please. For you to be maybe enjoying. No, maybe you are enjoying. See, let's not. Some people feel like maybe when you need to baby at the sex they can't find home. But wait, do you know the reason I'm saying that? There are a whole lot of people who have married people and they looked at the physique, and then they get married, get the physique, and they get tired of the physique. Yes. It is really not about the physique. Really, it is not about the physique. It is even not about. You see, at a point in time, there's something called companionship. Like, you need someone to talk to, someone to share ideas with. And sometimes it even goes like a very simple decision. If you have a trusted person, someone you are with who is really trusted, that is when you know the essence of some of these things. Unless you get someone who is really trusted and someone who is really matured in that regard, you think, oh, after all, what is this thing? And I get that you are 40 and you really want to do this thing. Oh, Charlie. It might be somebody's reason. No, listen, it is not bad. It might be somebody's reason. Because when you lose your husband or wife when you are very young, they're like, see, it'll be too much. Because if you're not, you start living recklessly. You need to have somebody. You need somebody.
Can I say that one for me?
Let's take a breather.
You see, sex is a mind. Sex is a decision. Sex is not act. It's not the act. Tell you, it's the act you want. But what is the decision? It must start from somewhere. So if my mind is not there, if I'm not ready if I'm not in the right frame of mind and the state, it won't happen.
Oh, yeah, come to think of it.
It won't happen. And so I am young and my man is gone, my lady is gone. Mistakes in the same. Emma. Who couldn't pay that? Who for? All right. So we should always draw a line between the act. The act there, that's sound, not fun. But if it's a decision you yearn for.
All right. All right, Counselor. But show the moment you play mystery boss, you banana, you be a bet twice. So it's just various questions. We'll pick it back.
Just closer to your face.
Hey,
sorry.
Okay, so.
What's it?
Okay, so this goes like this. What would you do if your wife or partner cheats? Like finding out that your partner has broken the vow.
I'll be silent.
You'll be silent.
I won't talk.
Hey, silent treatment.
I won't talk. I'll be silent. But if he or she realizes that I have sinned, then let me see how remorseful you are. Come back to me.
Silent treatment.
And then I will ask you 3 questions. Why you weren't doing that? Who did you do it? Comparing that person with me, who is of importance? And why do you want to come back to me?
That's 4. It makes 4.
4. If you can give me this, then I'll see how remorseful you are. I'll take you back. My silence. You don't fight it. And you see, how can you go back for it? You don't need to. Prove to me. If you want me back, let me see. Silent is one of the tools in marriage. You win the day as if nothing has happened. No, it won't even come. Silent. That's my answer.
I've added that to my list.
And that's a practical thing I'm talking about.
All right.
Yedi.
And then they go, watch your boy. Yedi.
Now, I've text message. Now they are got to social media. What? See?
Yeah. Okay.
You don't have any reverence.
Oh, great.
You've lost your importance. Your image is gone.
Abba, how dear me Ubenya. But so dear. Fana shady honest answers. Thank you very much. About dear new. How good.
Say?
So when you pick an empty sheet, you get to ask me any question.
You know what? I have been a Jesus girl all my life. Everywhere I go, Jesus keeps helping me.
It has to be just.
So there's nothing there.
Yeah. They say she need Mudia. That's the.
No, she should pick a new.
Oh no, that's the one.
Today I'm changing the rule.
See,
pick a new.
Those who come here, Obia and Fawe, tell me say,
oh really?
If you got any question, yeah.
Then you are genuine.
Let's hear your question for me.
Oh wow. Okay. I didn't know this was going to be tough as well. Okay. I was about to ask that same question, but the thing is, the answer should be different from Uncle Matters one. Yeah. So what would you do if it were to be you?
If my partner cheats on me.
And you saw it.
And you saw it. Hey, that's a different thing.
If it was
different and you seeing it.
Until a few minutes ago, no. Now come in, you're silent. But you're too me funty. Me copy so dear. Hey, me now I'm sir. Oh, sir.
I doubt you even have the gas to talk.
The shock.
I mean, Kasa.
Be a pronoun. Oh, so sorry.
You just make sure they saw you.
And don't leave the home. Be at the sitting room. Get yourself busy.
But you know, you the guy or you the lady who cheated, you'll be really scared of. If this is the person cooking for you daily, and the person does not say anything, the person has caught you.
Jeez. That is why you have to zero yourself from the hero to zero. Calm down.
Okay.
And let's talk.
Say dear, until you know, but maybe I'll tell you that I will not overreact. I'll try my best not to overreact. And then, because I'm very forgiving. That's one thing I've told myself. Going to marriage, anything can happen, but then I have to, learn how to be forgiving. But before we end today's conversation, I just want to take advice from you. People who sometimes go through relapse, you are healed and all that, but from time to time, even when you've moved on and all that, I don't know how best the new partner will respect that. Fine, that person who was once gone, you love that person dearly, so they will give you that space to mourn and all that. finally, advice to people who are going through that and those who have also found love, how best you can handle the new relationship.
Well, what I'll say is that don't overdo to the detriment of the other party. All right, you have lost it. I'm now in your life. Give me the leverage. We all have past. Stop upholding your past. Let's talk about what we hold now and where we are heading towards. That leverage will give us a sense of purpose and we will live well. And if you have found yourself a new one with the passing one, please make sure the ills you did with the passing one, you don't repeat it in the present one. It's a real check. And again, remember, the one who had come now, what is the reason? What is the purpose? If you can't find tomorrow in it, then I'm sorry you've lost it. You should be able to see the tomorrow aspect of it. It's a bit sad though, but inyesi. Toko onim.
Thank you very much, Uncle Dumata. How about final
So these are
words?
my final words as well. I must say this discussion has been a learning curve for me. I have learnt a lot from everybody, especially Uncle Dumata.
Oh, thank you so much.
I bless the heavens.
It is the Lord. It is the Lord. It is the Lord. You are Jesus' daughter.
So I would say that, like Uncle Dumata said, if you found somebody and probably you didn't try to get healed and then you moved in a rush, that's fine. The fact that you've accepted that one, I didn't heal before going in there, is a beginning of a solution. And so now that you've realized that, work on yourself. And also do not work on yourself alone, because now you are not alone. You are with the person, so engage the other person. Let the person know that this is where my difficulties are. This and this is the reason why I can't do this. So I need you to do this together with me. And at the end of the day, you guys come to, a beautiful conclusion. But if you do it alone, at the end of the day, it means you are still sidelining the other person. Don't forget, there's another person in the picture. So you'd have to do it with the person so that it will all go smooth sailing. That's it for me. And also engage God. Engage God.
Why worry?
Patriotic.
I feel no be worry.
Patriotic.
Why worry? Then audience, I'm telling you, I'm not concluded the show. These two ladies have something unique. Go look for it.
Thank you. Thank you. And coming from you, oh my God, my status. Don't give us my status, guys. Like, I'm coming for you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming. And I want you to put out your social media handles so we can reach you out for someone who's listening to you or anything.
Okay, so on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, I'm Sechiwa Answer everywhere. Sechiwa Answer.
Well, maybe Facebook, Uncle Kwekwe matter, just all that. I am not too glued to that, but I'm starting picking. Small. Yeah.
Thank you very much to Abba Sechiwa. She's the host of Urban Course on Home-Based TV, and counselor and life coach Uncle Kweku Edumata.
Yes, dear.
Amaned, you've got no ideas.
That's
you know, everybody
thing.
gets stunned
Life
when
coach.
they meet someone they always look up to. I've seen him on shows and all that, and for me to have him on my show, I made it.
Tell me about
it. It is God's doing.
It is God's doing.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm honored to have sat or moderated this discussion, and I always say that we're always looking for ways to help us, whether in your relationship and when that person is no longer there. But one thing I always say, don't be too hard on yourself. When you are going through the grieving process, see, hope and believe that the time will come when you laugh. Because sorrow may last. It will last. It is a part of us. One day you will all equally die, and your family and your friends will miss you and all that. But don't be too hard on yourself. That's what I say. And just keep up the faith. Be prayerful. Do things that make you happy. And find love in the eyes of your children and the family and people who are truly there to help you through that process. I am Paula Amabroni. We'll be back with the next episode of Moons and Cuddles. Thanks for watching.
up on this edition of Bistek, we unravel the factors that determine fuel price hikes in the country and its impact on consumers. We engaged the Executive Secretary for the Chamber of Petroleum Consumers, COPEC, Duncan Amwa. You don't want to miss out on this interview.
Maybe when we talk, they don't hear. So perhaps we might join them on the streets and in their offices to remind them that fuel is becoming a disaster on our hands as Ghanaians. If you go around the country, you would not find a single Ghanaian who would commend authorities for the kind of prices we are seeing at the pumps. No matter how you rationalize, make excuses, justify, and talk, all the political grammar, the pump prices would effectively expose you. They are still charging me 16 pesos, 14 pesos to stabilize fuel prices. When I ask what you're doing with the money, then they tell you premix.
Watch Bistek this and every Friday on GhanaWeb TV.
Intelligence we have is that, so far as we are concerned, there are a group of brothers in this country, in Accra here. There are 4 brothers. All these kind of murder of chiefs, killing of royals, people who are into families that are related to land in Ghana here, Accra. For now, we speak on authority that there's this particular group of people who are involved. The Asa brother is one, Koche is another, Akpo is another, and then we have Gizo. You see, people should not pretend as if these names are new. Several murder cases in Accra here, ranging from the southern part of Accra to the eastern part of Accra, western part of Accra, all entangled. These are names that are occasionally being called repeatedly in series of murder cases. The police are aware. Me personally, I've had encounters with them. So I can speak on authority, not that by saying it and then leaving it when you are questioned you can't answer. You see, the country must be up and doing with their security system. People in officialdom should stop using these people to be attacking innocent ones. When it comes to land issues in Accra, certain names are known. They are branded as land guards. The name they have are regular in the police books. Some are with police extracts, with warrant for arrest. They are in the custody, they should be in the custody of the police. But some officialdoms go to seek court bails for them. And after seeking the court bail, the case dies. I have evidence. I have so much evidence. I had an encounter, a personal encounter. My car was bent. I was shot on several occasions. I had to protect myself, run out of my own home, and go and hide somewhere. I'm so familiar with these guys. We have too much information on the hand. For one or two reasons, I was trying to champion the cause of sanity in Accra by stopping the killing of chiefs and all those stuff. And they turned the gun on me by deciding to attack me. It's enough. People are aware. It's not as if we are saying something. As we speak now, there are some land guards who have been recruited into national security. This is a topic I think we should address well. They are land guards, and I can mention names. They are working with some officialdoms in Ghana, in office that we know. And they are carrying weapons. They have been involved in cases that should be taken on by the current IGP. If the past ones are gone, I believe and trust in the confidence of the current IGP. He doesn't take anything for granted. So I'm tasking him, believing he can do it. And he can invite me at any time. I'm ready to give my life out for that, to ensure that sanity prevails in our system. You see, the killing of chiefs, Asafwachem and all those things is enough. You see, when people want to come into power, they select these people and use them. And after that, they become their boys. After doing that, what they do is that whenever they are involved into problems or issues of such nature, they seek bail for them. So we are urging the police. These people are no new names in their books. There are bench warrants for them. There are police extras on them. There are cases around them. Court cases are pending. Some have been left off the hook. So this is not a matter that we should look. You see, sometimes they even go to the extent of telling you that when you take them to a particular court, they will be left off the hook. So we cannot sit down and allow such recklessness in our system. I speak on the capacity as a journalist, and I speak on the capacity as Jaseche to the government too. I'm the Jase to the Tumbawe, Ni Ayi Tumbawe stool, where the originated stool of the government came from. That is why I'm the Jaseche. And I speak on authority. We should not keep ourselves hiding under this cover. The police know them. Some of them, they work broad daylight, they are on the land. In the night, they have weapons. Weapons have been retrieved from their homes with bullets, very sophisticated ones, G3, AK-47, pistols, and a whole lot. In 2016, we did serious intelligence information on this particular group of people. And I can say on authority that this document is still with government officials. It was done comprehensively with proper intelligence from the military hierarchy. So we are telling government this document is still there. They should use it to arrest the perpetrators. We know those who have been killing the chiefs and the Asafachame and the Queen Mothers. We know them. These documents have been prepared already. This is an intelligence report. And they know themselves. So please, we should not look at what they can do for you during elections. After elections, get them arrested. They are telling us they are using their phones in their cells. I am telling the Inspector General of Police now, the suspects who have been arrested, they are using mobile phones in their cells, in the police custody. So we urge the IGP to move immediately and get these phones retrieved from them.
Up on this edition of Bistek, we unravel the factors that determine fuel price hikes in the country and its impact on consumers. We engage the Executive Secretary for the Chamber of Petroleum Consumers, COPEC, Duncan Amwa. You don't want to miss out on this interview.
Maybe when we talk, they don't hear. So perhaps we might join them on the streets and in their offices to remind them that fuel is becoming a disaster on our hands as Ghanaians. If you go around the country, you would not find a single Ghanaian who would commend authorities for the kind of prices we are seeing at the pumps. No matter how you rationalize, make excuses, justify, and talk, all the political grammar, the pump prices would effectively expose you. They are still charging me 16 pesos, 14 pesos to stabilize fuel prices. When I ask what you're doing with the money, then they tell you premix.
Watch Bistek this and every Friday on GhanaWeb TV.
It is in connection with the death of Joshua Ni Oshipilati, a member of Akwano royal family of Ashalaja. The police had so far picked up 6 suspects who are believed to be involved in this unfortunate incident. Please, I repeat, who are believed to be involved in this unfortunate incident. Please, we are not witch hunters. We have left everything to the the legal aspects to do everything on their own. We don't know what happened, and whatever has happened, we are law-abiding citizens of Ghana. We want them to do things according to the law. The said suspects who are in the custody of the police are remanded by the district magistrate courts at Ajabin on the 10th March 2022. They are to reappear in courts on the 23rd of March 2022. At this juncture, we, the Akwan Royal family of Ashalaja, wish to express our sincere appreciation to the Inspector General of Police, the Greater Accra Regional Commander of the Ghana Police Service, the Divisional Commander of the Amasaman Police Station, the District Commander of the Amasaman, and the entire police force for their swift response when the incidents occurred, and the investigations so far conducted in connection with this unfortunate incident. Indeed, we are saddened by the death of Nyoshipi, a vibrant and energetic member of this family. We, the members of Akwan Royal family, we are by this press conference appealing to all and sundry to volunteer and give to the police if they so have any information concerning the death of Nyoshipi, to enable the police to unravel this unfortunate incident. May this never happen again in our era. Never may this happen again. We also entreat all members of this family to remain calm as the police conduct their investigations into the matter. I repeat, we ask all members of the family, please remain calm, for we know the work of Ghana Police. We know how they are now being equipped and the work that they are doing. And we believe in them that will definitely bring all the perpetrators to book. So let us remain calm. And we are sure that definitely all those people, anyone who is involved in this case, will be arrested. We, the Akwan Royal family, believe in the work the police are doing. We also believe in the courts. Yes, we believe in the court system. And it is our humble prayer that the perpetrators of this heinous crime will be successfully prosecuted to serve as a deterrent to others. At this juncture, I don't want to leave out our Papa of the land, the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. We, the members of this Akwan Royal family, and the entire members of Ashalaja, we are appealing to him. President, we are appealing to you to intervene in this case. Please, let all imagination that you have, members of the society that can help to bring out the perpetrators of this thing, be activated to work in our favor. Because people are trying to put it into extinction. They want to eliminate all of us, to take over our land. Papa, President, listen to us. Help us. Attack them. Otherwise, what has happened to Apiati? That the nation is spending money to re-establish the place. What happened to Ashalaja? And the same money that is supposed to be used to develop the country will be used to try to develop Ashalaja. But at that time, we are dead and gone. Never again should that happen.